Gutters, Tyres service 1 hour, class 4 and 5 qualifying. Looking like a big field here. It's tough to get a lap here. We've got a, 15-minute session?
Yep, 15-minute session. And the top guys will be looking at doing 1 minute flat.
We're at a 2 right now, so they're trying to get in the group, but the biggest thing I can see is, how do you get a lap? Like, there's cars everywhere. It's just a great entry field. As we see the Hyundai TCRs are usually some of the dominant ones, but there's a lot of home-built Hondas as well. Well, I call them home-built, but race cars that are built up from chassis and stuff like that. So that's quite dominant as the Hondas. And then we also see on camera an 86. We have a few of the series guys who have come down and getting a bit of practice in. Same got that last round. It's very good to get miles on the top of those guys.
Yeah, the series is a great option. You get a lot of lap time, a lot of car time. Good way to see the tracks around the South Island.
Oh, and they're beautiful tracks. I've got to race here for just on myself this year. This is a fun track to drive. A lot of commitment through that one. And then, just some great flying corners that, some devils corner that last one there. That definitely requires a throttle pedal of patience, otherwise wheel spin is a friend.
Yeah, and it's a long straight down here, so if you miss out on that, you're sitting back for a while.
So that's what we're trying to do is, you'll see them just set up that last corner just to get out of there, because it's so important for this qualifying lap. If you want to hit a lap, you're going to have space, and you're going to have to get out of that last corner right. And we see him go down, getting down the ones now, right, low one, that's good, that is quick. Hall there as well, you were talking Mike Hall, North Island guy in a Honda. Nice car, and then, didn't know him well, but he's at Queenstown Club Racer, is that right?
Yeah, I think he's from Queenstown, run by Paddon River Group this weekend. He did pretty well up at Ruapuna, round one, so he'll be
we've got a red flag. Cars looks like it's off. I can't see where.
That looks like Dylan Petch at Forest Elbow.
Oh yes, I can see him there. Dylan moving up. Oh, there he is on the screen. Dylan moving up from Formula Ford running. Granddad Mark's done a lot in the sport and been around it for a long time, and Dad Chris as well. And then some moving up into the sedans here, and looks like he had a little problem. That was the outlap, and I know from when we were down here, Hayden Paddon was actually running a TCR. Very hard first lap on the tyre. Getting some tyre warmth in the rear is interesting, he was saying. It did want to go very quickly with no warmth.
Yeah, those rear tyres are just hanging on for the ride, really. It's pretty hard to warm them up.
Well, I've seen guys in TCR actually run wets, like when it's a questionable thing, because it just does nothing. So if it dries out, it's still fine because the rear's doing nothing. So this is a red flag. So timing is, what do we got to go? 8 minutes 38 gone. So we've got about 7 minutes to go. So we should get this restarted. And but Reece Gould on front, he'll be happy with that. He'll be very happy with that. And then the Honda second, so we've got a mix of cars here. Scott O'Donnell there in fifth. Some of the names, Mark Meadows there, he's a long-time competitor there, 21st in the Lotus. He's always a guy that follows the whole national championship, does so many rounds in his little Lotus, and has fun, has a mate who comes around in the garage, and it's just a good little team that does so many different rounds and just enjoys it.
Yeah, Paul Martin and Mark Meadows are a great crew. I think Mark Meadows won the class, what was Class A, now Class 5, a couple of years ago, so he's always a top runner.
And it's a cool little Lotus. And,
it's a great little Lotus.
Yeah, and I love the Lotus little cars, so it's good to see them out there and doing it. Saxon Sheehan also there with an not bad time on 11. He'd like to see a 10, I'm thinking. Dylan Petch hadn't done it. Yeah, hadn't done many laps, so probably a cold tyre there or a problem. He's back up running now, so the car's going. So we should be back underway pretty quickly.
Yeah, I want to get the cars back out pretty quick.
Weather conditions in Invercargll, 7.2 degrees, but it feels warmer than that actually.
It's certainly warmer than that in here.
I came from Singapore, and I think it was about 40, and humidity of about 8 billion. So Reese Gold, we're back running after the Dylan pitch. What a quick job, actually. Southland Car Club, the volunteers that get out there. It is FIA Volunteer Week, so we really appreciate so we really appreciate our volunteers. They do a fantastic job. The Southland Car Club, Southland Sports Car Club, just absolutely fantastic. One of the founding clubs of motorsport in New Zealand, and talking to a flag marshal, he's been down at point 1 since 1990. So I'm pretty dedicated to his point, and they've sent all the young guys there. So when we see anything at point 1, Paul, he's our point 1 man. So thanks for FIA Volunteer Weekend, and we're going to start seeing some hot laps soon as they wrap up this pace after the stoppage there. Got to get some tyre warms back. As a racer, tyres probably the key thing for qualifying.
Yeah, you want to get the greenest that you've got, get them warmed up, and you've pretty much got 1 or 2 laps here. It's high tire to your gear at Teretonga. You're hanging on for dear life in the infield. Really rewards bravery, that's for sure.
Now that's Brighton and Horan there, and that's black and gold 86, and Jacob Garger with him with that Lotus. That's a car I'm looking forward to watching. Raced a lot this year. Jacob actually won a Credit Insurance scholarship in Sangong Utes and had a year up in Sangong Utes this year. And him and his dad run that 24 red little Lotus there. And then that's Brooklyn Horan there in the 86, young 13, 14-year-old young kid. Had an incredible first rally result. His dad's been around rallying for years, and he went into his first tarmac rally and got second in a car that should not have been second. And started for the last couple of rounds in the 86 championship, and really impressed me. Ran really well. So young Brooklyn Horan is one of the young guys to watch in New Zealand motorsport for the future. Not sure if it's going to be on gravel or on tarmac, because a lot of history in his family with it, but he is a good driver. Now on screen 220. The Audi there. Where is he? Timing. He's not got a lap in there at all, is he?
No, he's
Denzel Travers there, 10th actually. He's a bit further down than 12th, sorry, with a 106. So going to be looking for some speed in that car. They do look good, those Audis, though, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's good to see Ryan Blackback out there after an engine change from yesterday.
That's right, full engine change for him. I saw that it was out, so problems yesterday there.
Barry Moore would have been on the Spanish line, been developments. He's 6 with a 3.
Jumps up there to 3rd, he does. We put a lap in with a 2. He'd be happy with that, actually, won't he?
He'll be very happy.
There'll be a smile on his face when that comes over the radio. Well, actually, most of the time now you get it on the lap timer in the car, and there's a little victor if you're up or down, and usually you're just trying to not stuff up the last corner when that happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we see the other Lotus there, that's the Lotus on screen we were talking about earlier of Mark Meadows.
And Will Taylor behind him, looking to get past, and he's potted up Tegra with sequential shifting box.
Sequential box?
Yep.
Nice, I love a sequential box. Just feels so good as they pull through the gear. It's
paddle shift.
Oh, paddle?
Yeah, paddle shift. It's awesome to get that car.
Oh, wow. I did a GT4 Porsche with paddle shift, and I felt like I was actually being lazy. Like, I was just like one finger changing gears. It was sort of, surreal. Who's that?
Oh, that was Warren Black going off to the pits.
Doesn't really see. I thought Warren, he has had those engine issues, but a 3, he's normally actually further up the field than that. He's usually right around Scott O'Donnell, currently in 2nd for Scott with a 101.6. Chasing down our fastest driver right now, Reese Gold there. Gould, sorry. Reese had a big accident at the V8s actually in a muscle car, and good to see him back on track and doing so well.
He's a good driver, huh?
Mark Meadows, they're racing. This is going to kill both lap times here, because that looks like he's defending the position on the inside line. Yeah, we might want to change the camera here. Commentary, yes, there's racing going on for sure here in qualifying. That never sets up a good lap, and usually means there's the backdrop. Just drop back, just drop away, just slow down now, get the run. But down Saxon Sheehan, talking to him in the pits, young driver, did well last year. He's looking for a bit more sponsorship, trying to get all the rounds of National Championship for the coming season, but looking for a bit more support. So if you're watching the stream and you want to support a good kid from down this way and in the National Championship sort of scene, definitely Saxon, really nice, well behaved and good kid, and he started showing pace during the year at times, and I really think this long series of getting involved is going to help him towards some really good results this year. There's checkered flags out. We'll let them finish their final laps and we'll run through the lap score, but Gould's still up there with O'Donnell second, Moore in third with a 1.7. He's gone even faster. He's broken the ones. He'll be very happy. Then Power Knot in the Hyundai. Mike Hall. So that's the first of the Mike Hall. No, sorry, that's another TCR. Mackenzie Black, Wall, then Gaja there in ninth. Pitch got a lap in and eventually in a 10th with a 5. Then 11th was Travers, Matthew O'Donnell, James Mitchell, Will Taylor, Sam Wallace, I think, was in the car for the qualifying, Dave McLennan. So this class here and all the classes, there's a pit stop involved for the race, is that right?
Yeah, for the race there's a compulsory pit stop, stationary time in the pit lane, 45 seconds. And you've got to take that pit stop between 20-minute and 40-minute window.
And the last runners come through. We haven't seen any changes up the top there. It's good to have so many cars on a grid, so many different coloured cars, just bright. It's great to see one of our little Honda competitors finishing up.
Yeah, and the leaders of the Hondas, so there's Class 4 out there and Class 5. So the leaders of Class 5, we're looking at Chris Hall, who's come down from the North Island. He's done a 104, which is exceptionally quick for a naturally aspirated Honda.
That's a K24, did you say?
I think so. Oh, no, it must be a K20 if it's in Class 5, so it's below 2 litre.
Okay, so, yeah, okay, K20, that's...
There's a roundup of the qualifying.
So, here we go. We'll run through the qualifying order for you. Reece Gold on pole there for the TCR car, so we're just going through classes. O'Donnell second, Barry Moore in third, so that gap of less than a second in the top three, so that's going to lead some close racing. Then just over the second is Paolo Knott, Michael Russell McKenzie there, Denzel Travers, Warren Black there in the TCR, Chris Wall, and Jacob Gaja.
Jaya? Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one.
No, I've talked to him all year. Surely I've got it right by now. I've sponsored the kid. He's a really nice kid, and his dad, and they go around. Will Taylor, Dylan Pitch, Matthew O'Donnell there in the Audi, James Mitchell in the Honda, Sam Wallace, Dave McLean, Bradley Dawson there in the Mazda. A couple of good Mazdas there actually. Donovan Isted. And then Brenton Sullivan and Eaton Hodgson. He's double dutying old Eaton Hodgson. He's another young talented kid coming through that's doing a Porsche in the next session, so he's going to be trying to get between things. Jordan Wallace there in 26th, and Art Marcus, Nico Scholes, Max Wilson, and Paul Martin there in 30th. I think that's all 30 cars. That's a good grid. That is a very good grid. But pole position for Reece Gold as we're going to be moving to some really quick cars, a whole lot of Porsches and some nice V8s. We're going to hear some nice sounds coming through now. As the Wolfbrook boys lined up there on the front row.
Championship of that last class, the points.
So overall, we've had one round so far in the North Island Championship and
South Island
Championship, and part of the National Championship as well. But Reece Gold, 95 points. Barry Moore in second. Paolo Knott is one to watch there. Scott O'Donnell, I know I talked to him last night, disappointed there in fourth. He wants to push up here on his home track. Warren Black, Denzel Travers, Russell McKenzie, Cole Askew, Brett Sullivan, and Eden Hodgson, who we were talking about there in ninth. Tim McAsee, Jared Pike there, that's a good result there in the Mazda in 11th. Reese Turner, Corey Stewart, where is it? Cormac Murphy actually had a great round actually. He was the top 86 at that first round. He drove well. Taylor Bryant, Tom Bewley, Saxton Sheehan. There's a whole lot of the National Championship competitors there in the 86s. Michael Court, Mike Hall, Jordan Wallace, who's down here again, and she's running her first runs in the 86 and trying hard. Mark Denton, Brooklyn Horan, that's a young driver to watch for me. Flynn Mitchell, Jamie Wilson, Sam Wallace, Paul Martin, and Mark Meadows, who we talked about. 20 points, but he's always there. So he's always going to get his 20 points because I think that's what you get for turning up. And here we go. These are the fast boys. This is the 1 hour quick class, class 2 and 3. Matt Whitaker won it last time with Eaton Hodgson with a great performance and not as quite a good car. There's different variants of these Porsches. Adam Julian with a good run as well. Jared Owens is a good bloke, actually. He's got one of the new 9912 cars. Seb Manson, who's over in... We don't have him this week. He's in Malaysia, I think, doing the Ferrari Academy selection process. So from South Island Endurance Series to that. That's what we have. Some of these young kids you're seeing have that sort of talent level. Ryan Wood a couple of years ago showed his way in this class. Ronan Murphy last year showed his way in this class. So this is a class where you can watch these young, fast drivers. We've got Grant Sylvester there. That's a name from... millions of years of South Island racing. Lindsay O'Donnell there in 15th. Francois Briziac in one of the Porsches. Beautiful Porsches, those boys, and the French boys, they love racing. Bruce Davidson, Jordan Merkels, another Southland boy, Glenn Brazier, Nick Chester. That's a fast car that had an unfortunate result, but that should be one of our front runners this week. Scott Flanagan, Martin Dippy, Angus McFarlane. These are the guys who didn't do so well or finish, so not so good.
Alan Dibby's back out after his mishap at Ruapuna. He ended up hurting his back after he hit at the wall with his Porsche. But he's got medical clearance and he's back in. It's
getting hot there, that Porsche. There's radiators right there at the front. If you touch them, they seem to break. It's a $10,000 front thing for Porsche. I think they use those as a... well, I'll let you talk us through the track. You're more of a knowledgeable man than me.
We're down here at Teretonga, lovely track, only 8 corners, but it's all very high speed. Yeah, so 7 turns. So turn 1 is the loop, high speed, turn 1, coming in pretty hot and rewards bravery, as does every corner around here.
So that's all about the run down the front straight. You're trying to get side by side, get to the inside, late brake through. That's the pass.
Brake as late as you possibly can.
And the biggest of big is if you go around the outside there, right? Like if we see anyone do that this weekend, we call that a kahuna moment, right?
That's a big move.
That is a big move. So anytime we see, and it's even on lap guys to go around a slower car on the outside there is tricky. Well, we've got some schedule here through Castrol. Castrol's a good little corner, comes through there. But the other one we're going to talk about, GWD Elbow, as these cars come out. That's the run on the straight. That's what these guys are going to be trying to set up this lap during qualifying. So today we are already at 9:25. We're running a little bit late. But we've got the class 1, 2 and 3 guys out. And then we're going to have the 3 hour. Then we come back at 10:20 for some racing. So class 4 and 5, first of all, that's that first group we've seen, and then this class here at 11:40. Then they're going to let us have a break, 12 o'clock for a lunch break, and then we'll come back at 1:30 for that 3 hour race. Last year, probably the best race in New Zealand was that 3 hour race that they had last year. The battle for the lead, then the drama with the car running out of gas. I think that was probably one of the best races I saw in the entire season last year, that 3 hour. So if it repeats this year, this is must-watch TV here on the Pits TV. Thanks to the team at the Pits, actually. The great vision you're going to get from Pits Media. They've done a great job getting cameras all around the place. And look at the sights and sounds of Ruapuna. There's so many. Sorry, Teretonga. Sorry, I missed first round and I'm still there. I'm still in Thailand on holiday. Sorry, guys, to be honest with you. Singapore Grand Prix was fun. And now I've got to do this in Invercargll. It's a bit of a change. They just got to warm up their tyres. The Michelin tyre, great Michelin tyre. A lot of them running quite a hard tyre because it's a 1 hour, so it does take a couple of laps to bring up the warmth, and they're slowly bringing it up through the carcass right now. Quite a slow lap here. I was expecting a few more guys, a bit more push to get that tyre warmth with a 7-degree day. But they're all just sort of rolling around right now, aren't they?
Getting some brake temp in.
Trying a bit, yeah. No, I like the guy out here last 747, that late come out, he's working his brakes, he's got his own space. Yeah,
that's Matt Whitaker. So
Matt Whitaker, that's a smart move. I think that's really good from Matt. He's going to actually get some temp up on this lap. These guys are just a bit slow to bring up any temp for me at all. Wolfbrook boys there, a whole lot of Porsches. Those Mark Mustangs are cool though, aren't they?
They're a great looking car.
Sound good too.
Local boy Jordan Mickles in his one. I think he's running Yokohama tyres this weekend, so it's something different out in the field. So it's be interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, Michelin, tried and true, great series sponsor, so see something else. But the problem with Michelin's is I've tried others and I seem to have to go back. They are, you do pay for them, though. I do say that, but every time I go racing on something else, I'm slower, so it's quick money.
Andrew Bartlett and Mark.
Out of the pit lane, we get the Audi. That's an awesome looking car. So we've got GT4 cars out there. We've got a good group of Porsches out there. We're just waiting for them to start to get some time in. These cars should all be under the minute. Well, the front guys, sorry, will be under the minute, and it will be fast, hot-paced action in this class.
Yeah,
They're already side by side down the front, straight into one. We talked about the move not wanting to be around the outside, and definitely smartness has come there and slipped in behind. So Jordan Mickle's currently the fastest with a 10, but those times aren't representative yet. As I said, that first lap was quite slow, so I think you'll see 3 laps in or so, the tyres will start to warm up and they'll start to try and put in a lap. GT4 McLaren, love that car there. Such good history with New Zealand and McLaren and Formula One and all the things. And we'll be all watching for Liam Lawson tonight, actually, qualifying tonight at a reasonable time, which is fantastic for New Zealand for a change.
It's nice to be able to watch it before you go to bed.
Yeah. So here we go, Jordan Mickles, I think we've got in front of us the Sylvester car there as well, 2 Mustangs. One is going to be driven very, very quickly. Jordan is a fast driver from down here.
He'll know the track pretty well, so he'll have that advantage.
Wolfbrook boys trying to get some speed down. A little bit of a slipstream too might have helped him into one. This might be a flyer for that Wolfbrook, that Steve Brooks Bill Wright. I'm not sure who's in the car. 59.7, they're starting to get down in the area they want, but he got a nice little toe there in that Wolfbrook car, and I think he might be on a lap. He's going to be worried about the quicker car. There's another Porsche in front of him, the Pacific Finance car in front of him, so he's going to hope that doesn't. But he looks like he's far enough back, and the Pacific Finance car's doing very well there to keep in front. So wait till they get on the straight, he might get another toe, but this is looking like a good lap from Brooks. He is getting it down on the line there. We're saying Brooks is in the car. Sorry, Bill, if it is you, but he is driving well there as Brooks. These guys they've learnt their craft through this series, and that's great. Like, they've done a lot of laps now, and they're starting to get better and better. They're one of the AM drivers, but they've put in a lot of laps and a lot of time. So the AM, he's flashing the lights though. There's a toe there, buddy. Just take your toe. Take your toe. What's the lap time there? Hodgson with the quickest now with a 59.0, but it's going to get quicker. What did Brooks do? No faster there, the 59.7. Oh, no, there it goes. Brooks to the 58. That's starting to get it where we want. Told you there was a little toe.
Yeah, they're looking at 57s. Jordan Mickles made the 56s yesterday, so that'd be all. And 56. Here he is, 56.3 already.
There we go. That's that Mark Mustang. As across the line we go with these 2 Porsches. So many Porsches this one, and it's so hard to tell because very small variations in the wing and stuff like that is how you differentiate the different cars and what potential they actually have at a track like this, because there is quite a bit of difference in the front tyre and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's about 5 or 6 different generations out there that all look pretty similar.
Yes, so sorry if I offend any Porsche guy and say something's a 992.2 instead of a 0.1 or whatever it is, but yes, they are all beautiful Porsches. But Mickles is definitely a cat amongst the pigeons. There's no Porsche there. There is no flat 6. That is V8. And he's out the front. So, trying to just pick through a bit of traffic there with the GT4 Ginetta. He had a massive accident last year at the Timaru round. I was actually out there racing against it and saw the front of the car about 10 foot high. I thought the whole thing was up there, but it was just the front clip of the car that had just gone skyrocket. Freaked me out in the car, to be honest with you. It was pretty interesting to be next to when I thought a car was that high next to me. Let's see, Jordan Mickles, 55 now, 55.8, and he's 3 seconds quicker. These boys in these Porsches are going to have to turn it on because Jordan, he's laid down a lap time there of the 55. That is impressive.
That's 2 seconds off a GT3 from the 3 hour, so that's really quick.
The speed is in the track though, because we do have cold temperatures I think there were some pretty good times yesterday. We'll talk about that more when we get into 3-hour qualifying. But it is a fast track. There are a few lakes around, though, also. I believe on Wednesday, jet sprinting was probably more closer to what we thought we were going to do. I was wondering if I was going to get a flight down on Thursday night.
The volunteers were out here. The volunteers were out here till like 9 o'clock on Thursday night trying to get the track pumped dry. But they've done a bloody good job, so here we are racing.
Now that Wolfbrook car doing a great job just hanging out on the outside. That's what you got to do. He did a couple of hot laps. He's trying to get his tyre back under him, and he's just nicely led everyone by. So that was fantastic from him as these fast Porsches are coming through. But Jordan Mickle's still on pole. Hodgson with a 58.2. Oh, Julian now. Julian's moved up to a 57.9 in the Audi. That's a nice lap time.
That Audi's new to the series this year.
So that is a GT3 car, but because of its generation, it can run in this, because those new GT3 cars would not be allowed to run in this. So we're going to watch in the 3-hour.
Yeah, that's correct.
So once a car sort of gets so old enough, it's then deemed back in the 1 hour and allowed to run.
Yeah, so pre-2015 and naturally aspirated, you're allowed to run in the 1 hour.
Fantastic, and it's good to see. It's a nice looking car, so it's great to see it out there. Adam will be happy. I think he was third at the first round, but let's have a look. Oh, the French boys are starting to come now in their Porsches. Brooks there in 6th, Whittaker there in 7th. I love the actual livery of that Porsche when you see it from full side on with the Porsche. There's the Grant Sylvester one. He's a bit further down there in the Sylvester's Mustang. He's been running my whole life, and I've been around the track for 40 years, so I don't know when he started, but he is a long-time runner. It's got to be 50 sort of years plus that Grant's been running, I think. Definitely been a long-time competitor in motorsport, because as long as I can remember, he's been out in a car of some description, and usually a Ford.
And usually a V8.
Yeah, and usually a V8. Was in the Trans Ams for years, did a lot of different running at top level, and it's great to see him out here running down in Southland. But Jordan is still the quickest, with Julian in 2nd there. Hodgson's jumped up to 3rd. That is a young man with talent that's trying to show his way. He's the fastest of our Porsche runners. Look at that grid of Porsches there that come through. Spot the odd car, but out the front is Ford.
And Bruce Davidson on screen now. He's doing his 10th year in a row in this car. Great Corvette, and he's definitely a classic in the series. He loves it.
And Skulls there with a 1 minute flat. That's quick for a GT4 car. That's good running from him. As we watch them come around. What I haven't seen out at there, actually, I haven't seen her, is Christina Orr. Oh no, she's in the 3-hour, isn't she? Trying to remember that GT4 car. I was trying to think the GT4 cars in this class.
Oh, yes,
but yeah,
3-hour.
Yep, there's a Corvette there. Doing a good job. Look, nice looking car, and 10 years in the series. That is awesome to hear. Who we got up the front here? Still Adam Julian in 2nd, Hodgson, Manama Malzak in 4th. The 992 of Dippy there in 5th. He's the one who's coming back from the accident.
No, that's Martin Dippy. Alan Dippy coming back from the accident.
Yep. Brooks. Oh, Whittaker's jumped up there. Malzak as well.
Oh, Jordan Mickles must be pretty comfortable because he's sitting in pit lane.
Well, he's 1.2 up right now, and that's a lap. A 55 and a V8 is a lap, so he's probably said, hey, I've set my number, let's save some tyre.
Yeah.
And looking at the times, it's probably front row anyway, and it's a 1 hour race, so good on him. Save some tyre, good work, put down your lap nice and early. The thing I do find, though, this Michelin tyre rubber does build, so sometimes there is a last lap if there's a lot of people out on that same Michelin rubber. It does sometimes build up for a good lap, so that we will see some good times coming through here to end the session as we're 11 minutes in, so the sort of 4 minute mark to go as we watch these Porsches go around. Oh, now there's a different car, the Canyon Brewing one. Now that's not a GT3.
No, that's not a GT3, so that's Patterson in that. He's running a turboed Audi that's been built, it's an R8 road car that's been built up with all the GT3 kit on it, and it's got a TCR engine put in it. So it's a classic shed build from Queenstown, and it's looking for a good lap time.
He's going well. They just have fun racing too. That's a good thing about those boys. They've got a smile on his face every time he gets out of the car, and sometimes a little bit red, but always a smile. Fitness is something to work on. And bending your elbow at the bar doesn't help it so much as he thinks it does. But no, great guys, and really enjoy it there in the Canyon Brewing car. Yeah, different car, love it, home-built car, and guys with just great attitudes to motorsport is cool to see. And doesn't it look good?
That looks great.
If I bought a home-built car, probably front bumper would be falling off and everything else.
Yeah, I definitely want a brewery as my sponsor as well.
Yes. Or at least the daughter. Anyway. Jordan Mickles there in pit lane, just sitting there taking it as out comes Alan Dippy out of pit lane there as the Wolfbrook boys. They're going to want to push up a couple more spots. Steve would want to he want to be around Martin Dippy and those boys there. He's been running good this year. So Hodgson's there, the fastest of the Porsches with a 57.9, 58.0 for Malmazek. Where's Francois? He's a bit further down. They're normally quite close together. Mana's, sort of got into motorsport, started the path in the GT4, came into endurance racing, and they've just kept on step by step, getting faster and faster, doing more laps. Guys I regularly see at GT days that are out more than pretty much me, which is incredible. So I just love the sport, just come with a great attitude. I know Francois has got his wife now even racing a little Porsche Boxster, and the whole family's into it, and it's just awesome to see that they've just come in and embraced New Zealand motorsport. As that flashing light across from us says we are running down here, you need to put your lap together, and Julian there 57.0, but Mana, who we're just talking about there now in third place, he's moved up in front of Hodgson to take that honour of first Porsche. Better generation car, but Hodgson there bopped down to fourth, but second in the Porsches. And then Matt Whitaker there in fifth place there in another Porsche. Steve Brooks in the Wolfbrook car, we've been watching him a lot. Brazier there in car 34. Dippy, McFarland, Davidson, Scholes, Grant Sylvester there 13th. We're just going to change there. Neil there into 14th, then Patterson, the man we were talking about with the brewery, Flanagan, Wright, and Lindsay O'Donnell there in 18th place, but in the McLaren. So out of the pits comes Jordan Mickles. Is he worried that he's going to have to set one, or is he just maybe just doing a little tyre run just to maybe get the next set of tyres ready?
Yeah, getting the pressures right for the race.
Just see where he's at, but I don't think he's under too much stress, and the checkered flag's out, so he's not going to set a lap. So he must be doing something here, just trying to get a tyre under him or something like that. Yeah. That's the level these guys going to, just getting a tyre ready. That's quite smart there from the boys. Don't want a full green set. That first couple corners can be quite interesting. So just a little half heat cycle through it, maybe make it a bit nicer in through turn one for the first lap after a pit stop.
Yeah, get rid of the wax on the outside.
Yeah, no, that wax, I spun on turn one first lap with that wax on a tyre once here actually, at the Summer Series. I was frustrated as anything. So first time up was a wet tyre, came out, not so good. But anyway, front wheel drive car, get on the gas, don't get off it when you're starting to spin. Forgot that. Oh, this is what we're waiting for.
This is the series leader.
I believe he can even wrap up the national championship this weekend. As we just have the last runners come through, we haven't seen any changes up the top there. Still Jordan Mickles, if I call him Michaels all weekend, I'm sorry, Mickles. Adam Julian, Mana there in third, Ayrton Hodgson. That is one of the earlier spec cars, so that is an impressive performance. So I know they all say Porsche, but that is an impressive performance. Matt Whitaker, he's a good driver there. He loved that looking car. Mountain Dippy. I'm not sure if it's Steve Brooks or Bill riding in the car, but we think it was Brooks. We've been giving him all the credit. That was a good run. Glenn Brazier, Alan Dippy, Angus McFarland, Bruce Davidson there. But we've got these 3-hour cars coming out. These are some of the fastest, they are the fastest tin tops in New Zealand right now. Oh, Crawford's are there too, but these are amazing. Last year the race was just insane with those last few laps and the battle. We're going to have the points come up from the last round, and we'll see where that is, because this is also National Championship and South Island Endurance Series round 2, and it's round 4 of the National Championship. So this is the South Island Endurance after round 1. Sam Fillamore is currently leading after that great performance. The Pedersen, father and son duo in second. Then that Brookson riding in an Audi, so they're back in the pit changing over. I don't know if different driver does each session or what.
They've got 3 cars down here this weekend.
Smith and DeVeth, Knighton and Lawson. That was a good run from them actually last time. Helms and Murphy aren't here this time. Dippy and Penny. Saw John last night. He's a good old rooster. It's Francois Biziak and Malzmanzak. We talked about Spratt and Gardner. They've run pretty well there, Spratt and Gardner actually. That's a new car and they're doing well. O'Donnell and Greg Murphy. That's not a bad combo. Rhodes and Rickaby. Orr and Morris. Barrett and Frew.
And the old Super Tourer.
There's my son, Thomas Mallard and Peter. They had a good little rundown. Enjoyed that first round. Unfortunately, back up in Auckland for this one, missing out. More and more, Rogers and Green and... Back on Pits TV, we're back racing here. 3 hour Sam Fillmore, Johnny Reid. That is going to be the quick cut. Well, actually, rules are you got to start who qualifies, right? So if they want the option of
Yeah, so if you want your pro driver to qualify, you've got to start with your pro driver and you'll be finishing with your AM.
normally one, they try and one pit stop it, but they're really eking it on that. So yeah, good to have a late change or something. But and then the second driver, so one driver has to do a minimum of 1 hour and 10 minutes as well. So that's the other thing. It's 1 hour 10 that the driver minimum is. So, and then the other driver obviously does the rest of the race.
Yeah, so no compulsory pit stops or anything else, just minimum driver time. And first to the flag at 3 hours.
Warming up tyres, getting themselves ready is out there, and we're not sure who's in car. Wouldn't mind a little word if we could get a little message through and of who is in that car. They do have
co-driver lights, but we're looking out for them.
We're trying to see the who's in the car.
That looks like a co-driver light. So that'll be Sam Fillmore.
Sam Fillmore, we're going to say is the co-driver. That's the problem. I don't have a list of who's the co-driver and who's the start or who's the main, but we believe that's going to be Fillmore in the car. You'll actually know, because if it does sort of a 53, that's Reid in the car.
Yep.
If it's 53, 54, Reid in the car. 55 or so, around that Jordan Mickles time would actually be pretty good for a Sam Fillmore, and if he's any quicker than that, he'll be very proud of his performance. He's done a lot of driver training actually with Johnny, and it's really picked up his driving over the last 12 months. He's really credited Johnny with helping him out a lot and improving himself. So be interesting to see his performance here. Our current national champion, and I think reigning South Island champions as well from last year.
Yeah, if Johnny didn't reset the lap record at Ruapuna last round, he would have been right on the money.
Yeah, it's incredible, the speed in these cars. And there's Christina Orr out there. I think it's her in the car. Yeah, Christina Orr West is in the car, we believe. GT4. There's the Mark car. Actually, there was one we didn't see in the last one, the Mark car. Chester was meant to be running.
Yeah, they're not down here for this round.
Oh, they're not doing this round?
No.
Oh, Facebook lies to me. I'm sure I'd seen they were running. So Knighton 3s, really, we're going to see these guys, as you say, down to 53. So they're just all warming up the tyres. Somewhere around the Porsches, again, will be in the more the 56s, 57s there. That's a similar spec to the Whittaker car there for O'Donnell. Steve Brooks in the GT3 Audi. Rhodes there in the Mark car. Martin Dippy out there as well. So Hayden Knighton, he's one of our AM competitors.
Him and Kane Lawson.
So they're running for the Michelin Cup. It's great, the series rates the AM class just like the pros. It's just, they're on the victory lane and everything like that for the AM winner. Get a nice trophy. It's an awesome thing to do. Some of these drivers are true pros, and it's really an unfair competition because, well, I've raced against the pros and, yeah, they're good.
Yeah, well, Johnny Reid yesterday reset the unofficial lap record here for Tintots with the 53.9, I believe it was.
That is fast. Fast. Steve Brooks out there is currently our fast man. I don't know. We were saying it was Brooks in the last one. Should we give it to riding in this one? Let's just call it riding in this one. We're going to, if it was the last one, we gave him some credit of driving well. So Bill out there in front there in 57.1. Yeah, so sorry, not sure in the car. Surely someone from the pits that knows me can send me a messenger of who's in the car for that one. But Steve Brooks and Knighton, Pedersen, Rhodes, Spratt, Smith, Dippy, Malmazak, all West GT4 car there. Run against Christina for 10 years. Yeah, but Steve Brooks there in the car 888. We're not sure if it's him or riding. We will get that shortly through. But Steve Brooks and riding the Wolfbrook car there. That's been a quick runner. They're doing, I think you said they had 3 cars here this weekend, and they've been doing really well in the Wolfbrook car. Knighton, Pedersen, Rhodes, Spratt. So waiting to see some of these GT3 cars jump to the front. 57. Oof, what are we thinking? 54s. That's it. And
54 would be pretty good.
And then a 55 for sort of an AM sort of driver would be pretty good. So let's see what they can do. Let's pick up these times. 57.112 from Steve Brooks. He'll be happy with that. Well, sorry, Bill riding, I think we were saying it is, because we gave Steve credit in the last one. And he's surely not doing double duty. Yeah. Bill wouldn't make him do that, would he?
Nah, surely not. I know Hiramana Malmazak will definitely be in that 908 setting a time because he's a bloody fast driver for an AM.
He is, and just built up through, middle-aged men, started racing, always wanted to do it, had some success in business and started through endurance racing, and as I say, out there all the time. So really good on that one there. Scott O'Donnell there in 10th. He'll be looking for around that minute mark, sort of 58 type thing. Got a harder tyre though for this weekend with the long running, so he'll be trying to get some warmth in that tyre. I know that was his biggest issue, is to get some warmth. And then the Moore and Barrett. It's great in this class. You've got some home-built cars that are considerably slower, but they've got their own place and they're running their own race for class. And I know that we ran against that Altezza. My son was racing hard against that Altezza for a number of laps, and good battles there even with the slower cars. So
yeah, that Moore Altezza's had a bit of an upgrade over the off-season, so it's now turbo-powered. So it's moved up to Class 4.
Yeah, well, we were Class 5, but we were battling them pretty good, and they said it definitely had some straight line handling versus the normally aspirated 86, and then the boys were trying to climb all over them in the corners, and no, they really enjoyed, and good guys. I know the more guys actually come through 2K Cup and a whole lot of other series, and it's just great seeing them out there and they're really enjoying it. As we're getting some Paul Pedersen in the car, Bree Morris is in the car, John Penny is in the car. No John O'Lester. So yep. So that's what we're getting. We're getting it. Pedersen in the car. Paul Pedersen. So he's he was second at the last round. Him in the Fillmore car, who's jumped up to a 55, and we're gonna guess it's Fillmore in the car with a 55. Co-driver light on that one, so we think that he is the co-driver. Knighton, Brooks, Smith. Well, no, we're saying it's riding actually. Triple A. We're giving riding credit, but 56.1. Bill, good work, Bill. Good work, Bill. Or Steve, or sorry guys, it's hard here when we don't have some of it, but we'll have it all ready for the race. We're getting all the decorations, because whoever qualifies, they've got to declare it and then go start the race. So we're going to get a nice list and know that at that time. So sorry for a bit of misinformation. You're here with the Carter's Tyre Service. I hire, Invercargll hire, and the Pits Media, the great guys there, Michelin too. But we're running through the time here. 7 minutes gone, so we're halfway through. Another 7 minutes to go, and we will wrap that up. These guys are warming into it as they come through. The McLaren there with the right behind the Mercedes-Benz as they work their way through and up to the Brickyard. It is looking there, but that has been the quick car so far. Sam Fillmore, 55-0. Last year, huge battle. He won the round here with amazing last couple of lap battle. I think it was about 10 laps where Reed and who was the other? Gaunt just fought tooth and nail to end it. Fastest lap after fastest lap, like reset the lap record like 5 times in the last 15 laps between the two of them, and then run out of gas to change the result right on the last lap. What a race! And then the car limping on starter motor to get it back because it had no fuel. So. What a race. That's what we hope to see again. I doubt that you will ever see another race quite like that. But, that's the action they put on here. This track does breed action. As I said, watch that turn one. We've seen the Wolfbrook car here. It looks sharp. That's a new car to them this year. I believe that's the old Neil Foster car that they've taken over now. So it's a slightly different spec than the one you're seeing on screen. One sort of spec different, but it's a very fast and good car there. Getting another update here. We've got Grant Moore in the car.
Grant Moore, and as opposed to his son, Matt Moore, who must be the faster one. He's putting down a 1:13, so he'll be looking to get...
I will say with Grant, though, is it fitness, though? Is it, he will not want me to say that he is faster, that his son is faster, but he will say that he'd like the shorter stint.
Possibly.
Yeah.
That could be it.
He'll feel better about that.
Yeah.
He won't say his son's faster because I'm a dad. You don't want to say that. But fitness-wise, let the young bloke have a bit longer run. Nice dad. But out front, still Fillmore with the 55-0 is his quick lap. Sort of just looking for a good lap. He's seeming to, caught that Moore car there that we're talking about, the experienced runner there in it. And, as an experienced runner myself, you run the shorter stint, look fresher at the aftermatch.
That's it. So he's given himself a bit of a gap between Petersons, so he can come onto a hot lap now, I reckon.
It's all about shooting. We're coming up to the last corner. He looks like he's going slow there, but what you're wanting to do is set up this last corner, drive down the straight, and that's how you're going to set a fast lap here. It's probably, we found in the 86 and in the Mini, a good run down into 1 was half a second. Like, if you wheel spin out of that last corner versus not, it's half a second from the start line through to 1. And that's big differences in this field, because right now there's only 0.4 between Fillmore and Knighton has moved up with a 55.4 in the Mag Turbo car you're seeing on screen there. That Mag Turbo car is on a lap. He was second quickest there with a 55.4. Beautiful looking Mercedes-Benz there. 2 AMs as well, right?
Yep, that's an AM car.
So that's our AM class leaders right now in this, with Brooks riding there in third. That's the second of the AMs. Then the Pedersen car, Paul Pedersen is the AM and he's in fourth. Drop down though with Glenn Smith there, another one of our AM competitors. This AM class is hot here, isn't it?
It is hot.
It is hot there with a second running. There's a second between 5 cars there in that AM class there for second, and they're not far off the leader in Fillmore. So all these drivers I can see sort of in the car are the AMs. Or AM, so our AMs. And look at that competition and how close it is from a 55.0 down to 7th with a 57. So within 2 seconds there for those first 6 cars. We're in for a race here, aren't we, Andrew?
It's pretty tight at the top.
And that's the great thing of the AMs, and by this new rules of the starter having to qualify, it shows in this qualifying these AMs have to put out a lap, and it gives them a bit more competition because the AM guys are with them, and yeah, it's great innovation by the series in the class.
Yeah, and the guys that they're qualifying against now is the guys that they'll be racing at the start of the race, so they know who's fastest, who's going to be going where. You don't have a fast driver that's jumping in a bad spot, and you know what I mean, or a really slow driver now in the front of the field when he should have been 8th. It's a good safety measure as well. So done for safety, but it's also created a bit of excitement for us up here in the commentary, and you live on Pits TV through all those Facebook methods and YouTube and all that sort of stuff. Great coverage. I watched a little bit of it last
time out when I was in Thailand. You could watch it from there. So, yes, you can sit in a pool and watch the Pits Media. I hope you are enjoying it somewhere in the world and somewhere nice and warm. We are currently, I think, at 9 degrees here at sunny Invercargll.
Yeah, it's good to get a look in at sunny Invercargll from anywhere in the world.
Nothing like home. Is that Magan turbo car? He's got traffic here. He's either going to... I think he must... he's backed out. I thought he must be trying to finish a lap there. But he's had to drop out of it now. It's a GT3, the Malmazak car. That's a new one for this year, isn't it? That's the GT3R spec. That's right. Yep. So that's a full GT3. And the other classes, they run a cup-type car as they all get bogged in behind the slower car there. And
there's that lap gone to the bin.
Oh, that is totally gone for everybody. Sort of like to see a driver like that who is coming out of it, Glenn Smith, probably should have gone to the outside. I know you're going to pick up a bit of rubber and stuff like that, but really if you come off your lap like that, you really want to run around the outside through turn 1. Let the guys have a lap behind you. They'll just tuck it in the inside and go.
Especially with these really short qualifying windows.
Yeah, and a tyre window too, right? Like once you warm up that tyre, you got to go through a process to get it cleaned again and go. So, yeah, Glenn should have probably looked a bit better. They're third currently though. He has hit a lap, and these boys are all close here, so it's a good battle between them.
I think Hayden will be on a hot lap now, and he's got clear track ahead of him, so
absolute clear track for Hayden.
P1.
And into the pits goes. Yeah, into the pits he goes. So yeah, should have run the outside there.
I wonder if he's got a problem because he seems to be going awfully slow.
Or maybe two. So sorry, Glenn, for that. If you are running you have had a problem, I'll give you some benefit of the doubt there. Good call there. On screen we're seeing the Mark car there, but Fillmore's still quickest, followed by Knight and Smith, Malmazak, Mana I think in the car, Brooks, Pedersen, Dippy, Rhodes, O'Donnell, Spratt, Barrett, or West. No, it was Bree Morris in the car there, Rogers and Moore. So that's our field, 14 cars this week. And Sam Fillmore still in the front there. Let's see what Knighton does on this lap, though, because he is trying hard there. That's the other Mercedes there of Pedersen is across the line. They go with the checkered flag, and Knighton comes across the line with a 55.3. Does go quicker, but still not quick enough to take the spot.
Sam Fillmore's looking good for P1.
Yeah, I think that one here. No, this car across the line now. This will be the last one. I think we can do it. Pedersen could pop up. Where does Pedersen get? Paul Pedersen, can he get faster? No, he looks like, no, he's 56.6 on that lap, so just 2/10 slower than his fastest lap. I think that's most of our fastest runners. Oh, here's the Wolfbrook car across the line too. Can he jump up from a 56.1? Gets through that last corner, gets on the gas and gets out. Nope, pulling in there, didn't really. Across the line comes a GT4 runner, Rogers. Oh, Andrew Waits. We've just been informed for the 3 hour. His getting into that Brooks car, we've moved from AM to definitely Pro-Am with Mr. Waite in the car. Waitey's a good driver, been driving many different things and been driver coaching the guy. So don't know if they, had a lot of work to try and do the 1 hour and everything else like that. So to do the 3 hour might have just been a bit too much. So that's going to change the complexion totally of this race, really, with another pro and as good as Andrew Waite. That's going to be a great little battle there. So we've been saying Steve Brooks all the time. It sounds like Bill Riding is out of the car, so it was Brooks who's done all this work and done well. So sorry, Bill, we were trying to give you some credit, mate.
He might have been in the Porsche earlier.
Oh, no, he could well have been in the Porsche earlier, and yeah, I don't think that time's a weighty time, though. That I do think that is a, Steve, sorry, mate, but yep, weighty is a pro. So, bit of excitement here. We're just going to get the track cleared, and then we're going to start getting ready for our first of our races.
Oh, we're on.
Oh, racing. So we've had a worldwide success, with last weekend was a pretty good weekend for New Zealand motorsport. Brendan Leach from down here is seeing his dad, and he won in the Lamborghini in the fourth and doing really well in the championship over there.
He's leading the championship now?
Yep. Callum Hedge won the Porsche shootout. Ryan, and he's a guy who ran here as well. So we're running through people who have done South Island Endurance Series at times.
Yeah.
So Callum Hedge won the Michelin shootout for Australia. So
he's been invited over to Europe?
Yep, so he's over to Europe, so he's won that championship. Ryan Wood kicking goals, winning races. I think he's third in the championship because he did have a bad first round, but won the most races in the championship and announced walking tour.
And he's in the main game next year?
Yeah, so all these drivers have had, and Lawson, I did a national championship round, I know, in a GT3 car. Came down to the South Island, did one at Highlands a few years back. So all of these guys that you're watching on TV, they've come and had races here before they're sort of these TV stars. So it's quite amazing. And obviously we had like Van Gisbergen running at the last round, so he's done a few things as well, but I'm probably not building his name here so much as the other way around. But
there'd only be a few superstar Kiwis that haven't come through South Island Endurance Series or haven't made an appearance down here.
Yeah, and that's awesome. And that's what you're seeing here live on Pits TV is some of the future. Definitely,
that is probably what the DeVith problem was. Something fell out of that McLaren.
That's, yeah. Sorry for being, you can stay on the line when something falls out of your car. Yeah, different. There they all are. There's the replay of them all trying to just get track position. That was the biggest thing, is Knighton just sloops by, and then he went and got that track position. He really pushed hard. Paul Pedersen on screen there. So all AMs were in there. So all AMs going to start this race as Pedersen was pushing hard. His son Ant has supercar pedigree, and another one of the quality drivers, and ex-V8 supercar driver out there running in that Mercedes. So that's the sort of level you get at one of these events. It's amazing what comes through New Zealand motorsport, where they start, and sometimes who the ones that make it are, because it's incredible. Some of these guys you see and you don't think anything of, and then you see them overseas just kicking goals, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's bloody good to see.
So we've got a couple of minutes. We'll put you some lovely music and wait for this race to get onto the grid. So it's live on Pits TV, thanks to Carter's Tyres, Mobil 1, Allied Petroleum, Michelin, and Scaftech there. So thanks a lot, guys, and we'll be back for the first of our Class 4 and 5 1 hours. Thanks, Andrew, for the commentary, getting me through these qualifying sessions with a bit of knowledge. It's been great.
Scaftech Solutions are your scaffolding experts in the Invercargll and Greater Southern region that offer more than just scaffolding. From ring lock and tube and clip access scaffolding through to shrink wrapping, safety nets and temporary site fencing, Scaftech Solutions have it all. Backed by a team of experts that can put it all together for you, Scaftech Solutions will make it easy. Call them today on 0800 777 444. That's 0800 777 444 and talk to one of the team. Scaftech Solutions, it's within your reach.
Join me on a nationwide refuel roadie as I discover how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving. G'day, I'm Greg Murphy and welcome to the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie. Now, when looking for a place to start the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie, it was pretty obvious. Head down to the deep south and come to Gore, and Allied's brand new fueling station. Perfect location for you to operate all your fleet.
Yeah, perfect, Greg, and welcome to Gore.
Thank you.
So we run a fleet of 30 trucks here out of Eastern Southland and Gore here, servicing the farming district.
You guys are the one-stop shop for all the farmers locally around here. Man, you've got your fingers in every single pie.
Yeah, so livestock's one of the things we do, but also fertiliser spreading, general bulk cartage, and obviously farming sector, it's a 24/7 business. Yep. So we need to make sure we've got fuel to rely on, and that's one thing that Allied Petroleum give us. Yep,
the fleet card works pretty good then, eh?
Yeah, perfect. It's great.
Mate, great to catch up. I'm actually a bit of a fan of your HRT logo. I used to actually work for a team that was called HRT, a little bit different in its meaning, but hey, great to meet you. I'm now off to go and hit the quarry up the road at Winton.
Heading up with Oz.
Wish me luck.
No, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Next on Refuel Roadie.
Greg, how you going?
Hell of a setup you got here, mates. That's awesome.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. Carter's Tyres. Whatever you do, Tread true.
Build it, make it, fix it, shift it, tow it, stow it, dig it, lift it, mow it, trim it, grind it, chip it. We hire it. Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, saw it, clean it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it.
The coolest thing about these tyres is it just combines every part of Michelin that they've brought to the table over the years. So you've got the performance, the reliability, every single part of that is now connected. As a general everyday driving tyre, there's no road noise, and then you've got the velvet touch feel when you get outside the car. So it matches literally every perspective that a driver and someone who's passionate about the road would want.
Oh, well, welcome to the pits here at Teretonga for the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Series. I'm Stefan, and I'll be bringing you all the up-to-date pit action here today for the 2 1 hours and the 3 hour that's coming up a little later on. We've got Phil Hill here, who your car is currently set up a little differently to the way that the rest of these Porsches are here in Invercargll today.
Yeah, it's just our 3 hour car, the GT3R Porsche, number 908. We've sort of taken a little bit of a different approach to a lot of the other GT3 teams, whereas, you know, in New Zealand there aren't a huge amount of rules. The cars can be de-restricted and run different tyre pressures, etc. We've got a bit more freedom here. We've sort of hampered ourselves a wee bit because we've got a longer term plan to go and run at Bathurst. There's overseas events. You have to run certain size restrictors, you have to run minimum ride heights, you have to run minimum tyre pressures and things. So we're using really the series as a bit of a testing ground to, you know, get a car spot on for that. So, you know, hey, we lose a little bit in the straight line and things. We're a little bit down on power compared to some of the GT3 cars. But it's up to the drivers to make that up in the corners and the brakes.
So that's as hard as it could be in a straight line. I mean, still around the corners and everything, you've still got that speed like the other cars, so you're not really missing out too much, are you? And is there a massive difference in the speed at the end of the straight with you and these other cars?
Yeah, and you'll probably see it, the spectators will see it on the live stream as well, you know. Like we've got to run a 44mm restrictor, that's what we have to run at Bathurst in February, so that's what's in the car. If we pulled that out, there's noticeable horsepower to be gained. But for us, there's no point in flattering the drivers. We've got to make them work with what they've actually got to do at the big game, you know.
So the drivers that you got with you today, John O'Lester and Mel Mazak?
Man and Mel Mazak, yep. Unfortunately, Francois Beziak, we normally run 3 drivers, which again is a little bit of a handicap. But we need to get all those guys seat time in the car.
So all of these guys will be travelling to Bathurst with you in that car?
That's it, yeah, for sure. Except unfortunately Francois is sick today, so we're down to 2, which gets us saves us a pit stop there. So, hey, we'll take that.
Bit of straight line speed, anything's a bit of a gain for you guys, hey. But we will leave you to it, mate. We'll let you go back to the car. We're about to get underway for this first 1 hour. Best of luck for the 3 hour race a little later on.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Prime Motorsport there, the head of Prime Motorsport there, giving us a rundown, and unfortunately another sickness. So a couple of sicknesses going around there with Francois. Yeah, a little bit of running around, but that's going to actually spice up that race too. Just only having one AM in that car with the pro. Andrew Waite also will be announced. But let's run through the grid here. We've got in front of us for class 4 and 5 rolling starts. We've got, so they do a couple of warm-up laps, get the tyre temperature up and stuff. Looks like a 2K Cup car coming out there. What a great variance of cars and things here. And Reece Gold coming out there. He's our current pole man, with Scott O'Donnell in second, local man here with a 101. He'll be happy with that. Barry Moore in third. Palanot, who'd done well at round 1. Mike Hall in 5th. Russell McKenzie there in 6th. So some good battles coming through with the TCR cars. Then you got Chris Hall, who's that first of the Honda runners. And then Jacob Garger is also a good runner here, who's done a lot of stuff in the Lotus out of the Sangyongs last year. Will Taylor, Matthew O'Donnell, no relation at all, James Mitchell and Sam Wallace and Harry Judd. That's one of our 2-car teams. As into the box, we've got a pro to actually take over from me and actually make it a good. But we'll keep on running through that. Dylan Peach after a little whoopsie there in 15th place. Dave McLean in 16th. Bradley Dawson in 17th. Donovan Isted in 18th. Brett Sullivan, Eaton Hodgson. That car will move up from there. That's something's happened in qualifying for them to be that low. Reece Turner there in 20th. Mark Meadows in the Lotus in 21st. Steve Parker, Saxon Shen in the first of the 86s. Brooklyn Horan there. Brooklyn, a young, very, very young racer that's doing well. Mark Denton, Jordan Wallace in the 86. Mark, another 2 driver teams with Art Marcus, Jamie Duff. Nico Scholes, Max Wilson, and Jamie Wilson and Paul Martin there at the back of the grid. And welcome to Southland. Our lead commentator today, taking over from me so you don't have to listen so much, is Mr. Stephen McIver. Welcome.
Morning, everybody. Just jumped off the old Air New Zealand prop-driven ATR and straight to the string. Morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good. He has literally just walked in, made it for the race.
No, looking forward to the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series here. It should be an absolute cracker. And as Scott O'Donnell had said to me, the water goes away in the sand, and it certainly has, and we're good to go for this Class 4 and 5 1-hour race. See on pole Reece Gould.
Yeah, we're waiting for our 2 from the front row to come. They were late cars out. Is there's Mr. O'Donnell coming late? Has he made it in time, or is he going to have to start from pit lane? Oh, we've got a pit lane starter. He has missed the start.
Not a good start, but we'll just wait and see how that one goes.
The HWR hydrogen car starting from pit lane. He has missed the start. We will have a good discussion about that tomorrow at the board meeting about making the start time is important.
Here comes your pole sitter, Reece Gould, in the Signature Homes.
So he's by himself in the front row because it was meant to be O'Donnell there in second. So he's going to have an easy start there as up comes Barry Moore there in third in that little VW. So TCRs dominate the front of this field, and then we sort of go to the home builts further down 9th, 10th sort of area is where they start with Chris Hall. So 2 different classes here. You sort of have your TCR class and then your home built sort of class. For the different classes, there's BMW coming up. That's a good looking car, isn't it? Like that BMW, E46 sort of. Like my car.
Mobil One chase car just sitting there.
Yeah, Mobil One of the series sponsored with Allied 24/7 Gas. Great series sponsors and Carter's Tyres, of course. There's that Signature Homes pole sitter off the line they go. We'll have a warm-up lap and then a rolling start for this, so they'll all form up close and it'll be a very close battle down to turn 1.
Nothing like a good rolling start here at Teretonga Park Raceway. 8 turns, about 2.4 kilometres long, and one of the great tracks, one of the historically great tracks here in New Zealand. And you can certainly get some cracking racing, particularly coming through Castrol and then out through the S's. So there's a lot to be look forward to over this next hour. Big day for us too, with a 3-hour a little bit later on.
Yeah, that last year, as we've been talking about before, was one of the cracker races of the year, the battle to the end. And with that new announcement of Waite being into the car, in the riding car, he's taken over from Bill Riding. That's 2 pros. That's another pro and a very nice GT3 car. So that is going to be interesting with Mr. Waite joining the field. But this is the race we're talking about. Now, the first thing we're going to see is turn 1. Now, I'm going to say, even on the first lap, 2 wide through turn 1 here at Teretonga is exciting.
I love the ability when they come through the Castrol here, because it is a passing option if you're brave to go on the inside rather than the outside and set yourself up.
Well, and as the other guy, if the guy dives you on the inside exit here, you can have a little crisscross into that next session because it does flow into the left-hander. And if you've stuffed up the first one, the second one becomes very hard. So some nice 2 flow corners we go through and then up into a very hard braking zone. Another one of our passing opportunities right there.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience about stuffing it up there, Mark.
I've stuffed up many places. If there's a corner in New Zealand I have not missed the apex, I am very keen to find it. it, but I think I've missed every apex in New Zealand at some stage.
So the Mobile One pace car has getting formation up, and it is out. So we're good to go and ready for the start of this 2023 South Island Endurance Series 1 hour race, classes 4 and 5. They come down to the bottom and head onto the pit straight and get ready to roll. Reece Gould on pole position. Scott O'Donnell will have to start from pit lane. A second row, Barry Moore and Pearl Armit. Lights are still red, waiting for them to go green. Green and racing in the 1 hour race, classes 4 and 5, and straight away Gould is on the hammer heading towards turn 1.
Who's going to make the move to the outside as the battles already start? This is a hard time. Cold tyres as O'Donnell now comes out of pit lane, and he's got dead cold tyres, no warm up at all, and it's going to be horrible in that car because it's, we've got a spinner there at 1 and off it in. We try and pick up who that is. It looks like a Mazda, I think, off mid backpack runner. We'll try and pick that up, but that's going to probably be a safety car unless he can get it running. It looks pretty deep in the sand there as our leaders get going.
So coming through Cashel for the first time, the majority of the field led by Reece Gould, making their way throughout to the back of the field. And it's Sam Wallace, Harry Judd in the 12 car that's beached in the sand. And that's a little Mazda there, so that could bring out the safety car. Yeah,
you can't get that running, and that looks deep. Yellow flags out, safety car. Boards and flags will come out.
Well, you did mention saying the potential to go through turn 1. There would be a tiny bit of carnage in the safety car, the Mobile One safety car, back out, and not even one lap completed, and with a little bit of carnage here at Teretonga.
Well, I sort of know that because you actually, I think, were commentating me down here at Christmas when I decided to spin it at lap 1, turn 1. So
you have a tendency to enjoy the spin.
The pedigree, I've got pedigree at that with cold tyre, so I spoke from experience, not good experience, but this will help O'Donnell. Now he gets to catch up to the field, start on the back, and we'll have some warmer tyres, so he should be doing better, but big mistake from him being late to the start grid, and that's going to hurt all race. Looks like that's Sullivan. We're going to get the replay of the start as they go.
So just keep your eye on the 12 car as they come into the first turn. As they lock up, just a simple lock up, little spin into the kitty litter, and that's that done at this particular point in time as we see the recovery vehicle pull her out of the dirt.
The Macaulay Ford there, Wild Track, that thing pulls anything out of the dirt, trust me. Yeah. I asked her, was there going to be any problems with getting stuff out of it, and they've got a beautiful high ab here from Winton Grains that can get anything, and then they said these Fords will take anything else out that can't come out. So we'll see with the four-wheel drive action in play.
So yellow flag out in the opening stages. I mean, we mean the opening stages of this 1 hour here at Teretonga Park Raceway, classes 4 and 5. Reece Gould on pole and sitting there.
Out of pit lane, there comes Dylan Petch. I don't know if he missed the start or what. We'll have to have a look at where he is on the field. But Dylan Petch just came out of the pit lane. So those two Hyundais having problems.
So the 51 car, Dylan Petch coming out, was actually speaking to his father earlier this week, and they're pretty excited about putting him in a little TCR to have a crack. We know he's very quick in the Formula Fords
yes,
and the likes, so we'll just have to see where that stacks up at the moment. So at the moment, just early days, Reece Gould ahead of Pell Emmett, Barry Moore, Mike Hall, and it rolls down. So
really 3 corners of racing so far. So we very much are early in it. So we will see those safety car lights come off soon because we look like that car is underway now. So this should be the last lap under safety car. We are up to 8.9 degrees here in sunny Invercargll.
Well, it must have been colder in Christchurch because I walked off the gangway, as it were, and I was breathing cold air. I thought, cripes, I didn't know it was that cold. You warned me that it would be cold, but it was a hell of a lot colder in Christchurch. But we're here in sunny Southland, and wherever you are in Southland watching this, we trust you haven't been too affected by the rain in the last 48 hours.
They're not necessarily in Southland. I mean, the first round I watched from a pool in Thailand, and it was delightful, I will say. Clint Brown, 5 hours of Clint Brown was good fun.
So some have it all the luck, right? Well, I've come from 34 degrees in Spain from the America's Cup preliminary regatta, and this is a slight shock to the system.
Well, I'm Singapore Grand Prix last weekend.
Okay, let's just throw it and make everybody sick in their stomachs is what we've been up to.
But the truth is, you can watch it from anywhere, and we've got people around the world watching this, and that's the great thing about Pits TV here. Thanks to the team at Pits Media, they put it out, and you get to watch it anywhere in the world. I got to watch my son race, so I could feel good and safe and know that he was racing, and enjoy the time with my wife away from him was fantastic. So it's great that the Pits Media lets you do that and still see it.
All I can say is I was sitting in Spain watching the Warriors up the Waz.
Up the Waz.
Up against the Brisbane Broncos tonight as the safety car takes the field around.
Here we go. Well, yellow flag. We're just getting here as we go. This is going to be, the lights are out.
Lights are out, safety car, the Mobile One safety car heading back, and we'll restart this one. Reece Gould sitting in the pole position ahead of Pell Arnott, Barry Moore and Mike Hall. As they approach the front straight, the yellow light's still on. It'll go green and we are back racing. Waiting for the lights to go green. Now onto the front straight here at Teretonga Park Raceway. One of the great front straights too. We can really hit the gas. Still on green, yellow, waiting, and green lights are go. So we are back racing.
Barry Moore looking to the inside there. Looks like he touched the grass or something nearly and drops him back as here comes Black with a big move. 3 wide.
Run up the inside by Warren Black in the 93 car as they head into turn 1.
2 wide through there. That's brave on the outside there on a cold tyre as they make their moves as they come through the last.
Big moves by Scott O'Donnell already. He's passed about 5 cars. Remember, he came from pit lane, going through pit 1 now. So he is, and that HWR hydrogen car is on fire early and going to weave his way through the field. He's coming out into turn 2 now and heading towards the Castrol.
2 wide round there. Go, Scott, go. He was late for the meeting and he is making sure he's getting there. But further up the field, we've got these lead pack.
Reece Gould, Arnott, Moore and Hall as they come to complete another lap. A long way to go. Remember, they have a compulsory pit stop at around the 20 to 40 minute mark. They're all going to take that pit stop regardless, 45 seconds, and then move on. Doesn't matter if they've got a driver change or whatever, they have to make the compulsory pit stop. And that's where endurance racing gets fun and makes it even a little bit harder for us to figure out where everybody is.
Yes, it definitely does. But there is O'Donnell making his moves past the Meadows car, and he's moving up the grid quickly because that was about 20th. So he's made 10 spots already on this first lap as he comes down the straight and starts peeling through 86s now. That's Young Horan and then Saxton Sheehan. Also now he's just gone past us that number 200 car. He's got his bit between the teeth as he looks to the inside down the end of the front straight and made another move as he is just pulling through cars here from the back of the pack. He has already moved up into the top 15. I think about now he's about 15th. So we'll get the update on that on the next lap because he's passed 3 cars already on this lap. He is definitely running late for this meeting.
Our fastest lap put on by Pal Arnott already at 1:04 as we see Scott O'Donnell on the HWR hydrogen car just working his way through the field, and the field now really starting to spread itself out as they come on to complete another lap. Going out the back of the field, that's through turns 5 and 6, and then coming down through turn 7, which will get him back onto the main straight.
So he's starting to get now to a bit quicker runners, so it's going to be a bit harder for him to start moving through once he starts hitting the TC other cars. But the battle at the front is absolutely raging as Gould has got him Arnott right on his tailpipe.
Well, the big mover is 93 car, and Warren Black started P8, now sitting P3, so he's on the hammer and right up Arnott's tailpipe. So just keep your eye on the movements of Warren Black there as they come up towards Castrol.
He's looking to the inside as Arnott. Oh, that's defensive there. Gould's back playing defence already, and that's backing up the pack behind him. We've already got 6-7 runners still staying there with young Jacob Gardger doing a great job there in 6th place in that little Lotus.
Really encouraging to see plenty of fans out here at Teretonga Park Raceway for the second round of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, and good strong fields too in classes 4 and 5, and I know it gets even better in classes 2 and 3, the 1 hour of that after this one as well. So heading onto the front straight, it's still Reece Gould leading from Arnott, Black, Hall, Moore and Gajaja. And that's your top 6 as they complete another lap and a long way to go.
Gould at the front here. There is a battle here. He's sort of starting to try. He's defending still, so that is going to affect lap time and keep these other runners close. Warren Black there in the draft and able to sit there. The thing that you will find with the aero dependence of these cars is it will start burning out front. Oh, he's touching the grass there, trying to make the move as Pal Arnott. As a real battle raging here, Stephen, for the front of this grid.
So, but nothing phasing Reece Gould at the front. Everybody else just going to chew up their tyres, and he'll just sit back and let them do all the damage to themselves. Arnott, then Black, followed by Hall. Best time by Gould at the moment of 1:02.057, so that's very, very quick indeed going around Teretonga Park Raceway.
qualified around the minute sort of mark. So 101 was sort of the fastest lap in qualifying. So the race pace is pretty hot here to be with the 2. But O'Donnell now up to 11th place. I think he's just made 10th actually, doing his namesake with Matthew O'Donnell getting past. So as they run through, and the other one coming through is that Sullivan Hodgson car. Eaton, a really good runner, and that car's been moving up.
So just look how well Palana's driving that little car. Lap 6 or 102.08. So he's on form. But again, Reece Gould putting in the fastest lap. It's a 102.057. So they're on pace. Can they maintain that pace for the full 60 minutes as they come through?
Well, that's quicker than his qualifying, so can he maintain that pace? That is 100% right when you're quicker than qualifying. We're into back markers already.
That's 991, Max Wilson and Jamie Wilson just stuck there at the back at the moment, getting the lap. We were always going to see that, as you call them, the home builds at the back in classes 4 and 5. And that's the interesting part of 1 hour racing, when you've got quicker cars, then you have to deal with the back markers and you've got pressure behind you.
Yeah, and it's hard to be a back marker as well, to be honest with you. I've been out there and running the slower cars, and you're watching your mirror half the time and trying to not make a mistake and not get in people's way and affect the race. So it's both sides of it are trying to do the whole thing.
But that's the good thing about this style of racing, particularly endurance racing in this class, is if you want to learn the game and you understand that, you've got a young son, Thomas, who's going to, with Race Lab in the new 86 series.
He was down, did the first round in the 3 hour.
Right, and so you've got to get miles in the seat and just keep on rolling, right, because you learn the nuance of endurance racing, but also the nuance of driving a race car.
Well, the basic thing of most skill elements, 10,000 hours they talk about, and 10,000 hours is what they say to become a master of any sort of activity and getting race miles.
How many hours do you think you've put in?
I'd hate to think.
Do you think you've done your 10,000 hours?
I'm probably on the decrease. I've probably gone past it. Now I'm on the downward stroll. If you think of what an hour of racing costs you, I do not want to admit on live air where I've got to.
No change to the top 3 in this round over this classic 4 and 5. Reece Gould still putting into the fastest lap. He's 0.518 ahead of Arnott and Black. So that top 3 sitting comfortably at this point as they continue to follow the back markers. And it's settled into somewhat of rhythm. In fact, you'd suggest as they head towards turn 1, Gould's just actually pulled up a slight lead.
Yeah, that's he has got a bit of a lead through these back markers, and that's behind the Jordan Wallace 86, and Jordan's doing her race too. She's got to sit on the line and do it, and she's doing well there to be in front of Brooklyn Horan there in that 86. Jordan been first sort of last round in the 86. She did Sanyong Utes last year and done a couple of other things, supported by Dale ITM and doing a great job, and really working with Saxon Sheehan to learn how to drive, and then Brooklyn Horan behind in the other 86.
So let's just take a look at Scott O'Donnell, who had to start from pit lane, and he's sitting in P8. He's a minute and 2 behind. Sorry, those are the laps. My apologies. It's the last lap. He put down a 102, but he's certainly moved up into P8, and that's the important thing, that he has got some pace in that HWR hydrogen car. Sitting...
We haven't...
Well, actually, I've got him...
There's the battle. There's changeover for second and third right now. Let's see as they come across the line. Yeah, Black's made it to second. Arnott's in third now. That's the changeover for position there. So that's second and third changed around. Maybe Arnott had used up that tyre or just got sick of being right behind Gould there and decided he needed to have a little rest and bring it back a bit, because this is an endurance race.
You can answer the question for me. Can you get into dirty air in these little TCRs?
Yep, definitely. And then that's just burning out that front tyre. So if they are running a Michelin hard, then they've probably got enough tyre to last, but definitely if you're running a good Michelin you can, but it is a good battle there going on with Arnott up there, and still the runner of O'Donnell coming through in 8th there. He's got the fastest lap of the race.
So currently Gould, Black, Arnott having dropped back into P3, having been overtaken by Warren Black in the Audi RS3 TCR. So there's Warren Black doing the job and hunting down Reece Gould, but Reece Gould really has on a flyer now, 2.7 seconds ahead of Warren Black. So he's just settled into his rhythm.
So looks like it moved with Arnott we might get a replay, we'll try and see, but moved through Castrol, got too far sideways. That's what we talked. It's one of those corners that if you do struggle on, can affect the next few and means you have some problems. But they're just moving through back markers here. Whole lot of back markers to get through. Let's see the Meadows car there coming through, and there's the Dale ITM car of Saxton Sheen. He ran the whole year last year in the National Championship.
Yep.
Just was in the pits talking to him. He's trying to get some sponsorship together. So young guy that's from down this way, and so really good to see him out here getting those miles in, but looking for some support. So always well presented car there, and good to see him out there and getting these miles in.
So Arnott being held up by some back markers.
Mark Meadows there in the Lotus. I think Mark's been running for many years in that, and a former Class 5 winner in the little 2-litre Lotus there as they come down the straight. It's hard, you can't go 3 wide down there, so you get caught up with the 86, and then the 5th place car of Hall there gets caught behind as there's a pass. Difference in speed is just incredible with these different cars, with over 10 seconds a lap difference between the front and back runners. We see some lights flashing there as they try and make their way through these back runners. Jacob Gaja there in 6th is doing a great job, but let's have a look at Black. He's trying to get past the RX-8 there. That's the one that I think they had the problem earlier in the running. Yes, it is. It's the one that had the earlier running. We'll get you some class results as we get going in a second. But Reese Gould, Warren Blake in second, Palau Knott in third, then Michael.
So, opening race of the weekend here for the South Island Endurance Series at the Carter's Tyre Service Endurance Series here in the South Island. Good first weekend in Ruapuna and Christchurch. I think it's called Europark Raceway now. And
Euromarquee.
Euromarquee. Are you sure it's Euromarquee? Just Euromark.
Could be right.
M-A-R-Q-U-E? Euromark.
Euromark. There
Wow.
you go. Well, I read the program.
Good French, mate. Really good French to start off with.
My French. I did do French class. I don't know if I actually paid attention, but I was there in third form. Year 9, I think that's called nowadays, for those younger people who go third form. What are you talking about, that old fart?
Reese Gould leading this opening 1 hour race here at Teretonga, and doing it in style too. He's sitting 2.6 seconds ahead of Warren Black and Arnott, the top 3 that have settled themselves down.
Mike Hall there at 6.8 seconds down, so not too far back off Arnott. Looks like he might have hit his... he's locked up and gone straight ahead there as Scott O'Donnell and into the puddle.
Into the wet, just like that. Now,
just touched the barrier too. He'll be looking for reverse right now.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to be really careful here because there's so much water there that getting out of there, you could almost dig yourself a wee hole, depending on how much water and what the surface is like there. But it was a nice little skate through the water. I mean, he was flying through the field.
I'll be trying to get a little photo of that splash that he did there. He belly flopped into the pool there, and I think that's going to cause us a safety car, unless he can get it moving.
So no signs of a safety car at the moment.
What time are we into the race? Can we have a pit stop? Yet we've just lost our timing screen next to us right at the time we want to tell you how long's in the race, but... So 17 minutes in. So if there is a safety car now, that will cause it during the window. So you're going to see a flurry of pit stops if we get a safety car, because it will take a couple of laps. But can we see if O'Donnell's got out? Can't see him on the track, and we're looking for it. Yep, safety car's out. Safety car boards and flags are out. He cannot get out. There we go. We've got our screen back now, and O'Donnell there is. O'Donnell's there.
Safety car out, and there's the HWR Hydrogen TCR parked. Well, you could say beached, and quite appropriately beached, because it was like he came out of the water and into the sand, except he came into the grass here at the top part of the raceway, and he doesn't look like he's going too much further than that. So that's a real shame, actually, for Scott, because he was really starting to honk through the field after starting in pit lane. But hang on a minute.
He's finally found reverse. It's mode 6, push this button 3 times, and he's probably pushed it 82 times in a rage trying to get it there. And
that could
I do know Scott quite well. But HWR Hydrogen, actually, they talked to us about it last night, and it's an interesting Southland innovation to put hydrogen into diesel-powered vehicles. He's trying to spin the wheels and try and get it going, but he can't. But he did get it to move there a second, but it is pretty slippery there for a slick tyre especially. We'll get a replay.
Here's the replay now. So he came in a little hot and then just locked it up and had nowhere to go and then went swimming. There's the first big splash. Tell you what, something to talk about because it makes good tally. And there's the second one and completely puddled out. And O'Donnell brings out the safety car. And you're pretty close. If we're heading towards that 20-minute mark, at the 20-minute mark, they can then start going to their compulsory pit stops, which are 45 seconds per car, regardless of whether or not you're changing and you're running two drivers at all. So
it's a small pit, tight pit lane here too. This is going to be very interesting to have all these cars on pit lane.
Well, the historical in and out is around 20 seconds, unless, of course, you're changing tyres. That changes. But because of these, they're just going in, stopping, and going on. So levels the field up a little again.
So these back runners are all... So now we have the control of the lead car behind it. Oh, we've got another car stopped there, another 60.
That's the 60 car of Art Marcus and his little Toyota started driving out of Wanaka. Oh, it brings back memories. Here it is again. Watch it again. Just came in a little hot, was looking on the inside line and just locked it up.
I think he was thinking he was going to get a pass and then didn't get to do it. As we go past the 20-minute mark, this is pit stops are going to start happening right in front of us now. We'll come away from this replay because the pit stops are about to get action-packed. I think you will see every car in the field should come in right now.
It was coming up and through turn 4 and heading towards turn 5 up the back of the track and just cooked it. He won't be happy about that. We know Scott's a competitor. And likes to be at the front of the field, but as we see, some of the
and
cars
there they
now
all go in.
So cars cycling in for their compulsory pit stops now. Mark was saying before, it's a tight pits, and you're getting it's like you almost want to go in there and say, "Can I parallel park?" It's like being on a busy street. We'll just parallel park this one to get my.
Your restricted test parallel parking. And I'll say some of these things have no vision out of the rear, so it would be a nightmare, but anyway.
So the pits window is open. Just the one compulsory pit stop required by all of the field, and then they're back out. So,
there's our first one trying to squeeze out.
So some have made their pit stops and heading out. This will change the dynamic of the field, but that's what endurance racing is all about. That's the 14 car of Paul Martin and a Honda S2000, followed out by Mark Denton and a crowd of Christchurch on his BMW 329. Reece Gould too, along with Warren Black, have made their compulsory pit stops.
Next out's Barry Moore.
Barry Moore, followed out by Mike Hall and his Volkswagen Golf GTI. Then there's
Pal Arnott.
Now, let me see if he can resettle now, because probably had a lot of adrenaline rushing through that first 15 minutes and sitting in P2. I wonder, I mean, you've gone through the situation. Do you reset mentally in a pit stop situation when you only got a one pit stop and it's a stop and go, basically?
At 45 seconds, you get to have a drink of water. Sometimes that can help you reset. The other thing is, you might over-pressured your tyres. You had everything at the start, you wore them out, and you just will bring some pressure out of your tyres, which will give you some freshness back, as we've got O'Donnell back in the pit lane now.
Yes, so the question remains now, he'll have lost laps. Does he stop and go and keep on moving? The crew just having a look at the front. He tapped the tyre barrier out around turn 5 as he slid into it. So it wasn't a major nudge into it at all, because he just slid in there. So it looks like quite simply that Scott will take his compulsory pit stop and get going again. That's what you want, right?
Yep, I think he might have lost a lap, but yeah, not too much of a penalty there for him.
You're watching the second round of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, brought to you by Allied 24/7, Michelin, and also, of course, Carter's Tyres Service. That's Michelin Motorsport, by the way, as cars start to weave and just put some heat back into their tyres behind the Mobil 1 pace car. So we've had 23 minutes, of this 1 hour race. We had a bit to talk about already, Mark.
It's been a great first race so far. This is our second safety car period, and yeah, it's been action-packed at the front. Some great battles there at the start with Gould and Arnott, and I think we're going to see it again right now with Black right on the tail of Gould.
So still on yellow flag in this 1 hour endurance race. You'll notice that sitting in the third position, but will be leading the field, is Reece Gould in the number 5 Hyundai i30N TCR, a Class 4 car. This is Class 4 and 5 racing. And it's the sort of track that suits, for me, the TCR.
Front-wheel drive cars do go well here. They've got good aero, and they are very good in this class as well. And they're just a factory-built race car that's just, they sound good, look good, and go good. And yeah, definitely a track where the aero performance that these cars get do help you through that turn 1 fast stuff.
Mark Jensen in the 181 car just come out of the pits for the second time, so he must have had a little bit of bother in that little BMW 320i. So cars cycling around, waiting for the safety car lights to go out and get back racing. Second round. Just a reminder, Class 4 is 2 litres to 3.5 litres, and Class 5 is 0 to 2 litres.
So you've got a lot of your 86s, a lot of Hondas and stuff like that in that Class 5 sort of thing. And then, yeah, you've got your TCRs. Now, you'll be maybe wondering, why is that car at the front there? Why is the leader not at the front of it? What happens is once you take the safety car, it takes whoever the leader will be to the front. If they pit at that stage, whoever stays on the track does stay behind the safety car. So if you stay out on the track, you don't get a lap back or anything like that. You just get to be at the front of the pack. But those two cars are quite a bit slow. So we'll see them rounded up by the first corner, by probably the first 4 or 5 TCR cars.
Yeah, they'll get chewed up and spat out.
So we've got 12 cars that haven't pitted apparently.
12 cars?
Oh, 12's the only car not to pit, sorry.
12 cars out of Sam Wallace and Harry Judd, their Mazda RX-8. That was the car that went off at turn 1 at the opening laps.
And I will say there may be a split driver thing, so they do 30 minutes each no matter what. So they're waiting until the 30-minute mark to do that pit stop so everyone gets a fair share. Sometimes that's what happens in racing. We say we're doing 30 minutes each. Don't worry about the strategy. We're not trying to win. We're just trying to have a race.
Yeah, exactly. And again, that's the most important thing about getting time in the seat. So lap 19, heading towards the half-hour mark. We're almost at the halfway stage, and there's no one really has gone out there to challenge Reece Gould at the moment, apart from Wayne Black.
Well, it's all about the second half
Warren
of the
Black,
race.
excuse me, my apologies.
It's all about the second half of the race, and they've done the pit stop. They've got through. Is there another car off down in the loop that we?
Please, with one of Scott O'Donnell's crew, Curtis Williams.
All right, let's go into pit side and see what some of Scott O'Donnell's crew are thinking about this.
Curtis Williams looked like Scott put his bikini on and went for a bit of a swim over the back straight.
It was a bit of a mess, wasn't it?
What happened there, do you know?
Well, I think I'd just seen a replay. I didn't see it actually happen, but it looked like he sort of just went in a bit deep, locked the fronts up and just went straight ahead, then through 2 puddles.
Yeah, bit of a shame as he was coming through the field, eh?
Well, he was, yeah. We had a bad start and he was making it up, and I guess probably just trying too hard, you know.
Oh, a bit of a shame for Scott. Hopefully he can redeem himself and end on a high note.
He's still out there, so we'll cross fingers, eh?
I've seen that. Was there much damage to the car?
Oh, broken bumper, but that's about it. Split is okay, everything else looks all right. Lots of water inside, lots of fog though, so we'll see how he manages that.
Good luck for the rest of it, mate.
Curtis, one of the crew of Scott O'Donnell, talking about the fact that he's driving a mobile bucket at the moment, and what that one would suggest if he's talking lots of water inside, but only, everything's fine. It was a soft nudge, as you know, Mark, so it'll be good to go. So they're still running behind the safety car. Scott O'Donnell at the rear of the field.
We had a pick-up there of that Starlet. That was, I think, the last thing we had to do was because Scott's out there, so I think the Starlet, we just had to get that picked up, and I think we're pretty much ready to go again. We're going to see the lights come off shortly.
So they'll complete this lap, one would suggest, and then we'll go racing again in this Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series Class 4 and 5 1-hour endurance race. Wherever you're watching this around the world, as Mark was the other day at the Singapore Grand Prix on Pits TV. We trust you're enjoying this and that the weather is comfortable and you're ready to go, because we've also got the classes 2 and 3, 1 hour, and then we've got the 3 hour, and that'll be something to look forward to see if Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid, who are the defending South Island champions and also 3R champions, can do their thing again. The safety car has been released and we are good to go, and a restart as we head towards the half-hour mark here in Teretonga Raceway Park.
What's that hanging down the back of the Magan Turbo car?
Magan Turbo car trailing a bit of... something's fallen off the car.
Oh, that's probably in the little spin he had in that first lap accident. So probably just a little bit of something off the toe strap or something, it looks there. Or the exhaust pipe starting to drop down as they go green.
Green and go, and Reese Gould and Warren Black straight away round up the slower cars, and they are away, followed by Barry Moore and his Volkswagen Golf TCR. So no mucking around, and
Jacob Garger doing some great moves here in the Lotus. He is pushing hard as one's off.
And once again, it's the number 12 car goes into the kitty. Have they managed to get it out? Yes, they have. Maybe they're just scared of that corner. Maybe that's got stuck in their mind.
Cold tire,
Cold.
Steve. Battle still at the front there, and the battles throughout the pack. And Jacob Garger in there, and then the Lotus is sitting there. He is putting pressure on these TCR cars. He's doing a great job.
So there's just a little bit of a rear bumper hanging off the back of the 12 car of Sam Wallace and Harry Judd. So that's nothing to be too worried about. It'll fall off, or they get pulled in and say if it's too unsafe.
Well, they've got their pit stop to come anyway, so it'll just get pulled off at that, and that's coming up.
Correct. That is the only car as Reese Gould crosses the finish line ahead of Warren Black. The 2, 3, 4 TCRs leading the field. A little Lotus up on the outside, heading down towards turn 1. Angry little Buzzy B going around the outside.
Oh, come on, Jacob. That's a great. Oh, he pulled out of it. That's a smart move from the young fellow. He's a young kid that is learning his craft, and that is good. As our leaders are up the front, Reese Gould and Warren Black, who's moved from 8th to 2nd right now, and they're battling through Castrol and out up to the graveyard. It's been a great battle here. Oh, another spinner. Got a spinner.
It's car 111. That's Matthew O'Donnell in his Audi RS3 LMS TCR. So, has he stalled it? No, he hasn't. Gets it going and away. So we won't get another safety car. I've already had 2 already in this 1 hour race. So back up and running. That's all you need to do, and keep on going.
Here comes Reese Gould down to the start-finish line to make another lap. As he's got Warren Black with the headlights ablaze behind him.
So Reese Gould, Warren Black, followed then by Barry Moore. So 3 TCRs at the front. Pal Arnott trying to go round the outside at turn 1.
Oh, he has. That's a big move. Big move from the outside there for 3rd. So we watch the battle for the front there. It's a great battle going on between Warren Black and your race leader, Reese Gould.
So Pal Arnott picking up that 3rd position with the move outside on turn 1. And Reese Gould just doing what he does well, just really comfortable. Looks really comfortable in the seat here today. Just in front of us, you won't see it, but the 12 car again coming out.
And he's lost that little bit on the back. So there's the Warren Black car. That lead sort of stretched about a half a second that last lap. Let's see what it is this lap as they come across the line. But that half second looks like it's more a second this lap type thing. They are pushing. He's pushing some better lap times out there. Still Warren Black quickest on the track.
Reese Gould laying down another quick time. He's 0.844 ahead of Warren Black, and as you can see, Pal Arnott now back into that P3 position, but a good 44 seconds behind. So they've really dragged out a lead on the rest of the field.
Yeah, they are. The field is chasing them there as we see TCRs, and then Jacob Garger there in 4th place. So that Warren Black car, he is staying still. He looks like he's caught up a little bit this lap on Reese Gould, so maybe he was just cooling a tyre, wanting to stay out of the aero wash, so a little bit further back. So we see the battle there at the front there has been good, but it's a good gap as we look further back in the field. There's the TCR.
So the midfield battle is always an interesting one, because you know when you've got your 2 cars that are sitting out front, they're just settled down to do their business, right? But you see a lot of action happening in mid-pack. And these cars coming around. And then this one, of course, involving, well, guess who? Scott O'Donnell starting to work his way through the field in the HWR hydrogen car, getting past the car 100, which is Chris Wallen's little Honda Civic out of Lower Hutt. That's a quick little car, the O'Donnell car.
That is well, he's driving it well. He was second on the grid, and he's trying to make it up there against the TCR Audi there. The sedan spec one as they get by, but he did lose a lap during that little incident where he went for a swim.
So he's gone past Denzel Travers in the Audi RS3 TCR car, and again pedal to the metal and carving up the field is Scott O'Donnell here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Okay, let's head into the pits. Stefan, what happened with that starlet, mate, that was stuck on the road?
Yeah, Steve, I just went over there and I hunted these guys out. They were all over the show. It turns out that they changed the gear ratio in that car, which caused it to rev higher and it blew the motor. So a bit of a shame for the Jamie Duff clan, but they are now on the trailer and parked up for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Remember, if you call me Steve again, I'll throw something at you.
Chris Hall leading the class. Let's have a look at the Class 5 battle, actually, with the results in that one there. And Chris Hall leading that with James Mitchell there in second, Donovan Isted in third, Reese Turner in fourth, and Mark Meadows in fifth in that battle there for the Class 5 guys. So class within class battles here as we look onto the field.
So almost 35 minutes gone in this 1 hour, and essentially no change to the top three. It's Gould, Black and Arnott leading from Hall, Moore, McKenzie and Gardger. Keep your eye on what Scott O'Donnell does from the back. You can see him out there heading to the top through turn 5 and turn 6, heading down towards Warren Black, posting another fast time of 1:01:106. That's quick. So that's a...
They're on the pace, aren't they? That's qualifying pace that they're putting through these tyres. So that's a lot of hard work. And there's still traffic around as they is right on the duff of it. But in front of you see O'Donnell, who's making his move back up through the field after that little whoopsie he had. Been a great run there from Scott to come through the field twice now. As we see the battles here, we're back to the front of the grid, and that's where that lead battle is happening.
Yeah, so it's interesting to note that Gould hasn't, look at this, Gould hasn't really got away from Black, and now the catching up back end traffic is actually just putting a little bit of pressure on him. So this is where, if you were Black, you just sit tight for a moment and try and get as close as you can to make that move. But that Gould car still is a rocket.
If I'm Warren Black, I'm sitting here just going, let's wait for a lap traffic to cause him a problem.
Yeah.
I'm just going to sit here, I'm going to take no risks, and I'm just going to sit here and wait for a problem. But then Warren just pulls up closer to him and tries to look like he's going to make a move at Castrol right now in front of you on the screen and make me an absolute liar. But
so going through Castrol, Black putting pressure on Reese Gould. They go through Castrol now, heading up towards turn 3. But just how smoothly does Reese Gould go through turns 2 and 3 and heading up to turns 4 and 5 and just puts a nice little gap on Warren Black. So the battle of the TCRs continues as we head into the 37th minute.
it seems like Black's quicker through this last sector and then through turn 1. And then Gould definitely gets him through Castrol on that next couple of corners there. So it's very interesting there. The two cars, TCR cars both, but seem to have their different strengths, or the drivers may have their different strengths.
I'm always fascinated by that too as they lap car 39, and that is the Bradley Dawson out of Invercargll, local born as Mazda RX-8, and good for him for getting out there on a beautiful day too. Is the crowd starting to build up on the hill as you come in through the main gates here? And I wonder if that's about setup too, and you understand that your car is better through different areas.
Yeah, and well, turn 1's a commitment corner, so that can be a big part of it as well. But definitely setup is it all. You can make your car turn, or you can make your car better in a straight line with different wing setups and stuff like that. So these cars are very adjustable as they go through.
So moving back to just a little bit further back down the field, and Matthew O'Donnell and his Audi RS3 starting to haul in Pal Arnott just a little bit. There's Pal Arnott there, has had a good start to the race, and has dropped back somewhat, and he's just under 6.5 seconds behind the leader, but strong, consistent driving. Maybe it's just cars just not quick.
Yeah. But one I've just noticed that has dropped off the leaderboard there is the Lotus of Jacob Garger. I don't know what's happened to him, but he's dropped a couple of laps, so he must have gone into the pits because we can't see him on the side of the track anywhere. So he was one that was really battling with those TCRs in that little Lotus, and it looked like it might have put a little bit through that, too much through that little Lotus, and it looks like unfortunately he's dropped out.
O'Donnell working his way through the field here at Teretonga Park Raceway. He's had an interesting afternoon, starting from pit lane, then finding the water, going for a swim. filling the car with water. I haven't actually seen any fallout, so it can't have been much. It can't be that much of a bucket. It's in the sense of holding water. Here comes the little Lotus out now. That's car 505. There's Robert Gardner and his Lotus XE out. So must have needed a little bit of tinkering, but back out and racing, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, he wants his miles, and that's what he's doing well. But Scott O'Donnell there, and here's the battle for the lead. Oh, it's a touch even there by Black onto Gould there right in front of you.
And at the same point in every lap, it's coming onto the main straight that Warren Black seems to pick it up, as he does as they head through Castrol as well. So there are 2 points in the track where he knows he can pick up pace.
Yeah, and that last corner is interesting because it's a passing opportunity, but when you're on a lap, you actually brake a little bit earlier because you're actually trying to get exit. So when you can attack, as one's on the TCR car there is working hard through sector 1, and they're coming up to a gaggle of cars in front of them. So that's another opportunity for Black to start to make his move, is that when he gets behind that lap traffic and he makes a mistake, or the lap traffic causes a mistake, he can jump on them there. But definitely the second half of this lap is Black territory.
Yeah, let's just follow this for just a moment, because it's weird as we're coming through turns 6 and heading towards turn 7 now there. Black seems to make up ground. This time, though, a little bit of a different story, because he got caught by back-end traffic there. So that explains that as the cars head towards the main straight to complete another lap as we head past the 40-minute mark. 20 minutes to go. And the 1 hour endurance classes 4 and 5 here at Teretonga Park Raceway and the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. So much racing to come a little bit later on. Of course, we've got the 1 hour on the classes 2 and 3, and then, of course, the 3 hour. The South Island Endurance Series 3-hour series, and we cannot wait for that one. That is going to be an absolute cracker. And when you take a look at the field for the next race up, we've got something like 26 cars or thereabouts in there. So,
there's lap traffic all around. There's 3 cars there. This is Black's opportunity to catch up, and now he's got caught by them being too wide and had to stop.
It's almost like he's being blocked by the back markers, and it's certainly helped Rhys Gould get away.
Yeah, Gould had a little issue there first, and then Black was thinking he was going to capitalise on it. As we see, the car in front of this group is must be young Ethan Hodson in it. He's been an absolute charger in that BMW, who's right in front of these cars here, and he's kept it on the lead lap and really done a great job. We see him in the next race. He was our second place runner in the Porsche. One of these young drivers learning his craft in the South Island Endurance Series, double running with Brett Sullivan, and then in the second race running a Porsche to get the miles.
Nice looking Porsche too. I was reading an article about it. It's a nicely prepared Porsche based in Wanaka that's being held out there. They've dragged it across, so looking forward to seeing young Ethan Hodson out there as we see your leader Rhys Gould now having to work through back marker tracker.
Right there, right in front of him, right there, as he lets him by. Nice smart move by the young driver, just letting the leader by in a nice spot.
Well, it's respectful driving, and that's what lead drivers would really like.
It is a lot of respect, and it's a hard thing. You have your flashing lights and other things to try and get it, but Black here, he's working hard to get back on it. Black runs. One of the things that will be helping Black out of that last one, I think that TCR spec that he's actually got has a traction control in it, which will allow him to get that drive out of that slower corner better in that front wheel drive car. So that's probably one of the things of why we're seeing him get such a good run. And then I think that also gives him ABS, so he's able to just chuck it into that last corner hard on the brake and get it turned in, and then use his traction control to get it out. So slightly different specs with the Hyundai versus the Audi, and they use the engine management system to get it done.
2.28 seconds is the gap now that Gould has opened up on Warren Black ahead of Pal Arnott, who's 11.7 seconds back from the lead, and has sort of gone backwards somewhat. But the interesting thing here is they've all moved themselves through back markers really smoothly. Look at the way Rhys Gould just takes that little TCR through the back markers, and no one's really blocking them. We saw a moment ago, man, it's almost a double block going through Castrol.
But that's 2 cars racing each other, right? Like, they're not trying to, you know what I mean? Like, yes. They still get to have their own race. They don't have to jump out of the way when the faster guy comes, if you know what I mean.
Well, I do know what you mean.
One car is, hey, look, okay, but if I'm side by side with someone, I'm there, right? Like, I've been racing the whole race to get here. I'm going to try and pass the guy. But that is the problem of being a leader sometimes, is that, you do have the faster car, and I'm doing my race.
Yeah, you see my helmet would be full of expletives saying, I am the leader, please show me and let me get out of the way. And he goes
I can guarantee that's the truth. I'm not saying that at all.
Well, he gets past Denzel Travers in the other Audi, so he's lapped Denzel Travers in the 220 car, so rescored really is...
He's lapped up to 6th place. I mean, it is a great performance by him. He has been consistent the whole lap times, everything. He's done the fastest lap with a 1 minute 0.9, which is faster than qualifying for him. So he is really setting the timing screens alight as well.
This is Pal Arnott on screen. And that's in the 17 car. That's the Hyundai i30N TCR racing out of Auckland, sitting in P3 at the moment. His last lap, he put down a 101.414. So the one thing we're noticing, if you look at those times in the green on the right-hand side of our scoring ladder, they're really consistent.
Yeah, they're fast laps, and that's the fastest lap they've done. And so you can see that there's, a second between the top 5 guys. But there's been such consistency from Gould that he's been able to get this big lead against most of the others except for Black, because he's just been so consistent throughout the race, just hitting that lap time number, hit that lap time number, hit that lap time number. And that's hard to do through this back market track. As we look at, that's young Horan. Trying to remember, sorry, I've said it his dad's name. I've given him his dad's name, unfortunately, for him. I know all sons love that. And he's a young 13-year-old who's learning his craft. He's also a rally driver. That Pal Arnott car is actually prepared by Haddon Rally Sports. So that is rally versus rally there with young Brooklyn Horan. Young 13, it might be 14 now, but started the national championship for the last couple of rounds.
The one thing you love about the Toyota 86 series, as we both know, you've got young Thomas running as one of the Race Lab team in the new season, the Super Sprint series coming up. It is such a strong car for a young driver to learn in, because they've got brakes that you can literally tramp on all day and they won't go away. And they're just a solid car to learn how to race.
Oh, yeah. And you look where the drivers who have come from that championship have gone afterwards. And, Ryan Wood a couple of years ago, Callum Hedge with where he's kicking down good doors. I've just given you 2 of the young names that are just doing so well. But Reece Gould, our leader there, is... A little
bit of a wiggle going into that corner, so really pushing the TCR very hard. Here's P2 at the moment, which is Warren Blake. It's interesting that you mention Ryan Wood and also Callum Hedge. Callum Hedge having won that scholarship now to go to the shootout in Germany, the Porsche shootout in Germany, which has been won by Earl Bamber previously, and he is running super well in Carrera Cup Porsche in Australia. And then Ryan Wood winning Super 2 last weekend at Sandown, and then gets the full drive with WAU replacing Nick Percat in the main game in supercars. I mean, you continue to be amazed at the amount of young New Zealand talent that's doing it. And in many ways, Ryan Wood is a bit under the radar, right? For most people, they're going, who's Ryan Wood, right?
Yeah, well, the guys are this is where he got his start, really. He came out at 86 and came down here and got into a Porsche and he was blowing our socks off us in an 86. I'll be honest, I chased his data and I hated it because he was so quick. But this kid was good, and he came into a Porsche and showed it in this series. And that's what we're going to see with Ayrton Hodgson in the BMW we're talking about. He's going to be in a Porsche. They use this as the development to head to Australia and do their Porsche racing and go so well. Ronan Murphy last year, same sort of thing.
What intrigues me is the step out of an 86 into a Porsche. You're dealing with a completely different car, and it must be a hell of an adjustment. Yes, it's another car, it's another steering wheel, but you're dealing with a different dynamics, different power, different handling.
Yeah, definitely all of those things, but the 86 series is so competitive that it just makes the skill level there, and it's about every sport. If you've got the base skill level, you can adapt to the different situations that you have. You don't go out there and, if you know how to tackle, it doesn't matter how big they are, they go down if you've used technique. And that's the same in the race car. The technique on the brake, the downshifts, and all of those things transfer from an 86. And because of our New Zealand competitiveness, we've got these top cars, top teams running them. We've got some of the best driver coaches around that are working in that series to make some of the best drivers we've got, and it's just stepped them on. And then the other thing we have is TRS, which is just insane for the same sort of level and that sort of thing. And that's why New Zealand drivers, we're just kicking the goals overseas. I mean, we just talked about 2 guys winning classes. Brendan Leach, the South Island runner, won in Lamborghini as well.
Still leading that Super Trofeo series.
And won a race and was 4th, I think, in leading the series. Liam Lawson got points in F1. He was in the National Endurance Series a couple of years ago with Scott O'Donnell. So,
and isn't that a story that we can't get enough of? The future of Liam Lawson and how that one will shake down. The Japan Grand Prix this weekend at Suzuka, a track he knows because he's driven Super Formula there. But what will happen? Haven't heard any announcements. Here's the crazy thing: there been all the chatter of the Formula One journalists saying, what's going on? Is Tsunoda going to be renewed? But we haven't heard a thing, and we're heading into qualifying today. So much to look forward to as we refocus on the last 12 minutes of this endurance race in classes 4 and 5 in the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, and it's all been Rhys Gould. Hasn't been headed. He's had the charge from Warren Black, but he's 4.8 seconds ahead. And Pal Arnott, who initially was sitting right on the tail of Rhys Gould, sitting back in P3, some 17 seconds back from the lead. It's been a peerless drive from Rhys Gould so far. And the encouraging thing is he comes up behind a very slow back marker, who's is actually heading into the pits, is that they've managed the back markers sweetly. Heading towards 10 minutes to play in this opening 1 hour endurance race with class 2 and 3 not too far away. And some very, very strong cars. There are a lot of Porsches out there that I'm really looking forward to seeing. I'm also looking forward to seeing Steve Brooks and Bill Riding in their Porsche. They're running an Audi in the 3R endurance race. They're pretty excited. I know Steve Brooks loves his car in that Audi R8.
That's with Andrew Waite now.
I was Waite. So
Waitey's in. Bill's out, and I think he's sick or something. And we've just heard also one of the French guys is sick as well. So
one of the French guys. You mean Francois or Mana?
No, I'm pretty sure it's Francois. I'm pretty sure. But that's why I said one of the French guys, because it's one of the two, and I'm pretty sure it was Francois. I'll get the information in the lunch break. We've got a break to go and find that all out. But yeah, we've got Francois, I believe, is sick. I just got a rumour, but now I think it was Bill Riding that's out with that weight car.
You and I are going to have to talk about rumours versus facts, mate.
Well, no,
you can't throw a rumour out.
No, I know that they. I know that they're out. I just couldn't remember the driver. Sorry, Stephen. It's a long day already. Okay?
You think?
Yeah.
You think?
And we've only got another 4 hours of racing action to come. It's 10 minutes to go, but the battle for third looks pretty hot there with Arnott and Hall. They're pretty close together as we see them come across the line. Has Arnott made the move on Hall now? What's happened there as they go across the line and into one?
So here is trouble. There is the 117 car. Mike Hall in the Volkswagen Golf GTR. He is
slowing down on the front line. This hopefully he can get to a safe spot. Is he going to pull in there? If he doesn't, that's going to be a safety car.
So what is
going on? For the
on?
last few laps here.
So there is Mike Hall pulled up. He hasn't pulled up. He's pulled over. And there is something definitely wrong with the 117 car, the Volkswagen Golf TCR. So you can see a yellow flag out at the moment, or just a caution flag has gone up. We haven't gone full course yellow at the moment, but I mean, you're a race car driver. You'd go safety car, and that's sitting on the front straight, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Whoa! There's one that's missed. The safety car boards are already out.
Well,
they're already out.
Little Lotus. I think there was Garjo, had to take an inside lane, didn't see him, went onto the grass, has survived okay. So, yeah, safety car now with under 10 minutes to play.
That was pretty much exactly at the time the safety car could see that was going to happen, and they called the safety car bang when that happened. And it was luckily great reactions from the young kid there in the Lotus to miss that. It got a little bit airborne. I don't know. We were on the screen with that, so that was a hairy moment there for a second. But the safety car boards had just come out as that happened.
So this is the first 1 hour endurance race of round 2 of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, brought to you by Allied 24/7 Fuel, Mobil 1 and Michelin Motorsport. And we have another safety car. It's car 117. That's Mike Hall in the Volkswagen Golf TCR has just pulled up. Full stop. Nothing smoking, it's just stopped. So this is going to be interesting now, because the field will pack up again and give Warren Black the chance to get his nose behind Rhys Gould again.
Yeah, I've got to guess that it's there's going to be the cars in between. So there's a few cars in between. So we'll try and figure out how many cars are left in between those two. There's one car, is it? Gould there, and then one car between, which is a little 86. So that'll be cleared pretty quickly. So we are going to be in for a battle.
And it's the perfect way to finish off the back end of an endurance race when you start to bring a little drama into play and one car behind. So if you can get past that one car, and we know those TCRs flew on the last restart. They literally gobbled up the...
Here's a replay of that.
So just keep your eye on the little black car coming down. Now that's what you call a cheek tightener. And you've got to suggest, and there was that Jacob Gardner and his little Lotus there. That was almost too close for calls. And I'm going to say it right now. They should have called a full course yellow a lot quicker than that, because he was at pace. So that's called dodging a bullet.
Very much so.
Wow. When you look at that, that's a blink of an eye. So good on Jacob Gardner for getting that little Lotus out of trouble.
Yep, we missed. It could have been a massive one as the Wasteco Raptor there pulls out the TCR car, and we should be getting back under it. We've got 6 minutes to go, so I'm thinking we're going to have about 4 minutes to go when the race restarts.
So under another safety here in Teretonga Park Raceway, there is your race leader, Reece Gould in the 5 car, the Hyundai i30N TCR, and 2 cars back is Warren Black and his Audi RS3 LMS TCR car, the 93 car. The battle will be between those two for the finish line. It's quite a way back to Pal Arnott in the 17 car. That's the other Hyundai i30N TCR. So it's a battle between the top two. There's a little 86 sitting in between them, but that will cause no bother for Warren Black, except the fact that it'll be frustrating there to get past it, to try and get up to speed to see if he can pick off Reece Gould. So the Mobil 1 pace car just working them around. The track is now clear.
Class 5, we'll give you a few results from there. Currently leading that is Chris Hall with James Mitchell in second, Donovan Isted in third, and then Mark Meadows in that little Lotus fourth, Reece Turner in fifth. So some good battles also in the class side of stuff as well, as we hopefully going to see that safety car light come out this lap, and we're going to be back underway.
So they're now just going through the back part of Teretonga Park Raceway, heading up towards turn 5 and then coming down through turn 7, and the safety car has moved away. So it'll be green lights shortly for the resumption of this 1 hour race in classes 4 and 5 here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Let's find out what happened to the 117 car. Steph?
Yeah, hey guys, Stephen. He lost all gears, so that car was flying, absolutely flying. He was licking the back of third place and no gears whatsoever. So it seems people are having a few issues with gearing around this place today.
Thanks, mate. We are green again. Under 4 minutes to go in the first 1 hour races, class 4 and 5. And Reece Gould now has Warren Black right up his tailpipe as they go through turn 1. But look how well Reece Gould's exit is on that.
Yeah, he's been struggling there all night. Has he been playing possum with us, Stephen, through turn 1 as he's pushed that lap to try and get that? But as we said, watch for the ABS and the traction control to use that in that black car, black transport car, because he can get out of those slower corners and into that last corner seems to be where we see his advantage. So we're in signature homes territory soon. We're going to go into black transport territory.
So Reece Gould leads Warren Black through the back half of the field as they're coming down towards turn 7 and onto the front straight. This is where Warren Black traditionally gets him, and he doesn't this time. So a bit of a sloppy exit, you might say, a little bit from Reece Gould, but he'll probably slap me for that one because he's been sitting in the lead for 99.9% of the race. This could be a lights to flag victory for Gould in his Hyundai TCR. And there's Pal Arnott. Now Pal Arnott's picked up some pace. Now he's probably he's only 4 seconds off Warren Black, and that's plenty of time to pick up. We're sort of under the 3 minute mark now, so anything could happen, maybe even that P2, P3 position. And he is honking as they come through towards Castrol.
Yeah, they're absolutely moving there with the battle there. He's trying to catch that group in front. He was about 10 cars in between them, but caught up all of the sort of 15 seconds, but unfortunately had those few cars between them as they keep on going. But let's see, Warren Black there is in an absolute scrap. He's going to try and get the power down and get moving. He's got to get to the back of Reece Gould as Gould is trying hard here to do the battle. Power nut there. We've got one out over in the corner there. It looks like he's parked up and out and safe, but let's watch this battle at the front as they drive down. Warren Black might have brought up his tyres now. That's one of the other things you can see, is that sometimes the tyre pressures come down too much in a safety car. It can either help you or hinder you that if you are a bit too far with it. But Black is definitely getting a good run down the front straight at this time. And working through turn 1, the battle is raging here with only 2 minutes to go in this Carter's tyre service 1 hour race, the first one of the weekend, as the battles happen throughout the pack. So catches him here, then it's just really quick, the TCR, the Hyundai TCR from this point on through these next flowing section. He seems to get a little gap on Warren Black, and then up to here. After this breaking point here, that's when Warren Black starts getting it. But he's quite shallow with his line there, so not using all the track. So don't know if he's starting to get a bit tight in the car or what, but there's definitely a good battle going on there between Gould and Black here, with about a second between them as we talk, and after an hour of racing, 59 minutes gone. So we're going to get the last lap board out this lap right now. I can see it in front of us as he takes the last lap board.
So Rhys Gould on the last lap. He has led from start to finish. He's had pressure from Warren Black. It was early pressure, came from Pal Arnott, who's just come across the start-finish line. But in the end, it's been a sublime class of watching him just negotiate that Hyundai TCR around Teretonga Park Raceway. As they come through Castrol now, this is where Warren Black has traditionally picked him up through the race. And you can see he closes the gap in, but Rhys Gould has just been seamless all afternoon here. Should I say all morning? Gosh, it's just gone 20 past 11 in the morning here, wherever you're watching around New Zealand. It is a Saturday morning in New Zealand as we see him come around the final turns. That's through turn 6, heading towards turn 7 and onto the front straight. Rhys Gould, final corner, comes onto the front straight. Checkered flag is out. And Rhys Gould in his Hyundai i30 and TCR will take out round 2 in the 1 hour endurance race here in the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series, followed home by the 93 car of Warren Black. And coming home in third position will be Pal Arnott. Well, lights to flag doesn't get too much better than that, Mark Mallard.
Yeah, and across the line we get Barry Moore. That's the last one on the lead lap there. The fourth, there are only 4 cars on the lead lap. That's how dominant Rhys Gould was in that race. And it wasn't lap time so much. He was the quickest, but it was down to consistency. And he just managed his time, managed the race. That's what we're talking about, endurance racing. It's how far you can go in an hour. It's not necessarily the fastest car, it's the fastest car over an hour. And he did a great job of that. Really, we hardly saw the car move. There was a little couple of moments about that 45 minute mark that you sort of saw the car sort of moving. Then it sort of seemed to come underneath it. But just huge consistency from him with a fast lap there. So great move.
Worth noting, he put his fastest lap down on the second to last lap, the penultimate lap. He put a 1 minute 0.706, so that was quick. That's very quick.
And he had that Challenger Black that he had to see off at that stage.
So confirmation of the results of the South Island Endurance Series Round 2, Race 1 classes 4 and 5. Rhys Gould gets it with a win over in 1.3 seconds ahead of Warren Black, followed by Pal Arnott, Barrymore. Denzel Travers, the youngster in that 220 Audi, got lapped. 1 lap back, he was the first of the lap traffic. Sullivan, Wall, O'Donnell, Donovan Isted, and James Mitchell.
Wall was the leader of Class 5 there, so that was the win for him in Class 5. That's a great result from him.
Meadows, Turner, Parker, Sheehan, McKenzie, Dawson, Horan, Denton, while Scott O'Donnell had just one of those days.
Yeah, Saxon Sheehan won the unofficial Toyota 86 championship run there, so that was good for him, so well done to him.
Jacob Garger, 5 laps down, had a moment, almost rear-ended the Mike Hall car, but we won't talk about that because that's something you don't want to think about as we go down to Dylan Petch in P30, and didn't have a great day, obviously, because that's well behind. So there is your podium, and in the middle of it is Rhys Gould in the number 1 position. Beside him, Warren Black, and then Pal Arnott. All TCR cars, all cars consistently doing the job. And that was good to watch, particularly the TCRs working their way through the back markers as well.
Yeah, it was a good field. 30 cars made it interesting. We've got a great field coming up in the next battle too. And just large fields make great racing. And we can see racing throughout the pack was good. So that was fantastic effort. And I think young Ayrton Hodson there, and you said it was Brent Sullivan, but with him at the end of it, that one, he really pulled that car up from being a lap down from his previous driver in there, and he really worked hard. They'd had a bad qualifying session, and Ayrton really drove that car so well there. We saw him letting the traffic through when he needed to, but was quick for that car's what it should be able to do.
You mentioned Ayrton Hodson. He'll be back out in about 15 minutes because 11:40 is the time for our next race, which is the Class 2 and 3 1-hour endurance race. He'll be hopping into a GT3 Cup 991 car in Class 2, so he is going to be busy, but there's nothing better than having time in the seat regardless of what sort of car you are driving. We'll try and get some reaction shortly from one of our podium places, but at the moment that is your podium for the 1-hour endurance races classes 4 and 5, proudly brought to you by Allied 24/7 Fuel, Mobil 1 and Michelin Motorsport here at the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series round number 2. So just waiting for Reece Gould to get out of the car, and Steffi will be there to have a yak to him and get some reaction on what was really a wonderful race to watch. Lights to flag. Let's get some reaction now down on the front straight. Stevie?
Reece Gould, you led from start to finish. You got to be pretty happy with that performance.
Yeah, no, pretty happy with it. Actually, qualifying went well this morning, and yeah, pretty happy with that. A couple of safety cars put a bit of pressure on. I'm not sure what that thing's got in it, but it's got some grunt down the straight and all that. So no, it was a good race for the boys, and Sam and the team, lucky to have them on board.
You had a 4.1 second lead there at one stage before it closed down at the end, so the car performing good, you're performing good, feeling all right after that?
Yeah, no, the day's good too. It's nice and cool, sort of early in the morning and that type of thing, so no, happy with it. Car's going real well. Yeah, hasn't really missed a beat this weekend at all, so well prepped, and looking forward to levels.
Well, congratulations on taking out the second round of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series here at Teretonga.
Thanks, mate. Yeah.
We'll head over to second place. Palana, pretty happy with that?
Yeah, a bit of a lonely race, but good fun out there.
Third place, eh?
Yeah, lucky to hang on to it. The fourth place car was coming up pretty fast, but I think they had a problem with about 5 minutes to go, so pretty happy.
Yeah, they did a few gearing issues, but you can't take it away, mate. You performed really, really well.
Oh, thank you so much. Had a great time out there.
How are you feeling?
Tyres.
Go park it up for the rest of the afternoon, eh?
Thanks, bro. Thank you.
All right, now we'll head over to second spot. Warren Black. Warren, car looking fantastic. You're looking pretty good, mate. Got to be happy with second spot.
Yeah, no, real happy. It's for the M Developments team. Like, we had the engine out yesterday, put it back in for qualifying, had a few issues, and then, yeah, to come away and get a podium. It's awesome for the team, eh? They really deserved it.
The team work real hard, and you work real hard yourself. The car looks $1 million, and you're going to go and enjoy this the second spot.
Yep, no, awesome. Thank you. It was an awesome race. Thanks to all the sponsors and everyone that puts on the event. You can't do it without them, and with good competitors, like the whole field is awesome.
That's good. You were coming there in the last part of that race, the last couple of minutes. Did you find something after that last safety car?
I thought I had to suck it up a wee bit and try a bit harder, try and catch him. I knew I had a wee bit more pace on the end of the straight, but yeah, he was shutting the door pretty good. So, nah, it was good fun.
Lap traffic, did that become a bit of a hassle? I noticed you'd get away from you a wee bit, then you'd pull him back in and then get away going through lap traffic?
Well, lap traffic works both ways. It works for you and against you, and that's what's real good about the lap traffic. They give you race room, and they do their best, and that makes it easier for us, and yeah, we really appreciate it, everyone out there.
Well, congratulations on second spot, and this is your podium for round 2 of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Series here at Teretonga in Invercargll.
Thanks, mate. Nice work getting reaction 2 from our full podium. There's still more to come. We're not too far away. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of our second race. It is the second 1-hour endurance race of the weekend here at the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. It will be classes 1 and 2. And sitting in pole position is Jordan Michaels, Adam Julian behind him, and Mana Melizamak and Ayrton Hodson making up row 2. Matt Whitaker and Martin Dibby making up row 3. So much more to come. We'll be back shortly in about 10 minutes' time here on Pits TV, live from Teretonga Park Raceway.
Tread true.
It's what we are and what we do.
Stay true to our roots and principles. Keep our customers and their vehicles safe.
Think smarter and keener
to reduce cost.
Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners.
Own mistakes and do our best to put things right.
Work hard.
Play fair.
Act with honesty.
Inspire trust.
And always
Do the job right.
Build it, make it, fix it, shift it, tow it, stow it, dig it, lift it, mow it, trim it, grind it, chip it. We hire it. Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, saw it, clean it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it.
The coolest thing about these tyres is it just combines every part of Michelin that they've brought to the table over the years. So you've got the performance, the reliability, every single part of that is now connected. As a general everyday driving tyre, there's no road noise, and then you've got the velvet touch feel when you get outside the car. So it matches literally every perspective that a driver and someone who's passionate about the road would want.
Join me on a nationwide refuel roadie as I discover how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving. G'day, I'm Greg Murphy and welcome to the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie. Now, when looking for a place to start the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie, it was pretty obvious. Head down to the deep south and come to Gore, and Allied's brand new fueling station. Perfect location for you to operate all your fleet.
Yeah, perfect, Greg, and welcome to Gore.
Thank you.
So we run a fleet of 30 trucks here out of Eastern Southland and Gore here, servicing the farming district.
You guys are the one-stop shop for all the farmers locally around here. Man, you've got your fingers in every single pie.
Yep, so livestock's one of the things we do, but also fertiliser spreading, general bulk cartage, and obviously farming sector, it's a 24/7 business. Yep. So we need to make sure we've got fuel to rely on, and that's one thing that Allied Petroleum give us.
Yep, the fleet card works pretty good then, eh?
Yeah, perfect. It's great.
Mate, great to catch up. I'm actually a bit of a fan of your HRT logo. I used to actually work for a team that was called HRT, a little bit different in its meaning, but hey, great to meet you. I'm now off to go and hit the quarry up the road at Winton.
Heading up with Oz.
Wish me luck.
No, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Next on Refuel Roadie.
Greg, how you going?
Hell of a setup you got here, mate. That's awesome.
Scaftex Solutions are your scaffolding experts in the Invercargll and Greater Southland region that offer more than just scaffolding. From ring lock and tube and clip access scaffolding through to shrink wrapping, safety nets and temporary site fencing, Scaftex Solutions have it all. Backed by a team of experts that can put it all together for you, Scaftex Solutions will make it easy. Call them today on 0800 777 444. That's 0800 777 444 and talk to one of the team. Scaftex Solutions, it's within your reach.
Welcome back to Teretonga Park Raceway, wherever you are around the world on Pits TV. This is round 2 of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, and we are now heading into the 1 hour endurance race in classes 2 and 3, and here is your grid.
As they get underway here, they hear that V8 roar as it gets underway. Naturally aspirated V8 on the outside as well there with the GT3 cars, so those two. And then we've got the gaggle of Porsches, and it's sort of the Porsche Cup there for one of the other battles there. So just running through the grid as we work our way up into this one warm-up lap, and then we'll be underway. The Mobile 1 safety car will turn off its lights and we'll be under action here.
So Jordan McGill's sitting in pole position. There's that magnificent Mark Mustang. You got to love a big, just growly V8, don't you?
And doing a 55 round here, and the naturally aspirated car is quick. So he is on the wheel, local Southland boy who knows this track well. And he battled well last year and really put it to these Porsches. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that battle there.
Mana Melzek and that beautiful Manthe Racing GT3 Porsche Cup car. They are beautifully prepared, those cars, and they can fly. And I know John Alesta's been training Mana and Francois Bezek a long time, and they have got better and better under that tutelage. The safety car is away. We are about to get green to go in the second 1 hour race here in Teretonga Park Raceway. It's classes 2 and 3, the 1 hour endurance race. Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. They are lining up, waiting for it to go green, and we are racing. Classes 2 and 3, the 1 hour endurance race. Mickles on pole, has Julian down on beside him, and they're bunching up, heading towards turn number 1. Inside line for Mickles. Pressure coming from Mana Melzek on the inside. Brake dust flying. There is a spinner at one stage. Who's that? Let's double check. That's a Porsche.
There's the Davidson car in there as well. That was 10th place, around 10th place, a couple of those Porsches. As they try, oh, and there's another one spun in front of that.
So we will get the safety car out, just like in the 1 hour endurance races for class in 4 and 5. First lap carnage. It's a very good entry into turn 1 by Jordan Mickles. Handled that beautifully with Julian on the outside, and a safety car has come out. So it's almost like deja vu again. We have the safety car out on the opening lap of this 1 hour endurance race.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out which one of that Porsche is. We just cannot quite see the number, as it's the Corvette there in the door of it, but as he opens his door trying to get out.
So that'll be Bruce Davidson, the 35 car out of Alexandra in the Chevy Corvette.
He's run that car since brand new, 10 years in the series in that same car, and an unfortunate start to the race for him.
So just trying to identify which Porsche that is. Unsure. There's some movement now. There's a lot of grating metal sounds as well. So it's sort of that.
Maybe Martin Neal. I think it might be Martin Neal in 185.
Let's just wait and see as they clear the carnage a little bit. So the Hiab's on its way out. Let's just watch again what happened. So here's the opening lap. Now you can see Mickles with the advantage going into turn 1.
Further back there, that's the Martin Neal car there, and oh yes, he's just been tapped there by the Sylvester car, and then unfortunately Davidson's been caught in as he's come down. So really unfortunate little first lap incident there with a little tap, it looked like, from the Sylvester car, causing the Martin Neal car to be sideways. Now he's got out of there and got moving, but the Davidson's car is still stricken there on the road at turn 1.
So then if you take a closer look, I think that front left has snapped the front left on that Corvette as well. It looks like it's pointing the wrong way. Here comes the Hiab, and just you'd consider that a simple racing incident.
Oh, that's a first lap. Unfortunate what happens. It's really hard when you're going into that first lap, cold tyres, and yep, it's just Constantine it up there, and unfortunately Sylvester's just given him a slight tap, and it's all happened from there.
Well, that most encouraging thing. So let's just have a look at Bruce Davidson getting out. This is the Wolfbrook Porsche. That's Steve Brooks. So still under safety car. You have to remove the Corvette from the... So there's the 185 Porsche. That was the Porsche that was caught out Marty Neal. You were on the money there, Mark. He's gone back to the pits. That's that Porsche GT3 Cup 991.1 car.
Wolfbrook car there. He's dropped to the back there. So there was a spin. There was something that had happened in front of that group. So I think he'd got caught up in that as well. So we were watching the battle a bit back, but I think the Wolfbrook car there had a little issue there on turn 1 as well. And he's dropped to the back of the field. So he's going to be one to watch coming through the field because he had some pace in qualifying.
Yeah, Steve Brooks. Well, he's got Andrew Waite with him, who's actually the driver coach of Bill and Steve. And so Andrew will jump into a seat at any chance he gets to give it a nudge. And he will be co-driving in this one, the 88 car.
I think he's in the 3R, so he's going to do the full race by himself in this one, I believe, is what we've been told. Steve Brooks is doing the full race, and then he's going to do the share the 3R in the GT3
copy
Audi.
So the field under safety car, as we remove the Chevrolet Corvette of Bruce Davidson that got tangled up with the 135 Porsche, the 185 Porsche, excuse me, of Marty Neal on the opening lap. So they'll just quietly cruise around here at Teretonga Park Raceway, already entering the 5th minute of this 1 hour. I suppose they'll be pretty happy about that. They won't be chewing up tyres. They'll all be sitting. Of course, they have to have that compulsory pit stop as well.
Yeah, between the 20 and 40 minute mark, they've got to have that pit stop. So last time we saw the safety car come out right, and we had a very busy pit lane in the Class 4 and 5.
And they were short. They seem shorter cars too. So you've got to have a 45-second compulsory pit stop, and then get on with it. And there's some real power out there on the track.
Out comes the pit lane, comes 185.
So Marty Neal, you could probably hear it now through our speakers. That beautiful. What do you call this? What do you call the sound of a
flat
Porsche?
6?
But
it's a flat 6.
Oh, the flat 6.
Yeah, it's a Porsche. Basically, they've got their own little breed of sound, and rear engine. Yeah,
gorgeous
car that just
gorgeous. That has evolved as a car, as a model, and yet that has never lost its DNA.
Yeah, definitely. They're a true DNA car, aren't they? You can look at a 964, you can look at 991s, you can look at all of them, and you know that is the Carrera, that is the Porsche.
So the front leftist, he gave that a good nudge. That front left looks pretty second-hand at the moment, and that's the.
Those parts are designed to work certain ways, and as soon as you put inertia the wrong way, they snap. And it's just inertia going the wrong way on those things. They're made to be light and fast and all of that, and designed to do certain things. And as soon as you try and do it the other way, those things snap pretty quickly.
I'd be just looking at the checkbook, going, ouch.
Yeah, as a dad that's got a son racing, your first question is
so here is the replay. Now, just probably go back past that first group. You'll see a puff of smoke and a real twitch, and it'll be a tag. So the the Neal Porsche gets clipped, and Davidson just basically T-bones him, just like that. Yet, how strong is that Porsche? Because it's back out on the track. So it was a good old little T-bone, but the Chevrolet Corvette came off second best.
So there's the Wolfbrook car. He's gone round the outside of the accident to avoid the accident, and then had a little spin there when he's trying to get back on the track. So that's what happened to him. Avoided accident, then just coming off that wet grass, because there's still a lot of water around. Just had a little spin there, and that's why he's at the back of the field. So we've seen that too in that action replay.
Did the Buffalo girls round the outside? Round the outside, yeah. Come on, you had to let me do it at least once today.
Oh, if anyone does the move around the outside, you are more than welcome to bring that in. Turn 1 here. Like turn 1 at Pukekohe was.
Oh, wow.
That is a move to make. If you go too wide round 1, it is a big move to make here. I've tried it. I've felt what it's like on exit when you try it, and it is exciting.
So still getting the car off track. It's on the high up, so we won't be too far away from a restart in this second 1 hour race here at Teretonga Park Raceway in the Deep South, and just out of the city of Invercargll. This is round 2 of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. Stephen McIver, Mark Mallard with the call. Steffi in the pits doing all the job and getting the goss that we need to know and what's actually going on when things happen. We're brought to you by Allied 24/7 Fuel, Mobil 1 and Michelin Motorsport. So there is a worse for wear Corvette on the back of the Hiab, so we won't be too far away now from a restart in this second 1 hour race.
Yeah, 1 to 2 laps probably, maybe 1 lap, but possibly 2, because we've got to get that crane off. They'll shoot it down the back road here and not do the full track, but probably 2 laps under safety car before we're back running.
Worth noting that if you're watching this from outside of New Zealand on Pits TV, the weather in the deep south in the last 72 hours has been horrific. There's been flooding around the place, and in certain parts of the track you can still see quite heavy patches of water. But the most encouraging thing is we have been able to get underway and race for the second round of what is in the short form called SUDEC, the South Island Endurance Series. So car 185 has gone back in and out for a second time. That's the car that of Marty Neal, that Porsche GT3 Cup car that got T-boned. He's back out on the track and attempting to catch up to the pack so we can get underway again. But still under yellow. And the Hiab's not exactly moving at pace. So one might suggest one more lap.
Definitely one more lap here as he sort of gets through. And he'll cross across the track right now.
Are you excited about the Super Sprint Series, the start of the Super Sprint Series, November 17, 18 in Taupo, and then we get into the TRS in January?
Oh, it's my favourite time of the year, motorsport season. We're really looking forward to it in our family. Thomas has been out testing and getting faster for the 86. I think we're going to have a really good, 20 plus cars in that championship.
When you look back at Thomas's year, his first year, as in anger, you might say, in the 86s, huge learning curve, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, we threw a 15-year-old kid into the wolves. Really, that series is so tough, and yeah, he picked himself up and really drove himself towards the front. We had some pretty hard rounds early in the season, and yeah, we worked a lot with Callum Hedge and driver training and the race. We started working with a team called Race Lab, and that just really turned him around when we had a professional outfit with them.
I must say, for a 15-year-old, he took the knocks pretty well, and every time I saw him at the racetracks, he was always up.
Yeah,
you could sense when he had a bad day, but he would always bounce back pretty quick. And I think that's the sign of someone that is getting to understand the craft.
Well, I think he loves being in a race car, and it's pretty hard to have a bad day in a race car is probably better day than most people at work. But he definitely has the attitude of get back in the car and make it better the next day, and that showed through the whole season. So we're really proud of how he was. But
so the pace car, is it going to be released? Lights are still on. So are we going to have to go run one more lap? Lights are still on the pace car. So here comes the Corvette on the back of the Hiab. T-bone, look at that. They gave it a good nudge. That left front tyre not looking healthy at all. So one more lap under safety car. No, lights are out. Blink of an eye. Catch it. Jordan Mickles in the Mark II Mustang on pole. And we are green and go for the resumption of this 1 hour race, classes 2 and 3. As they battle between Adam Julian and Mana Melzimak. Going into turn 1, Melzimak on the inside and does get the job done ahead of Adam Julian in the R8.
Yeah, great battles there through the pack as we work through turn 1, and there Melzimak has made that move with a great start. He got the jump off the start line, and Whitaker there right behind it, and Hodgson's dropped back a spot behind Whitaker, who is starting to put pressure onto Julian there as we see the Porsche battle there raging, but out front.
The Mark II Mustang of Jordan Mickles. Now that's, you sometimes look at these classes, it's almost an unfair advantage when you've got that beautifully naturally aspirated V8 against your flat sixes.
But Jordan's making it work with just a lot of skill level here. He doesn't maybe have the downforce, but he's definitely got some horsepower.
And horsepower was right.
Well, this is a horsepower track. I mean, like she's a big long straight here, and to get out of that last corner well is important as we see him race by. And he's got that gap. He'll be hoping for Melzimak to wait and hold up Julian, because Julian was very close in qualifying there. So that battle at the front for second place with that Audi right behind the Porsche is one that's going to rage for a little while here, as Julian's going to want to get back in front because he was quicker in qualifying.
Even in a 1 hour race, how hard are the R8s on tyres?
Most of them that are running Michelin will have no problems here with the Wayne brings down a great spec of tyre that can last the 1 hour without a problem. So most of these guys will get the 1 hour without any problems at all on a good Michelin tyre.
All right, Jordan Mickles already posting the fastest lap, with the best being a 58.109. So that's pretty quick around here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Mana Melzimak coming under a little bit of a threat from Adam Julian in that Audi R8 GT3. But these Manthey Racing Porsches, they are beautifully prepared, and the improvement that Mana Melzimak has shown in the last 12 months, he's a competent race. But he's there going into turn 1. Little attempt by Julian to put pressure on Melzimak. Melzimak holds him off going into turn 1.
Yeah, it was a good move by Julian, moving him in the mirrors, trying to put him into a spot that's going to give a disadvantage through that corner. But that Porsche, Manti Racing Porsche, really seems to get through turn 1 very well. But it was nice by Julian down the straight, moving him in the mirrors.
So just updating early days, 14 minutes gone in our 1 hour race for classes 2 and 3. Mikkels, Malzamak, Julian, Whitaker and Hodgson are your top 5 cars.
Yeah, this battle for second is absolutely roaring, which is good. That little gap back there to Matt Whitaker, but these battle for second seems to have, again, we see the different cars with different strengths as we look further back. That's the Martin Dippy Mitre 10 car, I believe it is there. They're in 6th place battling with Whitaker and Hodgson there sitting in the tow. That's an older spec car doing a great job staying with Whitaker with one of the newest spec Porsche Cup cars there is.
Yes, you mentioned Dippy. I was thinking about Alan Dippy in round 1 having a horrible day out one of his Porsches and binning one of his Porsches early, and my old mate Greg Murphy had to step in and fill in the seat.
Yeah, he seemed to hate having to get into the GT3 car. That was terrible for him. And then his son actually took over the Renault he was going to be in. So there was a family shuffle going on in the pits. Yeah,
I'm sure Murph would quite enjoy that GT3 as we see Adam Julian still hunting Mana Melzamak in that Manthey Racing Porsche.
Dippy is all over Hodgson. And that's young Ayrton Hodgson. As he said, he's got one of the older spec cars, so he is driving that well. I believe he's looking to try and do some Porsche running in Australia next year. That's why he's getting his miles up here in one of these older spec cars, getting himself ready for the Sprint Challenge that is run over there with currently led by Marco Giltrap, and I think Zach second or third in the championship.
Ronan Murphy, although Ronan Murphy's last round had a bit of a mare in the last round, really hurt himself points-wise.
He got taken out on the first corner, and with a progressive grid that killed him for the rest of the weekend. So I think he was 3rd place when he got taken out in the first lap and got put back to the back of the grid and then had to keep on starting back further in.
But again, Mark, another example of young men. I mean, Marco Giltrap, again, another one under the radar. He and Chris Vanderdrift leading the Super Trofeo Asia Series. In fact, they've won the series already, and the amount of time that he is getting in tin tops. And here's the funny thing about Marco Giltrap, as we see Julian continue to hound Mana Melzamak. I said to him about last season during the Super Sprint Series, I said, what do you want to do? You know, is it no? He says, I want to be an endurance racer. Quite clear. Now, a lot of kids want to be Formula One racers like Liam Lawson. He was quite clear and said, no, I want to drive tin tops. I want to be an endurance racer, not V8s. I want to be an endurance racer. And I thought it was almost an answer you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, well, he's been selected in the Lamborghini junior driver program as well, and like a bit of a shootout situation will happen after the last round at Valencia. The Asian Series has their last round coming up, and what they do with the World Super Trofeo Series is they have all of them come. So the Asian Series, the European Series, and I think one of the other national series, all are in Valencia for a final round, and then there's a young driver shootout just after that. So another Kiwi that is absolutely kicking the doors down on the world stage.
And being fortunate enough just to work hard and ply the trade.
Oh, Marco's one of the hardest workers of the young kids I've seen come through. I've watched him through 86, and the way he progressed is something that I'd be proud for my son.
Yeah, Jordan Mikkels comfortably leading this. Whoa, hang on a minute.
Grant Sylvester.
Sylvester takes to the water.
And that puddle's going to be hard to get out of.
Well, you can see him trying to get out, but the rear wheels are spinning. That's Grant Sylvester in the 666 Ford Mustang out of Christchurch. All that steam, all just because he went through the water in a hot motor, nothing more, nothing less. We saw Scott O'Donnell do that in the HRW Hydrogen TCR in the first race. So the question remains, is he in a safe position or will we get a safety car? Safety car lights are on. I think I'll just go back in because it's quite hot in this car. I'll cool it down. A little roll back into the water. So safety car is out for the second time. We've had one on lap 1. We're now on lap 12 and into the 19th minute of this 1 hour race.
He's opened the door because what's happened is all that steam's probably hit his windscreen. He's got no idea what he can see anywhere. So I think that's why he's opened that door, because he's trying to figure out where he is right now. I've had this happen in the car, and when you can see nothing, it's Yeah, so that's probably why we're all sitting on the outside. Why are you going that way? That's why he's opened the door. All that steam is right now on a windscreen, and if you've ever got into a car and you can't see and you've had to stop and wipe the windscreen, well, that's what he's done. And if you've got belts on, you can never reach the screen to clean it, I can promise you. As he's trying to get out, we're under safety car though, so they will come and help him pretty shortly if he just stops.
Yeah, I was about to say, pal, just give it up for the moment and let us get it out so we can get back at racing under green.
The car is waiting to hook him up, but they will not go closer until he stops because danger, obviously. But yeah, he does. Well, he probably can't even see that car sitting there waiting to help him, if you know what I mean. That's how bad it will be in the car right now. But he's not given up on it.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say this is almost a comedy show now, watching him do this, and there's a car there waiting to say, mate, I can get you out. I'll tell you, why don't you just back into the big puddle, because that's what it looks like he's doing. So we're under safety. The 666 Mustang Grant Sylvester now well and truly...
Has he given up now? I think this...
No, he's still trying to work his way out.
They can get a message through to him on race radio maybe to get him to stop that, and then yep, here comes the car right now. So I think once you should see that nice four-wheel drive right in front of him. Nope, he's still trying to get it out.
I think one of the marshals needs to say just there you go. Just we've got the back end here of what happened here. Just have a quick look at this and see what happened to Grant Sylvester. There is so he hit that little bit of the water, and then that was too much. Straight through, sliding, and lost control. So he took a little bit of water first.
So we've got to watch for that over there at that corner, that big puddles. I haven't seen that all day at turn 5.
Yeah, turn 5 heading into turn 6. So that's the be wary of that puddle. And he must have either... Let's see if we can catch this again.
Yeah, well, he's definitely hit that. There's definitely a puddle on that inside. So we're going to see some different lines through there. Here's the end of it.
Yeah, that's a really good call. I'm trying to figure out. I think it's not actually on that turn. That was prior to that, just prior to that turn. He put the left into the wet.
Puddle. Yeah, there was definitely a spray. We saw a spray come up there. So that's going to be something caution for all these drivers because sometimes what happens is the track, what we call leaks. So
man, it's sprung a leak if you look around.
Yeah, and we've hit the 20-minute mark, so you can start with the pit stops too.
So first pit stop done, correct. The 20 to 40 minute mark is when you have to make your compulsory pit stop. It has to be a 45-second pit stop, regardless of whether you change driver or not.
So that was the Lindsay O'Donnell McLaren that we saw there, as they're all going to head towards pits.
Yes, the 570 is GT4. Got to love those McLarens in race trim. So here we're counting down, waiting to go. First of our pit stops in this 1 hour endurance classes 2 and 3. On the right-hand side, Grant Sylvester still sitting in the... Well, probably not singing in the rain, but sitting in the wet.
Everyone's come in. We've seen the safety car go by with no cars behind, just the 185 now. So we're going to see them all come into pit lane, as you can see in the background of that screen, as the McLaren gets to head off, because he's pitted straight away instead of waiting to get behind the safety car. These guys have all done it from behind the safety car.
So Mana Malisamak in. This is the Dippy Mitre 10 Porsche coming in as well.
They've got the blowers there, just getting air into the car to keep them cool during the pit stop, because they don't want to have any problems just getting the airflow staying in there while they do the 45-second stop.
Encouraging signs. There's the Sylvester Mustang being towed out by the safety crews here at Teretonga Park Raceway. The interesting thing, will he get that thing back up and going? We saw that happen before with Scott O'Donnell. He comfortably got up and going. So
well, the car never really stopped. We had to get some marshal to tell him to stop. So I can't see why it doesn't keep on going, because he definitely thought it was still running. I think he spent about 3 minutes in the puddle trying to get it out of it. So yeah, definitely. I do not think the problem running is out comes our leaders out of the pit stops. Jordan Mickles is still in the lead. Adam Julian has jumped to second. We've had a change in third place there, actually. The second and third place runners, because the Malmazet car, Mana's not come out of the pits. I don't know. I haven't seen him come out. Oh, there he is. He's back in 5th place, so he might have got caught up with a stop there, as the Sylvester car definitely is running. But yeah, there has been a change there for second place with...
So good news for Grant Sylvester in his Mustang after being beached in the water, back out. Door's still open though, so he's heading into the pits. Whether he continues or not, we will find out. If he doesn't continue, we'll get Steffi into that one just to understand why he hasn't continued. Still under safety car.
So again, because we've had the leaders behind the safety car and then we've had pit stops, you're going to see different cars at the front than the leaders. So we're going to talk about our leader, Jordan Mickles, who's in third place in the queue. So we're going to be looking at the third place car in the queue. They will keep these two cars behind them. They don't pick up the leader once they've picked up the leader once. So we're going to see Adam Julian with a couple of cars to pass, so that could be interesting. Adam Julian and Mickles with a couple of cars to pass, so that could be interesting into one. That could be the change in the race lead there, because these two slower GT4 cars, if they get to the first corner before them, they will be a lot slower through it.
Yeah, one of those being the 58 of Steve Scholes, that beautiful Ginetta 56, G56. Always a crazy car to watch, but gee, they're just, when you get up close to them, they're a beautiful car.
Yeah, really well built. They do a lot of junior racing over in England. They have 3 different model specs type thing. Oh, well, I think it's 4, and you can sort of start at the beginning slowest cars.
Lights are out on the pace car, and we are going to be back and running in the 2-hour race here at Teretonga Park Raceway. And this is the Class 2 and 3 1-hour race in the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series.
Lindsay O'Donnell's not done the start right there. He hasn't waited.
No, he hasn't. And now we are green, and it's go. Racing resumes. Lindsay O'Donnell and the Ginetta of Steve Scholes there, but they will be hunted down by Jordan Mickles and Adam Julian, who are effectively leaders 1 and 2 in this race. They're just out of sync at the moment because of the pit stops. O'Donnell was the first one in for the pit stop when it clicked over 20 minutes, but you just watch. Here comes Jordan Mickles now, right on the tailpipe of Scholes. Then behind him is Julian. Julian now getting past O'Donnell.
And then you got Hodgson. Yeah, that's Hodgson right there as well. So that those slower cars are slowing up the battle, but the second place guys are getting caught up as badly as Jordan is, and so there is a little gap that is forming to Jordan Mickles.
So Mickles on the tail of Steve Scholes in the Ginetta, coming through down to turn 7.
It looks like a change in... Oh, no, they made it back with Julian.
So onto the front straight. This should be a straight-off drag to the finish, or should I say to the bottom end in turn 1. And a pass goes...
Whitaker's on the outside of Hodgson as they come down to 1 right now, and Hodgson seats the place there. That's a smart move to let that happen there into 1. That battle for third is raging there. So you got Julian, you got Whitaker, and you got Hodgson all battling for second place, and a gaggle of Porsches behind there with Malmazak right there as well.
And you are right, Malmazak has dropped back in 3 positions now, in P6 in that Manthe Racing Porsche. So I'd be watching Malmazak. I think he'll put the hammer down and put all sorts of pressure on the likes of Matt Whitaker and Eden Hodgson.
You're wondering he might have got blocked into his pit bay or something like that, because they're all set pit stops, so they should all come out in the same order they go in. But he has dropped 4 or so spots because he was second going into that stop. As the battle rages there. Oh, a touch there into the last corner as they go through. Good battle there. That's the Southland Fence car that had a problem early in the race, getting a little tap there into the last corner by a 5th place runner of Glenn Brazier there, it looks like.
So as it stands right now, as we head to in the 28th minute of this 1 hour, Jordan Mickles, Steve Scholes, Adam Julian, Matt Whitaker, Eden Hodgson make up your top 5.
Scholes is battling, still got guys coming through as the order comes through. As we'll get up our race results there, and Scholes will be losing these spots. He's taken advantage of a good pit stop window to get himself up there, but he will be dropping back quickly as Julian makes a move, I think, right now on him into second place. And look at these Porsches come through as Malmazak puts all sort of pressure on Hodgson, who gets sideways as he comes out of there. They are trying to go a little bit wide there. They are avoiding a puddle or something we saw on the inside that caused problems for Sylvester. As they battle out through the last corner, Malmazak runs wide there and gets off the grass. So that's dropped him back from Hodgson. Hodgson's got some clear air now to hit some racing lines and try and chase down Matt Whitaker.
Well, Malmazak having all sorts of bother as he heads toward turn 1, trying to get past that Ginetta. Finally does the job and clears the Ginetta of Steve Scholes. And now starts the chase again because he has dropped 3 places from the start of this race, which has already had a safety car, 2 safety cars in the first half hour. And we're just about to clock over that half hour here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Steve Brooks under pressure from the dippy Porsche.
Yeah, we've had all of our pit stops though have happened, so this is a 32-minute fight to the end now as Jordan Michaels is flashing his lights as he gets past some of these slower runners. There is Grant Sylvester.
Grant Sylvester, of course, and then there's the 185 Porsche, which was one of the reasons we had that safety car. And that was Marty Neal's car that got T-boned by the Corvette, but he's back and running. Been in the pits a couple of times. So there is your leader, Jordan Michaels, and the Mark II Mustang. Out of sequence we are at the moment, but behind him will be in P2 will be Adam Julian in that Porsche GT3. Excuse me, that Audi R8 GT3.
He's sort of got a little gap now onto Whitaker behind him, so they've got through these lap traffics and he's able to get a little gap, but he's lost a lot of time on Michaels.
Yeah, a little bit different too, because the lap traffic here is actually quick car. They're quick cars. We're not talking about the classes 4 and 5 as you refer to them as the home builds. These are still quick cars. The traffic they're going to have to get past.
Oh yeah, that's a quick Mustang there. That's a nice big. There's a little Whitaker tried to make a look to the inside, and Sylvester hadn't seen him, so he shoots up at the last corner and gets the move done as they work. He gets sideways out of that corner. That's the non-optimal line as Hodgson's sitting there behind him chasing him, but Malmazak is there too, lights ablaze. They're all trying to get through this back market traffic, but Malmazak has caught up that differential of what he lost on the last lap through the last corner.
So those Porsches that are chasing down Jordan Michaels really are moving. There's Mana Malmazak trying to catch up to the 28 of young caddy boy Ayrton Hodgson, who has just come out of a car in the 1 hour in the classes 4 and 5, jumped into this beautifully prepared Porsche GT3 Cup car, the 991.1. So this will be a real test for young Ayrton Hodgson with Mana Malmazak, who'll be all over the back of them as they go through the top end of the field, turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, Ayrton's just finished the Elite Motorsport Academy actually, and a lot of fitness work they do with that, so that's probably helping him through this. He's a driver that's come from sprint cars actually, and the speedway side of the family, and then tried the circuit and done it, just doing a great job.
And the Elite Motorsport can be run by Motorsport New Zealand is one of those sort of, again I say it, unless you're in the motorsport community you don't know about it, but it's the national body giving back to young drivers to basically turn them and make them understand what it means to be a professional driver.
Yeah, definitely. It just shows them the different levels with food, preparation, the mental side of the game, everything pretty much out of the car. As we're seeing some great battles here as they come through the slower cars there. Dippy is chasing down that Wolfbrook car.
Yeah, that Dippy Porsche just slid beautifully under the 185 of Marty Neal as the Porsche battle continues. And this is the huge improvement in motorsport in this country. And I got to say, the amount of Porsche racing we're seeing now, I personally think it's magnificent to watch because you get such good, close racing. It is dependent on the driver, of course, but there's not too much between them.
No, the cars are similar. We've got 3 different generation spec cars there together. But there's some really good battles going on there as they work their way through. You see the Janetta, I think he's taken advantage of that pit top strategy to lead Class 3. So he's leading the Class 3 battle. That's for the GT4 and a bit smaller engine capacity cars. But those are still quick cars. A GT4 car around here is doing just like a minute 1 sort of lap time. So that's fast.
So that's Scholes up against Neal as they go through turn 1 here at Teretonga Park. It's a nice sweeping corner too. It's a speed corner, yeah?
It's a confidence corner. It's one that you can brake later and later and later. You sort of start at the sort of 100, 150 metre board, and then you get to the 100, and then you get to the Marshall post that's there. That's about the 75, and if you go past there, there's a blue peg, and that's when you're really on it. When you see the blue peg and that's your braking point, yeah. But there's some really good battles. There's the GT4 battle further back there with the home-built R8 as well. That's got a TCR motor put into
it.
That's right.
That's weird. The 2 litre little engine in an R8 just doesn't make sense. It's almost sacrilege.
Wow.
Oh, you get my drift though, right?
No. I totally understand, but they built it and it runs good in the class, and it's a cool car. It looks awesome, and hey, look, it's sponsored by a brewery, so you know what I mean. Like, it'd probably be one of my favourite cars in the grid, to be honest with you. When it's got a brewery on the side, Stephen.
I'm not even going to go there. I'm just going to let you. I'm just going to let you hang out on that one.
Well, no, they're good people. Like James Patterson ran in the Super Sprint in a GT4 Porsche, and just. Every time he gets out of the car, he's smiling, and that's what we like to see out of races that are just having fun, and they're enjoying it. It's the battle with the Wolfbrook, the Dippy car. There's, I think, right in front of them is Brazier there, so that's that battle for sixth place. Brazier, Brooks, Dippy, and then there's Alan Dippy there behind in the fourth of them.
So it's the Dippy brothers in their Porsches with Steve Brooks, who will be out later in the 3-hour race with Bill Ridings and Andrew Wade, and they're brand new. Well, it's not brand new, but it's pretty new. Their R8 GT3 Audi, which they are loving and drove to success in the last weekend as well.
Yeah, they're driving it well, and with weight in that car, that is going to be an overall competitor for the win.
Well, the question you remain is, where do you put Andrew Wade? At what stint do you put him in?
I think he's got to go second, because in this series, if you qualify, you've got to race. You've got to start the race. So from my understanding, it was Steve Brooks out there in the car for qualifying, so he's going to have to start. So it is going to be Fillmore versus Brooks, and then Reed versus Waite. And I know Waite loves hearing that name, Reed. They've been competing for years, since Mount Wellington go-kart days type thing. So he'll love to be out there in a very similar car, ready for the battle, because last year we had a great battle between those two front GT3 cars.
Oh, crikey, yes. But I got to say, when you look at Johnny Reed hop on a race car, and even if the race car's under pressure, and what he can do with a race car is just beautiful to watch.
Stunning. And
can pedal, as they say.
They definitely can pedal. From the A1GP days on through, he has been top quality. But we're getting these Porsche battles going through. As you see your second place guy, Malmazak has made it up. There, he's passed Whitaker, and Hodgson's dropped back a little bit as well. So Whitaker has just been passed by Malmazak there for third place overall in this race. He's made his way back from that pit stop problem, all the way back to third now.
Jordan Mickle's best time, how about this? A 57.025. That's the best race lap at the moment, as he leads the race by 5.8 seconds from Adam Julian in that Audi R8. And those numbers will change as they go past the sensors. Again, you'll see Mana Melismak pop himself into P3, where he was running after the first couple of laps and post the first safety car. And Whitaker will drop back into P4. So that's confirmation, and he's sitting 8.2 seconds behind the leader, which is Jordan Mickles, who's doing a sterling job in this Mark II Mustang, and just leaving the field in his wake. They're going through Castrol now. He's just come through Castrol, and Julian's just come through Castrol as well, along with Mana Melismak. But this is a heck of a car. And the other one I'm looking forward to seeing at some stage, that the new Mark GT that's being raced around by Alan Chester, I think it is.
Yeah, Nick Chester. It's missing
me.
this round. I'm not sure what's happened for this round. It was absolutely flying at Ruapuna, and was the fastest car in this class, actually, but then had caught up with a back marker. So I'm not sure if they just couldn't get the parts out of Australia or what, but definitely was doing a great job and was the fastest car at Ruapuna.
And beautifully prepared car. And I'm glad they've let it in. I mean, the South Island have become more of an open series about allowing different cars in, and that's the encouraging thing. They haven't get their rules too tight, so we sort of have, shall we say, feels that are a little lopsided.
Well, it's just got to be 1,250 kilos and basically have four wheels and a roof is now the ruling that you've got to, and it's certainly limited on size of petrol tank. It's very limited on the rules, very much so. But yeah, petrol tank size, got to be 1,250 kilos and got to have a roof. So it's not too hard to figure out the rule book.
In the 38th minute here at Teretonga Park Raceway, this is the 1 hour race in classes 2 and 3 for the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series, and we have Jordan Mickles still leading in that Mark II Mustang from Adam Julian in the R8 GT3, and then Mana Melismak in the Manthey Racing Porsche, followed by a gaggle of Porsches, including Whitaker, Hodgson, Brazier, Brooks, and the Dippy brothers.
You're all getting past the GT4 McLaren there, so that was tough, and the little gaps there have formed. But that group has stayed together for since this safety car. They've been really close, this group.
This is a good mid-pack battle. This is a nice little battle pack. And Steve Brooks will be using this to get ready for that 3-hour race, which is timed to go at approximately 1:30 this afternoon local time here at Teretonga Park Raceway in Invercargll. So if you're around the world, figure that one out. We can make it probably a little bit easier for you. It's due in about an hour and 40. That's when we will run the 3-hour race. And Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore close to actually winning the National Endurance Championship too, because they were pretty strong in the two rounds of the North Island Series, won the last round at Ruapuna, and if you think they could potentially wrap up the National Endurance Series.
Yes, because it's 2 rounds in the North, and then you get to pick your best 2 rounds in the South Island.
Yep.
So if they sort of come top 3 today, they will be the national champion as well.
So there's a little bit on the line today, Mark.
There's a lot on the line every time you go out in a car race, Stephen.
Wow.
There's always something on the line, whether it's your pride, your wallet, whatever it is. There's definitely every time you put that helmet on, and there is definitely a battle there.
So Mana Malazmak caught up to James Patterson in that R8, Audi R8, the 2-litre Audi R8. So just holding him up a little bit. Finally, we'll get him on the inside. Will he? No, just a little bit cautious, Mana Malazmak, as they come through turns 5 and 6. Oh, and we've got a spinner, you might say.
Dippy. I think that's in that same area. I think it might be the similar puddle or something.
Just trying to check which Dippy that is.
I think it's in the Mitre 10 one.
So we'll double check that one, see if that brings out a safety car. Already had 2 safety cars so far in this race. One at the start, identical to the 1-hour endurance races for classes 4 and 5. And then we had the Mustang of Grant Sylvester take to the water, pretending it was a boat. But this is Mana Malzamak. That's the 747 car of Matt Whitaker behind him. So those are places P3 and 4. Adam Julian in P2 and Jordan Mickles still running. It's Alan Dippy in the 911. That's actually number 911.
That's the one that was off. That's the one that was our spinner, was Alan Dippy. We haven't seen if he's got it back underway, but we presume so, because we've stayed green racing here, and the Pitts media team probably would have stayed with it a bit longer if it was still there. So should have cleared up, and that means hopefully we keep on racing under green, because we love green racing.
Less than 20 minutes to go in the 2-hour race, as Mana Malazmak chases down Adam Julian, but the gap is quite a large one. It's about 4-ish seconds behind. He's 11.2 seconds off the leader. But just depends what happens to the lap check. There is the Porsche that came off of Alan Dippy. He's back in racing, so that's confirmation so that he's back and green.
He was chasing the family rivalry. I think might have got too much there. He's tried too hard and just made a little error, and that's all it is in these cars, is the smallest error can put you off.
Speaking of the Dippy brothers, have you ever been to Wanaka and seen their rather large tractor bulldozer truck museum?
I've heard it's massive.
It is unbelievable, and they can tell a story. I tell you what, if you are in the region of Wanaka, just ask about the Dippy Museum. And the one thing that strikes you after having been told some magnificent stories is it actually shows it's a story of how the South Island was built, basically, and all the machinery that you see in front of you somewhere along the line had a part to play in building the roads and infrastructure in the South Island. I'm talking going way back, and they've even got their first ever mini caterpillar they used to start pulling out punga plants to start their original business, which was in the garden centre business.
Yeah,
it's like a mini cat, like something like you would put in your backyard and pretend you play. But it's what they got. And they've got a hot rod tractor which blows flames. You would love that.
Oh, you know,
because you love toys, right?
Yes,
you love simple things.
I'm a toy collector.
But I would highly recommend, if you're in the Wanaka region, ask for the Dippy Museum, and you will be blown away. And it's a monster. It's like 2 warehouses long and then some.
Jordan Mickles there getting caught up with the back markers with the GT4 runner. I think he's still leading Class 3, Steve Scholes there. He's just got by him and now getting past the...
Marty Neal in the Porsche GT3 that had the incident in the opening lap. So Jordan Mickles just doing it by the numbers in minute 43, lap 35 of this 1 hour race here at Teretonga Park Raceway. He hasn't essentially been threatened. As you said before, Mark, this is a horsepower track. He's using all the horsepower of that beautiful car, the Mark II Mustang, to just lead the field away. So really it's going to be a battle for the minors between Julian Malmazak and maybe in Whitaker. Maybe that's that P3 position between Malmazak and Whitaker is the one that's really going to be on the line.
Yeah, it looks like Glenn Brazier has had a little issue as well because he's dropped back a couple spots. We had that battle with the 4 cars with the 2 Dippy brothers. But right now, still Steve Scholes leading the battle in the GT4 class of the McLaren's, the other one that's in that battle there as well. But he's going well, Steve. He had a problem last year at the Timaru round. He had a big accident, so it's great to see him back out there and doing so well in this new car.
I'll be honest with you, I was calling that race with Andrew Waite of all people, and I saw that race happen, and I saw him come out of the medical centre as well. His wife was incredibly upset, and I thought, that man's never going to race again. His wife's going to say, you're not doing this again, because he backed that car in at pace into the tyre barrier. I mean, it basically spun, and to walk away shows, first of all, the incredible safety that we have in the sport that we have, but the fact that he walked out of that, he was shaken, trust me. And I thought, and then I saw him at the last Super Sprint Series back racing. I'm going, you're kidding, right? And so a credit to him for wanting to continue on, but sometimes I think these drivers have a little bit of cray-cray.
Well, no, we were a little... Well, sorry, I shouldn't speak for everyone else.
Okay, speak for yourself then.
I definitely have a little cray-cray going on, but I was actually in that race and I was going through the same section and looked to my left-hand side as I sort of saw the accident happen. And the whole front of the car actually came off, but you couldn't see that from where I was. And all you could see was what I thought was a car about 15 metres in the air. And the radio message back to the crew when I'd seen that was not clean for television. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and there was real concern, Mark,
definitely.
at that stage. And in the situations like that, television just goes away until it's all sorted. But man, I'll be blunt with you, it was frightening.
Oh, we red flag all on the grid. Every driver was just asking each other, "Do you think he's all right? You know, did you see? What did you see? You know, like we all just concerned." In an event like this, we all become brothers again. All that racing stuff of I was trying to get past you, you blocked me, it was totally gone. It was all just, I hope he's all right. That was big. That scared us.
It was also the same meeting that the Steve Brooks Porsche took an absolute hammering as well, because I went back to the truck afterwards to have a look, and it was messy, and they were done. They did their season and pretty much. So.
Yeah, I think that was together. I think they touched each other and then off it went. So yeah, I didn't see. I was in the race car, so I had to watch Pits Media to have actually a look at what happened afterwards. But yeah, it was definitely a scary moment there. But great to see him out and dominating in this class so far with a great pit stop strategy to put himself up there. So really smart of him to get that pit stop done. So, but we see the battle coming behind him is a real battle there with Malmazak and Whitaker.
So Malmazak gets past Steve Skoll, followed through by the 747 of Whitaker. And then they finally get past through Neil as well. So they are away in racing. So this is the battle really for position 3, as we see your leader, Jordan Mickles, coming past, start, finish again, as we head into the 47th minute, or closing in on the 48th minute of this 1 hour race. Clean the back marker up, and they are now pretty much, everybody's almost, am I right in saying they're almost a lap down?
No, that's as soon as it comes across the line, it'll show the lap's not there. So you'll see that. So you're seeing he's about 8 seconds behind. So you'll see that regularly. You'll see the 1 lap until you see them come across the line. So all those guys that are saying 2 laps, definitely 1 lap down. I think it's down to about Martin Dippy. They've lapped 2. Glenn Brazier, sorry, they've lapped 2. So you'll see those laps come off as they go, and you'll see the gaps come up there at 13 seconds. So good battle there between Malmazak and Whitaker. There for third is the closest battle we've got going on right now, as Hodson comes across the line shortly. But we see the battle. Scholes is there. Then you're seeing the Neil car there. He's been on TV a lot. And then the Wolfbrook car of Brooks, who's I think our first runner that's a lap down.
So here is your leader in the Mark II Mustang, Jordan Mickles, doing it by the numbers. Was on pole position. Had a little bit of a slowdown after that first lap safety, but has gone on and continues to go on. And he's probably not even looking in his rear vision mirror as to where everybody else. He's just keeping it solid. It's eyes forward for him. And there's Steve Brooks And the Wolfbrook Porsche sitting currently in P6. Gets past Neil in the Porsche that was involved in that opening lap safety car incident where he got T-boned by the Chevrolet Corvette of Bruce Davidson. And we've got a spin. That's James Patterson, 24 on the Audi R8 Turbo, and he's on fire. So there's, well, okay, let's not be careful. There was fire coming out the back of there.
I think it might have a weird exhaust place. Yeah, it was an exhaust. It's just a weird placement because it's a different car and engine, and so it was on fire. It started again. Okay, I feel better now, Stephen. I feel better.
I don't feel good whenever I see fire in a motor car, but that's a spinner, and that will bring out the safety car. Just waiting to see if he can get it restarted, and safety car is up. So another safety.
5-minute shootout, I think, Stephen. 5 to 7 minutes shootout. Here we come.
Man, you're calling it early. They haven't even got off. They might get off the track quickly. It could be a lot longer. In fact, it might even get restarted.
He's just getting moving in front of the lead. In front of Brooks.
So Patterson gets his Audi R8 onto the grass and going again. So still under yellow. Safety car's come out. The Mobil 1 safety car has come out in front of Steve Brooks.
So what they have to do is they have to position the safety car. So it is going to take a couple minutes because we need to get the leader, and then we're going to get the pack behind us. So we're going to actually create a bit of a race for everyone who's on the lead lap because they're all going to get behind. So it is going to take a couple minutes, even though that car has recovered and driving right now down the straight as we see. We have a process to get the leader behind the safety car. Once that safety car is called, it's always going to come out. It's unfair if we call it out and someone slows down thinking there's a safety car and someone else keeps up to speed. So the process is we do the same thing. That's what Motorsport New Zealand's founded on, is doing the same process at the same tracks all around the country. So we've got the process, so they'll get the leaders behind them. That's going to take a couple minutes, but that's going to add to our excitement because it's going to shorten up that run to the line. Tyres aren't going to be an issue. It's going to be race brains on and let's go.
Most important, you can't pass under safety car, so that's the other thing that drivers have to be reminded of as we head into the 51st minute. Clicked over 50, so under 10 minutes to roll in the 1 hour for classes 2 and 3 here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Happy days for those snapping the shots in the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, brought to you by Allied 24/7 Fuel, Mobil 1 and Michelin Motorsport. That's Grant Sylvester, who spent some time in the water, quite a lot of time in the water actually, was almost playing in the water as we remember what he was doing, but Mark quite succinctly explained that he was fogged up and probably didn't know what the heck was going on. But we finally got him back on it and racing, and he sits in dead last in the 666 Mustang. So there is your Mobil 1 safety car. It's picked up Jordan Mickles, the race leader, but right behind him now, Adam Julian will be going, yep, love me a safety car.
Oh, he does, and he's been wanting to get behind Mickles, but off the start, obviously he had a problem with Mana made a move and got by him and sort of, created a block in front, and then after the last safety car, there was a couple of cars between that caused that problem. So this is a true shootout, and while we've just got the safety car on screen and things like that, FIA Volunteers Weekend, so thanks to all the volunteers out there, the backbone of the sport. I mean, none of these guys get to go race. We talk about these Liam Lawsons and we talk about the Shane Van Gisbergens. Well, all you volunteers, you're the ones who get these guys on the track. You're the ones who have allowed them to create their name. So every time you watch it, if you've been a volunteer, please remember you're the one who's got them on the track and letting them have success.
And the one thing I discovered when we were down here last year for the Super Sprint, volunteers have got some of the best stories going around because they see things that we might not necessarily see.
Paul on turn 1, I talked to him. I went to see the volunteers actually. Paul on turn 1, you saw that turn 1 thing. He's been in the same spot since 1990. It was over the other side. They moved the spot. He is always point 1, and he's been since 1990. He's been on that point. So if we see a problem down there, you can just say, hey, Paul, sort it out. And he's been there that long. He knows every sort of process for it.
That just reminds me of a conversation I had with a lady who was, I think, on turn 5 or 6, and they love that one spot for some reason. Has become ingrained in their DNA, and we are green and racing again inside the last 10 minutes of this 1 hour race for class 2 and 3. Julian now, will he be able to challenge Mickles in turn 1? No, he won't, and Mana Melismak though will be hunting Adam Julian. Melismak's had a bit of an up and down day, got caught in the pits, dropped down to P6, now back up in P3. Can he bring that Manthey Racing Porsche home and maybe even give Julian a little bit of a scare in the final parts of this endurance race? Whitaker behind Malmazak. So there's Porsches 3, 4, 5, 6 and racing.
Yeah, some good battles with these Porsches. Different generation specs. So we've got the MR, the 991.2 of Whitaker, and then the older one of Hodgson, who's a bit further back in the pack. But the battle here for second between Julian and Malmazak. We saw it off the start. Malmazak made that move through turn 1. So let's see if he can try and do another move like that on Julian. But it looks like Jordan Mickles has really put a good lap in here, first lap, to try and create a gap and get away.
Well, he's put in a best time already for 56.86, so he keeps dropping his times as this race rolls on, going through turn 1. Malmazak under somewhat of a threat from Whitaker. They've been bouncing back between third and fourth, and Whitaker hanging on, but it's Adam Julian in the RA GT3 sitting in P2 as they go in the final stages of this 1 hour endurance race. Classes 2 and 3.
Whitaker, great sponsor of Zach Stitchbury actually over in Australia. That gold car that they've got with the Whitaker's name on it on the side there, it's been great for them to support them after supporting his dad Ashley way back in the days. So really good to see that continuation. And it was a senior Whitaker there that was the sponsorship, and now it's the junior side. So it's great that the Whitaker family helping out New Zealand motorsport.
Nice legacy. Just a reminder, the winner of the Class 4 and 5 1 hours, Reece Gould, he did it lights to flag, and he did it in style too, as we see Jordan Mickles, who also started on pole position, could be in a similar position. Could be another lights to flag victory in back-to-back 1 hour races here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Good, clean, even racing between the Porsches, but no one, it seems at this point, is going to haul in that Mark II Mustang of Jordan Mickles. They're coming through turn 1 and now heading towards Castrol. And this is Malmazak in that lovely Manthe Racing Porsche. Gets a lot of coaching from Jono Lester. Be interesting to see if they run the 3 of them in the 3 hour.
No, we've only got 2 because Francois is out. So that's you change your notes since your flight down when you wrote it. You got all your notes done before you came down, and we've had changes this morning. But yeah, Francois 6.
So that is quote unquote. That's one of the Frenchmen you said in the 4 hours. That's Francois Beziac is out.
Francois actually a very good man, and his wife's actually, he even got his wife into racing, and they're taking that car over to the Bathurst 12 hour as we clock down less than 5 minutes to go in this race. And it's spread out a little bit there at the front there with the set battle back to second, but Whitaker's still within shooting range of Malmazak there in third. But yeah, Bathurst 12 hour race is what they're all training for with Jono and stuff in it. That'd be pretty wild to do.
And I know he and his wife too were planning to do the historic Le Mans.
Yes.
And have they raced that? I haven't checked. Have they raced that?
I think they're planning on it for next year. I think it's one of those gold projects, if you know what I mean. And I'm not sure, but maybe buying a GT3R to go do Bathurst 12 hour might have delayed it a little bit longer as well. So it's a fantastic thing that they've got, and they're out there doing it. So it's really good.
So that's Mana Malmazak in the Manthe Racing Porsche sitting in position 3. He has Matt Whitaker hunting him down in the 747 Porsche. Every time I say 747, I think of Jumbo, right?
Think of the plane.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, now the Jumbo is those A380s, Airbuses, which are incredible machines as we concentrate back on the motor racing. Battles in the back of the field too. This looks like it's
the Ginetta side by side with a couple of Porsches. That's the Dippy car and the Hodgson car. Hodgson lapping their Dippy. So Hodgson has had a great race there in this the oldest of the Spec Cup cars in this field, and he's done well fighting with these other cars. A young driver really trying hard.
Yeah, well, Ed Hodgson, by the way, came second in round 1 at Ruapuna in this particular race before, and Matt Whitaker won this in round 1 as well. So they'll get good points. But even
it's all about experience for a young driver like Hareton. He's as I said, his path to head to Australia, he's using this as race miles to head to that Michelin Sprint Cup, and he's doing a great job putting these miles down. As I said, we saw Ronan Murphy do it the year before. We've seen Ryan Wood, who's now a V8 supercar from 2 years ago while we were all locked down in Auckland. He came down here from Wellington, got to do the South Island Endurance Series, got some sponsors behind because he impressed so much, then through to Porsche racing, and then straight into V8 supercars.
What do you think the secret sauce is why Porsche racing is so competitive and so good to watch?
It's the factories behind it, and they make sure that they're all even, and it is down to the driver. Hey, look, there's a few little bars and things you can change, but they are fantastic cars that are reliable, that you go out and you race, and the series are even. This Whittaker spec and the Dippy spec car is what you're seeing with Callum Hedge in Australia, or you're watching in Super Cup over in Australia. In Europe. When you're watching the F1 races and Vanderdrift, who was third, he's using that spec cup car. So you can go anywhere in the world, drive the same car, get the skill levels up, and then head anywhere in the world and show I can do it. Not so much I've got a checkbook, it's I can do it because I can drive, but out the front.
Inside the last 2 minutes now of this 1 hour race for classes 2 and 3, and that man on the Mark II Mustang, Jordan Mickles, has been peerless in his race. Seen a change too. I think Martin Dippies has jumped in front of Etten Hodson, has he? Because I saw the pass, but we'll wait and see what happens.
Look, I think that's the Alan Dippy car that was a lap down on Hodgson. So that was the one that went off and lost a lap. So that's why he's passed him and got it back. The brother confusion is here as they work through, and you see out the front, Jordan, he's got this race under control. He's set some really late times to get that down. Will we see the last lap board this time? No, we're not seeing it out this time.
Just waiting for it. They're just to go heading towards that 59-minute mark. So 2 more laps to go, and this race will be done. Jordan Mickles powering towards turn 1, followed by Adam Julian and then Mana Melmazak. So the top 3 have settled themselves down after the last safety car that we experienced, and they are just peeling away from the field. Julian now 3.843 seconds behind Mickles, and Melmazak sitting behind Adam Julian. Whittaker, Hodson, Brooks, Dippy, Brazier, Dippy, Scholes leading the Class 3. Flanagan, Wright, Patterson, Neal, O'Donnell and Sylvester, who had the spin, sitting in P16 dead last, but still racing, and that's the most important thing.
Oh, Hodgson tried to make a move there on him.
So the last lap board will not be too far away from coming out for Jordan Mickles. Gives Patterson a flash. Remember, young James Patterson got caught out in the turn. And there was the last lap board for Jordan Mickles on the run home to complete a stunning win in this 1 hour race for classes 2 and 3 in the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. He has not been touched once during this race. It will be another lights to flag victory, the second after Reece Gould did that one in classes 4 and 5. Julian 4 seconds behind him. Melmazak. Oh, look at the difference between Melmazak and Julian. There's nothing really in this one, shall we see? Although we've got Melmazak, as we can see, getting under pressure. But here he comes, Jordan Mickles in the Mark II Mustang. The young man out of Invercargll. Hometown boy is going to do the job. Coming onto the front straight. Checkered flag will be coming out. And the lad from Invercargll will take the checkered flag. Jordan Mickles wins the 1 hour classes 2 and 3 endurance race here in the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. Followed home by Adam Julian and Mana Melmazak make up the top 3. What a performance, lights to flag.
Yeah, great performance, consistent throughout, just like that first race we saw from Gould. Just never made a mistake. We didn't really even see the car get sideways or anything like that. He just put a performance down and did extremely well. Julian there, second place was classy. He had a little battle with Melmazak to start with, but he was classy from there on. Melmazak with a great run after that. I don't know what happened during that foot stop, but definitely lost about 3 or 4 spots. And another one to show out. Showed out at the first round with the second place, but an awesome effort by it.
And most importantly, we've just had an update from Motorsport New Zealand. Adam Julian wins classes 2 and 3, the overall class national championship. So that's congratulations to him with that second place. Gets the numbers from Mana Melmazak. So congratulations to Adam Julian. He's your class 2 and 3 national champion. So nice way to finish the day for him.
Yeah, not too bad with a round to spare. That's not bad to do. So that's a great effort to win the national championship from Adam. And he's done a lot of racing recently in open wheeler cars, and he's been running around the series for a long time. So great to see him. He's finally got a really competitive car and really showing what he can do.
Confirmation of this race result. We see Jordan Mickles with a lights to flag win from Adam Julian and Mana Melmazak. That's your podium. Followed in by Matt Whittaker, Etten Hodson, Steve Brooks, Martin Dippy, Glenn Brazier, Peter, Alan Dippy and Steve Scholes, who will win that Class 3 result. To the rest of the field, Flanagan, Wright, Patterson, Neil, O'Donnell and Sylvester. That was your complete field in the 1 hour result for Classes 2 and 3 of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. You know what? It may not be a huge field, but gee whiz, what's going on with lap 1 here for both classes 4 and 5 and 2 and 3?
Well,
out comes the safety car straight away on turn 1.
So you do not want to miss lap 1 of this 3-hour race, which is coming up in about an hour's time. So yeah, we're going to have a lunch break, but I think we're going to try and get some reaction from the results. But then we've got a lunch break. But you want to be back for the start of the race. We are 2 from 2 with safety cars on the first corner, first lap.
So there are 14 cars in the 3-hour endurance race that we are looking forward to, and the current leaders, the national championship leaders, Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid are on pole. Beside them, Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson in the AMG GT3 Mercedes. Row 2, Mana Melmazak and John O'Lester. There's Glenn Smith and John DeVeth in their McLaren, followed by Steve Brooks and Andrew Waite on row 3, followed by the Pedersons, father and son combination in that Bezos, beautiful, that Bezos AMG GT. That's a gorgeous looking car. Dippy and Penny on row 4 with Rhodes and Rickaby. Alan Dippy and Scott O'Donnell on row 5 with Hugh Gardner and Matt Spratt. Row 6, Christina All West and Bree Morris in their GT4. Again with Daryl Bennett and Hamish Frew, and then that's row 6 and row 7, David Rogers and Tony Houston and Grant Moore and Matt Moore. So that's just a little bit of a sneaky peek into the grid for the 3-hour that will start in about 45 minutes time here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Very excited people out there. Having done the result. Wow, that looks like Adam Julian. I think he's just found out they may have won the national championship. So congratulations to him, and we'll get some reaction from Stevie in just a moment. So hugs all around. Well, okay, thanks, Stevie. Well, if you're ready to go, just fire up, buddy.
Okay, guys, we're here with Jordan Mickles, mate. We've seen the elation of that one with you and the team. Pretty happy, eh?
Yeah, it's really special. We've been doing this series for so long, and I've had so many people get behind me and invest in me for years, and so many special moments of this track. I learned to drive here, Formula Ford here, every category here, and I guess to have my first endurance series win at home is special for my family. It's special for all my team. They probably want it more than me, to be fair, with how hard they've worked. So yeah, can't really put it into words. Awesome.
So they're pretty chuffed. Dad's pretty chuffed, mate. New car for you too as well, so you must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, well, new car for Peter Williams, who got behind me with the Honda a few years ago, and then the Focus, and I guess he's caught the racing bug really bad and decided to invest in this, and I'm just so grateful I get the opportunity to drive something that I can show my potential in. So thank you to Peter and thank you to his family.
Well, go lap it up, mate. Enjoy that first win, Jordan, and Dad's over there. He's pretty happy as well. We'll move on to second spot, wherever he is, Adam Julian. How you going, Adam? Second, mate? Pretty happy with that?
Hey, yeah, very happy. Yep, new to the track. Had a lot of bad luck here in the last 3 outings. So, yeah, happy. Good result.
So what'd you do differently from the last 3 outings that you done this one, apart from finish second?
Buy a faster car and flow, I guess. It's flow. It's, Andy's been saying let it flow, and, I haven't up until now on the brakes, panic on the gas. It's not how it works here. So it is let the car do the work and, move through that field.
So you're still learning the car, aren't you? We talked about this a couple of weeks ago at Ruapuna. So, the team yourself, it's got to be a good feeling.
It's a very good feeling, yeah. That's a foreign feeling, but no, I'm happy to get used to it. And, yeah, it is a team effort. So thank you to everyone, Neil Motorsport and the guys. I really appreciate it.
Well, congratulations on second spot. Go and enjoy it. And we'll go to third place, Mr. Melmazak. In the Porsche, the only Porsche up here, mate, you got to be wrapped with that.
I'm really happy. It's a big fight, really, especially with Julian, with Adam. But I'm happy with being third. I actually stalled in the pit, which cost me 2 positions. I had to fight back. Lots of safety car, that helped. Great track. I love this track. It's my favorite.
Well, go lap it up, mate. Third place at the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Series. This is your podium, race number 2.
Thank you, Steffi. Congratulations to all our podium place getters. And that wraps up the 1 hour for the classes 2 and 3, and also run the classes 4 and 5 1 hour. But still to come is the 3 hour. And on pole, leaders in the championship, Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid in the R8 GTS. So much to look forward to. That is time to go at 1:30 this afternoon, live here on Pits TV around New Zealand and around the world from Teretonga Park Raceway. We look forward to your company then. Teretonga Park Raceway in Invercargll, the southernmost racetrack in the southern hemisphere, and we're all set for the major feature of the day in round 2 of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. This is the 3-hour event. Stephen Mackay with Mark Mallard bringing you this 3-hour, and you're seeing on screen the car that finished third in round number 1 in Christchurch, and that's the Wolfsbrook new car, the Audi R8 GT3, that will be driven by Steve Brooks and also Andrew Waite. So he's a pro driver. And that is really going to spice things up this afternoon, Mark Mallard.
Yeah, this race here made up of Pro-Am and then Am field. And the Pro-Am field, now we have 4 Pro-Am teams that are pretty strong. Because we've also lost Francois Biziak from that Porsche, the GT3 R they're taking to Bathurst 12-hour from Prime Motorsport. So we have 4 Pro-Am teams that are all pretty even. The qualifying, we've had all the AMs out, so we call them the co-drivers. I think Wadey is listed as a co-driver, but we're going to call him the main driver. We'll give him the kudos. But so very close in qualifying as all these AM drivers start together. So it's going to be battle of similar quality peoples.
So these are the championship points coming into this one, and the important thing to understand is that Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid, if they win this one, will pretty much wrap up the national championship, the 3-hour championship. They are the defending champions as well. Have Pedersen and Pedersen, that's Paul and Anthony, father and son combination. Brooks and Riding will become Brooks and Waite. That's Andrew Waite in the 888 Audi. We've got Smith and DeVeth, the campaigners. They've got Farmer Boys in the McLaren, the Knight and Lawson Mercedes, Helms and Murphy. Oh, this is just the championship, should I say. Dippy, Penny, Beziak and Melmazak, Spratt and Gardner, and O'Donnell and Murphy. Further down those other points. And what I'm really looking for is just bumped into Bree Morris, who will be racing with Christina or West in the GT4 Mercedes, and she's thinking, well, I quite like this tin top racing, so I'm quite excited about what we see for her. They were strong in that GT4 class last time out.
Yeah, they're strong in their lap times. Grid-wise, would have been leading than the 1 hour that had the GT4 cars out.
So here is the starting grid for the 3-hour endurance race. Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid with a pole position time of 55.025 in pole position with Knighton and Lawson beside them. Then on row 2, it's Melmazak and Lester, followed by Glenn Smith and John DeVeth. On row 3, it'll be Brooks and Waite. Beside them, the AMG Mercedes of Pedersen and Pedersen, Paul and Anthony Pedersen, Martin Dippy and John Penny on row 4 with Graham Rhodes and Paul Rickaby beside them. Go to row 5, it's Alan Dippy, Scott O'Donnell, Matt Sprague and Hugh Gardner. Move on to row number 6. And it'll be the all-women combination of Christina Orrest and Bree Morris. And then beside them, Darryl Barrett and Hamish Frew. And the row 7, David Rogers, Tony Houston and Grant Moore and Matt Moore. So full grid ready to go. The safety car is out there, the Mobil 1 safety car, as we get ready for this 3-hour showdown. Solid, fast endurance vehicles. And we will just wait for the warm-up and we'll have a rolling start on the front row. In that pole position, you see the 27 car of Sam Fillmore on Johnny Reid. And Sam Fillmore, if he was the one that qualified, will be starting that one, because you get those pro drivers in. They've got to have at least an hour's 10 in the bin, so to speak, before they can make that driver change. There will be no 3-driver combinations. The only 3-driver combination, if we were to have that, would have included Francois Beziak with Mana Melmazak and Johnny Lester. So this is going to be good. I think essentially we'll be looking at maybe 4 cars that will be vying for the lead here, wouldn't we? For the win, excuse me.
There's 4 Pro-Am teams that I think all the pro drivers are of a very good quality. I mean, you've got to remember Paul Pedersen and his son Ant. Ant's an XB8 supercar driver,
yes,
so high quality there. Johnny Reid, A1 GP, high quality driver. Jono Lester, 1 international series. Andrew Waite, same sort of thing. So we've got some international pedigree drivers here, all sitting in the pit lane though, all watching these AMs. They're racers riding on their co-drivers right now, because what the goal of the AM is to stay on the lead lap, within about 30 seconds of the leader if they can, so that if there's a safety car, they all join up. And so when they give their pro their drive, they're on the same lead lap. That's their goal as an AM, is to get out of there at the same time.
Lights are out already on the Mobil 1 pace car, and we are almost set to go for the 3-hour endurance race. Round 2 of the South Island Endurance Series from Teretonga Park Raceway. They move into the final turn, getting ready to go, waiting for the green lights. Lights are still red, waiting. Green and go! Here it is, the 3-hour endurance race. And straight away, it's nose to tails to turn 1. Inside, Sam Fillmore gets that done nicely. And already we have a spin on lap number 1. What is going on here in Teretonga? It's deja vu, race after race after race.
That's the Mustang there.
That's the Mark II Mustang of Graham Rhodes and Paul Rickaby. And my word, what have we got? We are still green. Can they get it going to keep the green? They get it going. My word, turn 1 today at Teretonga. And look at that. They have just shot out the 27 car of Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid, and they have blanked the field straight away.
Look, something broken on the back of that car there, and there was contact, it looked like. That was the car that had the accident last year, first lap, first corner, went into the wall quite hard. So has had no luck in this 3-hour race as we watch the replay.
So on the left-hand side is the replay. It got nudged. It got a punt from one of the Porsches.
The white Porsche there. The white Porsche there seemed to get into it, and back to the live racing there. That Knighton car now out the front of the second pack here as Fillmore has made some space in the front.
And so we have Mana Malmazak in P3 and that beautiful Porsche produced by Prime Sport Racing, and putting all sorts of pressure on Knighton.
So Knighton in the car there, that's an AM combination. So they've had their field shortened up a bit with the loss of the Wolfbrook car there turning into Pro-Am, so that makes it easier on them. They're going to be racing against the Glenn Smith team, John DeVeth team for the AM Cup overall in the race.
Well, there's one thing we have to understand is that Sam Fillmore's just taken off. That Audi is on rockets, has got rocket fuel in it right now, and they have taken off.
He's been working with Johnny Reid extensively on his driver training. He's talking to me last night, and he's been really working on his driving.
So here is the start again. Now there's a slight tap on the left rear from the Porsche into the Mustang. So the officials are going to have a look at that and wonder where the fault was. From what you see, what do you believe?
I don't know if there's enough overlap, and especially on the first lap, it's a 3-hour race. So, you know, he might have had enough overlap, I'm not sure. We can't see it because it's quite far back. What you have to do is, he does have overlap there. The guys come down. It's close to being a racing incident. It's very close there. That's a hard one to call. They can wait till after the race if they choose, get the in-car footage and make their decision, or they can do it on the fly. So we might see something happen now, or they can have a look at it afterwards, or they can say, hey, look, it's all that was racing. There was a fair bit of overlap there, and that's what you're looking for.
And I was about to say, the key is, for anyone that doesn't understand what that means, overlap meaning you've got your enough of your front of your car past the rear of the car that you are following.
Yep, so that they know basically that they can't come down. If you're just right on the bumper, normally that's not enough overlap. It's got to be, your front wheel at their back wheel type thing. It's considerable overlap.
So for those that understand, if there's not enough overlap, you're going to get pinged.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all right. So we'll just wait and see and get the idea here.
We just had Knighton lose 2 spots down the straight, and it looks like that Wolfbrook car trying to get to second place. There's swap there for second. Knighton dropping back on that last corner, losing 2 spots there to the good battle right in front with the Malmazak and Brooks car.
Steve Brooks telling us in the lunch break that he just loves the new Audi R8 GTS. He says it's a completely different car to the Porsche that they're used to running. He actually said it's a gentleman's car because he says the most important thing, it's got four settings of air conditioning.
Yes, these modern cars with their air conditioning is quite amazing. Actually, I drove a GT4 car with air conditioning, and I got in the car and they said, is everything all right? I said, it's a bit cold actually. I had to learn how to...
You would have to wonder though, when you're racing, I'd rather have a fast car. If it was hot, I wouldn't mind.
Well, I asked if it was doing anything. It's all run through a system that doesn't take any power out of the main engine, and they're awesome new technology that they use with the electronics, and it was nice and cool. I had to turn it up a bit down in Timaru, so it was great to run.
So early days in this 3-hour race here at Teretonga Park Raceway in Invercargll, and the Sam Fillmore Johnny Reid car, the defending South Island Endurance Champions, are well out in front of the rest of the pack. They've got a 3.6 second lead on Malmazak and Leicester, that beautiful Porsche. And then of course And they have been passed by the Wolfbrook Audi. So it's Audi.
Where is the Malmazek car? Seeing there's the Audi versus the Mercedes, but I can't see the Porsches not on our screen, and it should be right around them with where the gap was on the last lap. So not sure if there's a problem.
Unsure of that, but I am seeing a Porsche potentially do a drive-through, and it was the Porsche 115 of Matt Spratt and Hugh Gardner.
That's the one that was.
So that car got pinged for a drive-through on taking out the marked Mustang. So that's quite clear of what's going on there.
We'll just try and pick up our leaders. There's our leader there, and yeah, Malmazek's dropped back to 5th right now, so he's dropping down 7th, so he's somewhere stopped on the track. We can't see him running, but he is losing spots. Here he goes across the line right there, so I'm not too sure what happened to him, but he's dropped back to 7th place there in the Porsche GT3R after doing the quickest lap of the race at that stage, but Fillmore has answered with a 55.8. It's a 55.8, which is right around qualifying times. But Brooks, Knighton there in 3rd, Pedersen there in 4th, and then Glenn Smith there in 5th. So it's been a good battle, but as that Porsche sort of starts to its recovery, his goal is to stay on the lead lap, though. That's what he's got to do when he passes the car over to his pro, John O'Lester.
So it's a pair of Audis out front here early in this 3-hour race, with the Fillmore Reed Audi leading the 27 car from the Brooks Waite 888 Audi, which is a brand new Audi for Steve Brooks and Bill Riding. Bill Riding not racing today, just been struck down with a bit of a bug that apparently is going through the pits quite severely today. And then it's Knighton, followed by the Pedersen, the 2 AMG cars picking up the 3 and 4, and the Glenn Smith DeVeth car rounding out your top 5 here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Just a reminder too that we have the new GT series in the Super Sprint series. It's going to be called the Somerset GT series. Yes, Somerset.
Yeah, the retirement company. That's a fantastic one, and no, it's been a great series. The last couple of years, the GT series has gone from strength to strength, and they're doing some balance of performance stuff for them this year to make it even more even. So I know a lot of really keen racers and a really well supported class that gets great hospitality. And live on TV as well is not too bad at all.
You can't beat that. The Somerset GT New Zealand Championship, but just a new name, but balance of performance, I think, is the one thing that a lot of GT drivers are going to love. Because if you had balance of performance here, you probably wouldn't see the Fillmore Reed Audi out in front so much, right? Everything would balance it out. That's the idea.
Well, some of it's still driver, so it's about making the car even. So like a Johnny Reed would still be quicker than a Sam Fillmore, say, in the same car, because that's the balance of performance. Sometimes there is something behind the nut behind the wheel. As we see Pedersen car there just get round the car. It's back running. The Rickaby car's now running well. It's good to see it going again after the problems on the first lap. But as we saw, a quick and early decision from the marshals upstairs and giving that penalty, get it all cleared away and keep on racing now.
One thing you love about Sam Fillmore when he hops out of a car or even hops into a car, he's always smiling. He may have a bad day, but he always come out and say, well, where else would I rather be?
Well, the only way you know the difference between whether he's been in or out of a car is how red his face is, because he usually gets fairly hot even with the aircon. He admits it. So, the fitness side of it, he's been working on as well. That's been one of the things he said to me, is he's been working on his fitness with the driver training. As we look at the GT4 McLaren there getting passed by the Knighton car as they come through.
Yeah, so the Knighton car, just a bit of a setback, has dropped down a place. Started out in P2, has dropped back to P3, and it's Steve Brooks in the Audi R8 GTS that is now sitting in P2, but he's dropped quite a bit of time too, Knighton.
Yeah, well, he's running a different race really to these front guys. His is the M1. His competitor in this is Glenn Smith. That's where he wants to see it, is that the Glenn Smith car is his competitor in this. Brooks, once he puts weight in that car, will walk away from that group there. So
the important thing, though, with that, Mark, is he wants to be in touch and on the lead lap when weight gets into the car. Otherwise, it becomes almost an impossibility.
Johnny Reed's never going to let you catch a lap back at all. So you've got to be on the lead lap, and then you're hoping for a caution to bring you back up. We were lucky enough to get that last year, and that's when that battle ensured from there on. So it was fantastic. And we've got a 4-car battle maybe brewing here.
Yeah, that was a wonderful thing about last year too. I know we are referencing it while we're in the early stages of the 2023 3-hour. It was only really into those last 5 laps that you just knew they weren't going to be touched, but it got so close.
Yeah, and then the fuel run out right at the end, and he had to come on the starter motor to get it to the end. Dan Gaunt having to run on the starter motor to get it to the end. It was a fantastic ending, and what a race. So we're looking forward to this one here. Right now, Fillmore has definitely stepped out and put it, but as you said, Brooks's goal is to probably stay within 30 seconds on the lead lap. It's all he's got to do, so if there's a safety car, we're back up on it. And that's what his goal is. He can lose a second a lap, let it go. Don't worry about it. Let's just get to that 1 hour 10 mark, and then let's put it my pro I've got sitting there waiting.
You look at those R8 GT3s, and they really look like crabs as we see the Orr West Brie.
So that's a GT4 versus GT3 car. So that one's very developed, and the other one's more of a gentleman racer or lady racer car in this case, with the 2 girls in the car. That, you know, it takes less crew to run, it's a lot easier to run, but obviously also a lot less performance. You know, the engine's wound down quite a bit in comparison to a GT3 car.
GT3 AMG, heavier car than the Audi?
Yes.
But it's something like 100 kilograms, isn't it?
I'm not sure actually. This year I think they might all be having to run to that 1250 weight limit, so I think that everyone's sort of down on that. I do know the class limit is 1250. I think that's for all cars including the GT3, so weight should be evener, but they take off restrictors off the Audi turbos and things like that, and that's really where they just gain a little bit more horsepower. They can turn it up to level 10.
So you're looking at the Pedersen car. That's Paul Pedersen and his dad Anthony Pedersen. Anthony being in the seat right now. He was ready to go and a little bit excited.
Other way around.
Other way around?
Paul's the dad and he's in the car, and
Anthony's
sitting on the sidelines waiting.
Yeah, I knew that.
But Paul, national champion, ran in NZV8s for years and really good runner, and yeah, then his son followed through and made it all the way to supercars. So it was pretty cool team there to come through, and still doing the father and son racing. I think that's what he gets the most out of it. They're currently second in the national championship and in the South Island championship, but I think they get more out of being father and son and having fun together.
This is Matt Spratt and Hugh Gardner, the Morrinsville Auckland pairing in their 991.2 GT3 Cup car. It's a Class 2. This was the one that had the drive-through after pinging the Mustang on the opening lap. What is it about this place, this opening lap? 3 races in a row today. Carnage slight carnage at turn 1. Just don't get it.
We've seen the Malmazak car starting to pull back through. He's back up to 5th place, so we'll hopefully get a report of what actually happened there and why he lost all of that time. He was up in 2nd place at one stage and then moved up, so he's starting to come back through the field. I can't see any damage on the car at all.
No
any problems.
Bumped into him in the pits. He was really happy with his podium in the 1 hour race too. He was in really good shape. He was buzzing.
He was, wasn't he?
He was really buzzing. So it's an amazing thing what confidence can do in any sport. You hop back in the seat, you go, okay, we can do this. This is a different sort of car though. This is the Rocket. This one here. This is one of the new Rockets.
It's brand new. It's about to go to Bathurst for the 12 hour. So they're using all of this as their prep for the 12 hour. I think they might be doing the 6 hour as well. They're running it in full balance performance mode. So it's got some ability to be turned up a little bit more on the power. As we see the Martin Dippy car side by side, have we got a problem with Fillmore? He's dropped down in the rankings there to 4th.
Let's just keep an eye on the 27 car and see if we can find it, because as you can see on our race ladder, the Wolfbrook Audi is now sitting in P1, the 888 car. I'm trying to keep an eye on as to where the 27 Audi is.
We're just trying to find it.
They've been given a drive-through penalty for a pit crew rule breach.
We'll try and find
That's
out
the
more.
27 Audi. We've just had Motorsport New Zealand confirm that with a nod, and they've just gone past now. So a pit crew rule breach, we'll have to find out more of what that pit crew rule breach was.
And Stefan from the pits has told us that it was a spin for Malmazak. was what the reason for the spin earlier. That's why he's dropped back. So great information from the pits media team from the pits.
Very good. Pits media beat him. So a setback early in this race, only 15 minutes into the 3 hour, and the 27 car that was on pole was given a drive-through for a pit crew rule breach. We're going to try and find out a little bit more detail on that to understand that.
I'm only going to just guess, but you can only have certain numbers of people on the pits before the start of the thing, or you've got to be wearing all the correct gear when you're on it. If you don't have the correct gear, your team is as much part of this as a driver. This is a team sport, and the International Motorsport team will not be happy if that's what happened.
Well, I'd say unhappy. They'd be livid as to reaction to that, because
they're one of the most professional teams in New Zealand, so they will not take that mistake lying down. They will be making sure that mistake never happens again, and I can promise you the debrief will be strong. And
I can imagine Nick Williamson right now is bright red and a bit cranky.
I haven't seen Lyle here today, so yes, it will be Nick that will be the cranky one today. He leaves it to Lyle when Lyle's here, but no, he might have to be the cranky one today, and yeah.
So a little bit of drama very early in the piece of this 3 hour race. The pole car, the leading car, the defending champions have had a drive-through penalty. That's why you see Sam Fillmore in the 27 Audi now sitting in P4, which has put this car that's coming around the turn 6 now is the 888 Audi of Steve Brooks and Andrew Waite, with Knighton behind them. So those are the top two cars, and the Pedersen AMG GT3 is in P3. Now, the thing here is this: how long before the 27 cars back and hunting them?
Second a lap. I reckon he's going to pull a second a lap in, so give it 15 laps and he'll be starting to see them in the rearview mirror. He's going to have to get past Pedersen, and Pedersen will not make that easy at all.
He's an elbows out sort of guy.
He's been an elbows out guy for the 25 years I've seen him racing, and I don't think it's going to change today. So, but Knighton has been maybe a bit more alive. I think they've come on the radio and told him this is the battle for the lead, because he dropped back a bit off the Brooks car, and now he's staying right up there on there, putting the pressure on Brooks. Brooks's game plan has to change, though. We talked about it before, staying within 30 seconds. Now it's the opposite. I've got to give my driver it in the lead and in a couple of second gaps so that he can hold off Johnny Reid.
So really it's just a situation of just doing the numbers, right? You'd be looking at numbers you want to do each lap. You'd be looking at your fuel, making sure those things are all right, and just sticking to your hour 10 and away you go.
You got a race driver with a helmet on told he's in the lead. It's usually, especially when they're the AM driver in the combination, that's a dangerous combination. As we see in the pits. Looks like an LS of some description there. I'm trying to pick what sort of car that is that's there having the problem. We pick out a little bit more. I can see it's a Ford, so that's going to be the one that had the problem on the first lap there. Yeah, that's the Graham Rhodes Rickaby car, I think.
A Mark II Mustang.
It's the only Ford we've got on the field from my memory of the entry list. So, yeah, they're having problems here in that Mark car. Very similar to the one we saw win the 1 hour just previously with Jordan Mickles.
So on the right-hand side on the screen, you can see the 105 car, the Porsche, trying to get past either Christina Royal West or Bree Morris, whoever's in that car.
Test one.
Stevie, what's going on in the pits there, mate? Is that Mark II Mustang?
Yeah, hey, look, those guys, they got tagged in lap 1, and they've broken the link in the rear end, so they are replacing it, and they are going to get it back out onto the track. And the V8 supercar here behind me, these guys are having electrical issues and are trying their hardest to get it all sorted out so that they can get back out as well. But the Mustang, definitely back out at this stage.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that, Steffi in the pits. Gets up to date as to what the heck is going on. So Mark II Mustang, broken link, but will get back out as we see Steve Brooks in the Wolfbrook Porsche being hunted down by the Knighton Lawson AMG Mercedes. Good little battle already. Just a reminder, the 27 car that was on pole, they got a drive-through penalty for a pit crew rule breach. Still trying to understand what that rule breach was.
Yeah, we'll have that cleared up, but it was definitely for not wearing the correct gear on the pit lane for the start. So someone's going to cross the pit wall not wearing the gear. And at all times, safety is critical to motorsport in New Zealand. We put these rules in place, and doesn't matter if it's before the race or whatever, once that they go out on track, you must meet all the requirements of safety. As this race is close.
So that is the Mark II Mustang, the 31 car of Graham Rhodes and Paul Rickaby in the left of frame in the box. Class 2 car that is getting fixed up. Real shame, because we already saw a Mark II Mustang in the hands of Jordan Mickles win the Class 2 and 3 1-hour endurance race, and they're a beast to watch.
Oh, it was running so well with Jordan. It would have been nice to see the lap times that he was doing in that. If he could do it here, it would be good. As we see on screen, this battle for the lead is still raging as they are sitting there so close to each other, and they're about to catch that All West Bree Morris car. That's fantastic. So they've been slowing up there. That could be a change for the lead right there as they get caught behind that GT4 car. As the Wolfbrook car comes up to the last corner, Knighton looks but can't make the move.
So they go past the Morris All West GT4 Mercedes. Here's the 27 car. This is Sam Fillmore. They were leading and they had a strong lead too. So flashing just to say, let me pass. I'm at pace and I'm chasing down the Pedersen AMG GT3. Coming out of the front straight, you can see they're already starting to haul them in. Such is the pace of this 27 Audi.
Yeah, he's absolutely moving. He's already pulled in about 7 seconds or so on the lead group since he's had that pit stop. So he is pulling in close to a second a lap type thing on those two leaders. And Brooke and Knighton are compromising themselves a little bit here by battling. So he's really just put his head down and doing laps. And he's starting to see Paul Pedersen come up in front of him in the view, because it's only probably about a 3.5-4 second gap there between the two of them. And it's impressive how close they're doing.
Yeah, you're about right there. He's 19 seconds off the lead and about 3 seconds off
I watch I watch way too much racing that I can tell you a gap just from the old eyeball.
No, okay, yeah, all right.
It's a bit sad, isn't it?
No, not at all. But this is the fun part of endurance racing, when you've got a really quick car and two competent drivers, watching them drag the field back in.
Yeah, second a lap. He's just doing it. Each lap a second a lap, and that's, as I said, it's going to be about 20-odd laps, and we're going to see him get there. But Paul Pedersen will not make it easy when he gets there.
So Sam Fillmore on the 27 Audi trying to drag in Paul Pedersen in the Bezos Margarita AMG GT3 Mercedes, which is a beautiful piece of kit. They podiumed in the last round. They came in second in the Christchurch round, which Reed and Fillmore won, and the podium was completed by Brooks and Riding. So a lot to play out here in Teretonga Park Raceway this afternoon. Wherever you are around the world, you're watching this through Pits TV in New Zealand and, of course, around the world. It's round 2 of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, brought to you by Allied 24/7 Fuel, Mobil 1 and Michelin Motorsport. I think the other car to keep your eye on too is the Lester Melmazak Porsche. So a spin cost them early, and they've dropped down to P5. And they're sitting
about 30 seconds behind or so, 31, 32 seconds behind. So they're still in that gap.
Yep.
He's doing the pace of the leaders, so he's sitting on a sort of 30-second gap as the battle for the front here is absolutely raging. But look, he's having to go defensive sometimes. That's slowing him up. That's bringing back our friend Sam Fillmore back into this race, and Paul Pedersen has been setting some lap times as well. He's taken a little bit of time to get into the group, but now he's in that mid-56 range as well. 56.0 last time around from Fillmore as he tries to pull back the pack.
Knighton having just dropped the fastest lap so far, 55.6. So, as you say, very, very close. That's the Pedersen Porsche coming out of some under threat from one of the dippy Porsches. Sorry, the Pedersen Mercedes coming out of some threat from one of the dippy Porsches.
As we see the Mark car come out of the pit lane, and as they go round 1, it's a long loop here, and he's caught up behind the GT4 car, and that's going to bring our 27 even closer as Fillmore gets a good run through there and managed to get through the back marker without getting caught up so much as they work through. Definitely we can see in the background of that screen, Fillmore is slowly but surely bringing him in.
It's really incredible to look at the speed difference between the GT3s and the GT4s. They're going past the All West Morris GT4 Mercedes as if it's standing still.
Yeah, and I've driven a GT4 car and I felt like it was fast, so it shows you how quick these things are. But anything that's, doing faster than a minute round here, and 53, I think we saw on practice day from Johnny Reid, is absolutely lightning fast. I mean, that used to be the speed of the quickest open wheeler at Formula 5000 around here, and and that's probably 600 kilos lighter than what these things are right now with a similar sort of 5-litre engine.
Just a little bit of a factoid. The 3-hour lap record here is 54.814. It goes back to 2021. It was Glenn Smith and Damon Leach in the 650S GT3. 54.814
so they did a 53 on Friday, so we really had some pace in this field. Is hot with its pace. It's some of the fastest cars we've ever seen in New Zealand running here, and just wait till this pro field comes and you'll see that lap scoreboard just go alight with fastest laps, I think.
So there is no determined pit window. They'll just come in when they feel. And what are we looking at?
Hour 10.
An hour 10 is the pit. Well, okay. There's the potential. There's no sort of, you've got to be in 20 or 30 laps. It's just like the race driver minimum is an hour and 10. Yeah. So how many? I mean, the question remains here: how many stops do you think you need? There always seems to be in the 3 hour that splash and dash if they get it slightly out.
Yeah, it seems like that a lot of these cars really need to have two high horsepower, high full throttle load here. So if it's at other tracks, say like a Timaru, it's a question mark. Here you do need a second stop because you're at full throttle so much and you're just using so much gas. Every time you put down that gas pedal, it sucks $3.50 or whatever gas costs us nowadays.
Ridiculous. A little bit of breaking news we saw over lunchtime, and it was confirmed that Liam Lawson didn't make the cut for AlphaTauri, so they've confirmed for 2024 Yuki Tsunoda and also Daniel Ricciardo and Liam as the reserve driver. Don't mind saying, a bit gutted about that being a Kiwi, but also the fact that he's outdriven Yuki Tsunoda in the last three races he's been involved in, and hasn't made a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Liam's had a chance that I guess that not many people get, as 1 of 10 in New Zealand to ever drive an F1 car, and he was never thought he was actually going to get in this year, so he's still on the sort of same game plan of what he's looking for doing. I spent a lot of time with him last week. I was fortunate enough to spend time with his dad Jared and his mum Christy and his girlfriend Hannah. Couldn't believe how much small time that actually an F1 driver gets. Everything's minute by minute, even down to leaving his changing room. It was meant to take him a minute 20 to walk to the car. Not a minute 30, a minute 20. They'd placed it out. They know the exact time. Everything on his schedule is timed out to nearly the second of what he's meant to do, when he's meant to be in the ice bath, when he's meant to do this, when he can eat. All of those things are pre-planned for an F1 driver. So yeah, like his dad got him for 5 minutes for lunch on Friday, and then after qualifying they got a bit of time, and then I was lucky enough to be there after the race for dinner time. So that was the times when he got to spend any time with his family.
Watching that experience, were you staggered at that alone?
I was staggered by just how professional everything was. I got to watch the whole race in the AlphaTauri pits, thanks to the Lawson family, and it was just incredible to be part of it and to see how many people are there. And then I look to the left and there's a screen on the wall, and I was sort of like, where are those people? They've got 40 people in a room back at the factory in Italy that are doing the engines and everything else. So it's not just the 80 people you see at the track. There's the people back at the thing beaming through the internet to manage all that
and
stuff.
That's live data that's being fed back from the car that they then can pour over, so we can maximise it more if you do this in real time.
He's getting told mode changes every lap or two. He's getting told must be a thing to change toe or something on the front to give him more turn and things like that. So he had a couple of buttons he had to push all the time. It was mode 6, mode 7, we're catching this guy, mode 3 now, full performance, all of these things. I'm like struggling to,
make a coffee in the morning.
Yeah, Singapore. I can't turn on the Nespresso machine this morning until I realised it wasn't plugged in, and then it worked a whole lot better once I plugged it in. But yeah,
I had the opportunity to speak with him 2 weeks ago. It was after. Which one? It was after Monza, and we talked about things that he was struggling with, and he had freely admitted, as he has in print as well, or in the media, that starts are an issue, and he hasn't figured out. It's not intuitive yet. As you were saying, the button pushing on his steering wheel to get into that groove of how to start quick. There was so much setup just for the start of the race, and it was something that was really annoying him because he lost 2 positions in the last race on the start alone.
He got 9th, and his first comment to us was, I wish I hadn't lost 2 spots at the start. Like, he didn't, ninth, I was like, you got points, mate, that's awesome. And he was like, I lost 2 spots on the start. You know, he wanted to keep Verstappen behind him for a couple of laps. Like, that was one of his goals.
What pressure? What pressure in your third Grand Prix, and you've got Max Verstappen, who's going to be world champion again, sitting on your tail after you've out clonked him in qualifying.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was it. Like, he was the fastest Red Bull driver in qualifying, and he's hitting all the goalposts, and he's showing that he deserves the spot. And hopefully, if there's another spot that maybe opens up at another team, like
Williams, that's the only one available.
Yeah,
Logan Sargent's spot, but we know with an organisation that has American owners in Liberty, they want an American driver. So unless Williams make a huge call and say we actually want someone that's going to be consistent and fast and doesn't bend our cars. I can't see Liam.
Well, Albon should be giving him a good review because they ran DTM together and he was very competitive with Albon and DTM. But let's have a look at this race. We've still got the battle at the front. We've been talking about everything else
That's
under the sun.
okay, mate. We've got 2.5 hours to go, and there's been no change in the lead. Steve Brooks leads from Knighton, but there is Fillmore is starting to catch Pedersen. And Melmazek still in P5 after a spin.
Yeah, it's so we've got the driver with the drive-through and Melmazek, both with pro drivers to come in that are on the recovery right now. They're trying to stay within that lap. That's the key thing for those two drivers. As the battle goes on, there's a GT4 McLaren in front. I think
that's the David Rogers, Tony Houston car.
They're second in class behind the All West car, as we see.
27 car of Sam Fillmore that got the drive-through. They were running away in the early stages of this race. The way they started the race was beautiful to watch, but the drive-through has meant it's now a chase to get back into, well, you'd say winning contention, and we are a long way to go. A long, long way to go.
Yeah, he just got caught behind the Moore Altezza. That car's been running around in the series. They put a turbo, I think, on it for this round. I know that they had a great battle, actually, with the 86 that Thomas and Peter Vodonovic ran at the last round together. That was sort of the battle for class 4 and 5. So you get battles throughout. They're probably gutted that Thomas and Peter aren't here, but unfortunately, due to budget constraints, we can't do everything.
Yeah, tell me about Peter Vodonovic, 86 champion. No, sorry, that was Brock Gilchrist.
Yes, no, he was 86 champion a couple of years back.
Yeah. Tell me about Peter Vodonovic. What plans does he have?
So we're just actually working through with that. Peter's been through some real family stuff, and his dad unfortunately had cancer and passed away just a couple of months ago. So he hasn't been focused, and he's gone through and actually finishing off his university degree. He's done a great job, but he's now ready. Like he waited until he was mentally ready to get back in a car. He spent all of that time out, so he didn't do it wrong. He's one of the most conscientious kids. He's doing an engineering degree that he's nearly finished. I think he's in his last year of it now. And then after that, he's looking to pick up some racing again in the coming year now. So it's really exciting. That's why we got him back in the car, because we just want to get that juices flowing again and get him going. He's been through a lot and really deserves the support of people. Like I've known his dad and stuff like that for years, so he's been really good to support, and that's why we put him into the car, because you've got to keep these kids racing, and he's got a real talent. Anyone who can win that 86 championship definitely has a talent.
There is just so much talent around, is there not? In New Zealand for young drivers, both men and women. You've got Bree Morris out there in the class-leading GT4. They're leading Class 3, Christina Orwest and Bree Morris in the 55 ITM car. Beautiful looking car too. I love this one. I love the DeVeth Smith McLaren that we're seeing go past. That's a rocket. But it was a rocket, and then everything else upscaled, because that's an older car.
Yes, that's an older 650S. I think he's got 2 of them that he uses, and they've got fuel filters on different sides, because some tracks have different sides for where the fuel needs to go in from the wall and stuff like that. But yeah, so they have it set up like that. But he's going to be disappointed because he's lost his lap to the leaders of the AM class, which is the Knighton car, and that's really his battle there. He's down in 8th place behind Scott O'Donnell and Martin Dippy. So he must have had a problem, because that car should be faster than where it is on the field, and he shouldn't get past that easily down the straight by the Sam Fillmore has dropped back. I don't know if he's just caught up with some bad lap markers or what, but he has definitely dropped back from Pedersen. Pedersen was about 3 seconds in front. Now looking at it, it looks like about 8 seconds or so with the old Mark I. It's about 8 seconds behind he is as he come through. So he's dropped back a bit. I don't know, maybe he used up his tyres in that initial chase, or the team just said, hey, look, we're only wanting 30 seconds. Let's just sit on a lap time. Let's take away the danger. Let's just stay where we are.
Well, we were talking about before, right? You've got 3 hours to win a race. You don't need to go and win it in the first half hour because you're going to chew your tyres the whole 9 yards. You just need to do it by the numbers. So Brooks still leading 4 seconds or...
We're talking about comebacks. There's the Malmazak car working his way back through the field. We missed the early spin, but yeah, reports from pits from Stefan was that it had a spin, and that's why it's dropped back from second. So he's four. So yeah, we're running through, and it's only half a second basically from first to second, but then it's getting bigger gaps back from there. So currently 19 seconds to third and 26 seconds back to fourth place. So yeah, it's dropped out to about 7-8 seconds. The old eye maths isn't too bad still.
Well, actually, you're right. They have lost a good maybe 6 or 7 seconds. The Fillmore car on the Pedersen AMG GT3, a Mercedes. Into the 37th minute of this 3-hour race here, the second round of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. And that car in the front, the black and gold Audi RA GT3 of Steve Brooks and Andrew Waite, leading a half second or so ahead of the Knight and Lawson AMG Mercedes. So a nice little battle that's been going on for the last 10 minutes or so. It wasn't that way at the start of the race. The Fillmore Reed car took off, but were given a penalty drive-through for pit crew rule violation. Basically what they were wearing at the start wasn't good enough, and sticking to the safety rules.
Yeah, it's 100% sticking to the safety rules. That's a interesting thing. Now, you actually know Andrew Waite quite well. Is he going to be a man who's just sitting in his seat waiting, or are we a pacer? Do you think he's pacing up and down now? He's in the lead?
Andrew's not a pacer. Andrew's a very cool customer. He'll just sit back and get ready to go. One of these cats that he's a bit like Murph in a funny old way. You know, they know exactly what they're about and what to do. So they get ready. They go through their process of, well, I don't think Murph goes through a process. He just puts his helmet on. He's just a pure racer, just loves getting the car. And Andrew's a bit more process-driven, I believe. And he'll just sit through, go through his process, right, getting the car ready to go. And then it'll be foot to the floor. And he genuinely will be going all out to get the win here, and I think there'll be internal battles, if you know what I mean. You know, mates like Johnny Reid and co.
Yes.
They'll want to one up them today. So no, he won't be going crazy. He'll just go. It'll be a casual process. Should we put it that way?
Okay.
Casual process.
I'm a pacer myself. I'm a terrible until I get in the car. Once I'm in the car, I'm fine. Once the helmet's on, I'm in the car.
Yeah, but maybe that's a bit of the cray-cray that you have in you. That's why you need to go through process a bit more, rather than pace and go crazy when you get in the car.
No, when I get in the car, it all sort of, for some reason, becomes clear. I don't know why, but it's that 2 minutes to 5 minutes before I get in the car. My wife just goes, I talk to you, and it's just crazy. So
I think the most important thing is you're just more rather than pacing, exudes excitement about getting in and racing a car around the track, because if you are a motorhead, you love nothing more than to hop on a car and race it, as we see Knighton continue to put pressure on Steve Brooks. This is your top 2 positions in this 3-hour race. The Audi just keeping a hold of that AMG Mercedes. Now look, there comes the Malmazak car.
Has lost its lap. So he's lost his lap, which is, as we said, that was the goal, to put John O'Lester in the car on the lead lap. That's what these guys do. So Brooks, Knighton, they've done their job. They've taken out Brooks has taken out one of those pro drivers' laps. He's done a great job that he's given his Andrew Waite that lap head start. And it's very hard to get back your lap with safety cars and things like that, with the rules the way they are. It's very hard to get a lap back nowadays. So he's done a great job in getting that 1 lap gap. Pedersen and things are further back there, 18 seconds off the leader, and then 24 seconds to 24 seconds to Fillmore. So Fillmore's got some pace back. So he was losing time there. We saw it back out to about 27, 28 seconds there before, and now it's coming back into 24. So showing some pace again. I'm not sure what caused that.
About to clock over 40 minutes of this 3-hour race. There's the Mark II Mustang that had a linkage, a break at the back. It's being followed by the Brie Morris, Christina Orwest, GT4. Mercedes, which is leading its class 3 at the moment in this 14-car field. Real shame this Mark II Mustang had problems because it can fly.
Yeah, broke a rear toe linkage. They've replaced that and got it out. So good to see it out there on the track after that first lap accident, which did result in a penalty for Matt Spratt in the 115 car. Matt Spratt, V8 racer, won the championship and things like that previously, and actually went over to Australia and did pretty well in the V8 Utes over there as well. So nice to see him out in a Porsche with Hugh Gardner, who we usually see in a Camaro, I think.
There's the 27 car, the pole-sitting car that is now sitting in P4, 65, a little over a minute back from the lead analysis.
There's more 20 seconds. We've got a problem with our timing screen. We're not too sure, but yeah, the first two are right at 0.377, but then Pedersen's currently about 19 seconds behind. We'll just wait for them to come over the line and it'll update us now as it comes across. Yeah, 18.875, and then we're going to see in a couple of seconds across the line goes Sam Fillmore, and he's at 24 seconds.
So they're 24 seconds off the lead. Okay.
Yeah, so we've just got a little, we're not sure what's happening, but yeah, 18 seconds is right for second, and third place is at 24, not 64 seconds there. So that's the difference there. We've just got a slight error on that graphic, but we'll get that updated for you shortly.
So this is the Hunter now. Being the Hunter, now they are the Hunter, the 27 car. And then in comes the DeVeth Smith McLaren behind them. They are currently sitting in P8.
Yeah, behind the two Porsches of Dippy and O'Donnell. Those are two good mates. The Dippies and the O'Donnells are very good friends, and they'll be loving having that battle there together between the two of them, both in the Porsche 992s, sorry, I get confused with all the things. Those are the brand new Cup spec car that's out in New Zealand and Australia, and you see throughout the world. Asian, you saw Chris Vanderdrift on the podium at the F1 in one of those. So yeah, they're the same car run all around the world.
It's funny, we talk about all these young racers doing so well, and then you look at someone like Chris Vanderdrift, who we spoke to about 3 or 4 months ago, and he said, I just want to get racing, and I have things that are ticking over. Now he's back in the circuit, and he's a winner. He's the sort of guy that can pedal cars.
We talked about him winning the Lamborghini with Marco. He's second in Asia Super. What's called Career Cup, sorry.
Asia Career Cup Series,
Asia's Career Cup Series. Literally, I walked out of the bathroom. He was walking to the podium. 2 New Zealand guys. I was like, we've got to catch up. So we caught up after the race, and it was great seeing him. And yeah, he's hugely disappointed with third. So that's a racer's racer when third place is disappointing to you. So he lost a couple of points in the championship, but still sitting second. So, won one championship, second in another. The boy can drive.
Look here, look at Knighton getting right up the tailpipe now of Steve Brooks. Heading through the back end of the track through turns 6 and 7. And they are really all on. Knighton is gagging to get past that Audi R8 GTS. Cannot do so at the moment, but is pushing. Has a little look down the inside. Oh, little touch. Got a nudge. Took the lead. How about that? Knighton gets past Steve Brooks on the entry to the front straight, and we have had a lead change just like that. Brooks will be filthy with that. A little touch, put him offline. Knighton jumped.
That's what you got to do as a race car driver. He has sat there for lap after lap after lap, sitting there less than a half second behind, and he's pounced. Now, Brooks has to stay calm. No, it's a long race. No, he's got his ace in the sleeve is Andrew Waite sitting in pit lane waiting for him. So he's just got to stay calm now and not make a mistake, trying to make up for that pass that happened. But great call of the action and great pickup from Pits Media, getting us that change for the lead. After 45 minutes, we've had that's our third different leader, right? We started off with the 27 car, then we've moved, and now we've moved again.
Now it's 89, yeah.
So that's our third lead change of the race already. So
And we haven't had an hour of racing done yet, and Knighton's still got another probably 25 minutes in the car before we have a change. They've got to do a minimum of 1 hour and 10 minutes in the car if you are running, obviously, multiple drivers, which we are in a 3-hour race. So that's just worth noting then. The question will remain as this race rolls on, how many stops are you going to need? You'll have your pro driver in there, and that will be the difference for the 4 cars that have pro drivers. The question will be come down to fuel.
Yep. And we're about 44 minutes in, no safety cars at all yet. We thought maybe on that first lap, but we've seen nothing else that's even caused race for concern for one. So that's the other thing with the smaller grid at only 14, there's less chances of safety cars. So you're looking
Here it is again. Watch closely. This is where the pass came around. Knighton coming in just on turn 7 into the front straight. Little tap right there. Put him offline. Great exit by Knighton, and left Brooks going, what did I get wrong there?
Yeah, a little bump and run. It's technically not quite the done thing in motorsport. Technically,
it's an SVG move, right? It's an SVG move. He does that many, many times, and sometimes doesn't get away with it.
What happens is when you get that bump, it actually unsettles the rear, which means you can't put the power down. So what you saw there was that Audi came out of there with no power down because it's been shuffled, and the Merc just drove out of there nicely. So a lot of the time, if you do that in an endurance race, you may get back the position so they don't have to make a decision upstairs, because the upstairs decision would be an awful lot harder than what would be happening if you just let it back on the track. But as a racer, it's very hard to hear on the radio not. As we see the Moore car there getting lapped again by the Mark car out there doing its job really well. They're really picking up some lap times as Rhodes as he gets going after that breakage on the first lap.
But they are well behind the field. They're just having to circulate and keep on going and do as much as they can. As we see the lead car, the Knighton Lawson car, coming past the AMG GT3, leading the 27 car, the Audi GT3, the R8 of Steve Brooks and Andrew Waite. Real little battle. It's been going on for some time as they cruise around turn 1, heading towards Castrol. Lights are ablazing on both cars, and there's such a long way to go. Driver change won't be for another 20 or so minutes.
Fastest car on that lap there was actually the Paul Pedersen car, just slightly quicker than the 2 leaders. Not enough to really catch much, but that's the fastest car on the track. That last lap was Paul Pedersen there with a 56.3. The leader was doing a 56.6. So a great little battle there as they get through the lap traffic.
You're looking at that Selling Fillmore Johnny Reid car, which was the favourite going into this race. They haven't really made up any time. They're still 29 seconds off the lead. It's not as if they're pushing forward. Now, does that concern you at all at this point in the race?
Well, there's 2 things that could happen. A, they've done something or they've got a problem in the car. B, that they've wound back Sam a bit to look after it. The last thing is we have been talking about gas consumption. And maybe they've just wound back an engine map a little bit, said, hey, look, we're happy to sit on the 30 seconds, but we're going to have a lesser pit stop and we're going to get to the end and make the extra pit stop. So there's a really good, smart play they could be playing in the pits. International Motorsport caused a problem. They might be creating the solve to the problem if they've caused it.
Yeah, the one thing you know when it comes to using racing on used tyres, Johnny Reid is a master of that. I think the last time we saw him was at Hampton Downs, and he was running on pretty much used tyres, had a splash and dash and had some time to go, but the way he manages tyres, Johnny Reid, spectacular.
Oh, spectacular driver all round. I give him a lot of bouquets of flowers. Now, is the sky getting a bit darker out there? Is that what I'm seeing?
So we're hearing now already drops of rain falling across the circuit. Now, when we can see out of our control tower, there's a huge, basically, lake in front of us to the side of the front straight.
A few little drops, and they're not much though, so it's pretty minor. So hopefully it stays away, but that could be another cat amongst the pigeons, Stephen. We don't just have a race here, front, first, second, third, fourth, who's got pros coming in, who's got this. We've got rain as well, because those lights are looking brighter as we see them on the from the cars on the track. With they definitely do look bright.
We'd love a bit of drama in the 3 hour. This is the Rickaby Rhodes Mustang, sitting dead last at the moment, but they had a linkage problem, had to sort that out, went to the pits, and now just playing catch-up. As you can see, they're way down on it. It's still just nearly 30 seconds, the Fillmore car, still 30 seconds behind the leaders in Knighton and Lawson. It's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds as we head into the second hour and we get the driver change. And I think you'll see a lot of things change with those top 4 cars when we get the pro drivers in.
Yeah, the Knighton car's an AM, so that will drop back at that stage. He's got a good lead in his AM category, but yep, it's set up for a race between Brooks' car, the Pedersen car, and the Fillmore car. The Leicester car is going to need, or the Malmazet car currently is going to need to, get a little bit of luck to get their lap back. But we talked about 4 at the start in their Pro-Am category. Maybe the Steve Brooks run here at the start has brought that down to 3. So that's what his job is to do, is to bring down those numbers for Wadey to go against.
I put money that once Johnny Lester hops in that car, it'll be eyes forward, bit between the teeth, and he can circulate those cars incredibly quickly. And it would not surprise me if he gets that lap back. It'll take time, understandably, but he'll get that lap back, mark my words.
Yeah, he's going to be, he's a top-level driver that will be pushing. But we've got a whole lot of top-level drivers, and it's like he's got to take it out over Johnny Reid, it's not an easy task to do that.
I want to talk about balance of performance, because in the Somerset GT's Championship coming up in the Super Sprint Series, then he run balance of performance. For people that don't understand what balance of performance is, give us the layman's explanation.
You've got all these different manufacturers. And how do you make them the same? Because one's got a V8, one's got a turbocharged XYZ. So they use weight and other things to bring that performance down. So if they see a car's faster in a straight line and faster in a lap, they can put more weight or raise the ride height of it so it's not so fast.
What's your understanding with the GT series of how they're going to run balance of performance?
Well, those are the 2 options, is weight and ride height.
Okay.
So if your car's higher, then it doesn't have as much aero performance and doesn't do it. So the goal is that if you put 2 drivers, like if you put Johnny Reid into a GT4 Mercedes and then you put him into a Porsche, he's going to do the same lap time within a tenth or something.
So balance of performance in simple terms is evening out the field so we have closer racing.
Yep, so we have our one-make series like the 86 series and our Mazda RX-8s, which are going around with the Super Sprint series, and they are all one-make. So they're the same. They don't need to be balanced because they let them have the same parts. You've got different manufacturers all building their cars. How do you bring them back to be the same so that we're seeing the best driver win?
Yeah, and it's fair. It's a fairer system.
Yes.
And that's what I think a lot of drivers want to see. They want to see a fairer system in GT racing around this country. So, you get closer racing.
Yeah, definitely. And every driver wants to know it was the driver that decided it. I mean, everyone loved the Singapore Grand Prix because Red Bull didn't have a great car. All of a sudden, we were looking at drivers again, right? Like the Red Bull was out, so all of a sudden that who was going to win was open. And it was down to Carlos basically managing a tyre, putting Lando back into the Mercedes, so he still had DRS. It was great. It was an absolutely mind-bending race of how much they think about all those different things to try and make performance. And that's fantastic to see as we see some of these Porsche cars that are part of the Open Championship actually. So these are the new generation. We've had 8 of these cars come into the country. We're very fortunate to even get that allocation from Porsche Germany. Porsche New Zealand had to actually, we have to have a race series for them to race in, and so we're sort of creating our own Carrera Cup type thing. So that's how we got an allocation of 8 of them. You basically nearly can't get them from the factory. So very lucky to get 8 of those cars into the country, the 9092s. So we've seen some of them in the 1 hour, and then we're seeing Scott O'Donnell doubling up now in the 2 hour, and same with the Dippy car. That's a double up from the 1 hour as well. So that new generation spec car is fantastic. And it's what you're seeing internationally in all those Carrera Cup things.
Can you see the day, and maybe in the not too distant future, that there will be a pure Porsche series here, Porsche category here?
We already have a Porsche, the Porsche New Zealand Championship and Porsche New Zealand have done. It's more of a club thing. I'd like to see it back to that sort of cup level where it was. They've done a great job with their Boxster class. They've got a fantastic thing. I think you were at Highlands and there was about 20 of them down there when we had the Super Sprint. A really good series, but yeah, we need to rebuild it. Back in the late 90s, we sort of had Fabian Coulthard over. We had about 15, 16 of these Carrera Cup cars, and it was just fantastic racing. Young David Reynolds had come over. I remember, a whole lot of names were running in it, the Evans of this world and stuff like that. So we'll pick up. So there definitely is an ability to do something like that, and it would be great to see the Porsches running together. And we've got this great GT class for those GT4s with that balance of performance. So we just saw one of them just come off the screen there, but there is definitely more rain on that screen right now in front of you.
That's running. That rain seems to be falling around turns 4, 5 and 6 and coming out of the front straight. You can see the wipers now going heavily on the DeVeth Smith McLaren as that heads towards turn number 1. So now the narrative in this race changes yet again. Rain falling. How long do you stay on your slicks and how long does that rain keep falling? It's not actually uber dark around the racetrack. There are patches of light you can see over the behind sort of the forestry region heading towards the water, but wow, who would have thought?
It looks like it's only turn 8, the last corner, that it's actually truthfully raining on. Like when you look at the camera footage and stuff where we've got drips of rain, it definitely seems like turn 8, which is one of the trickiest corners. I know it's a slow corner, but it's all about that power down. So if I was on the radio, I'd be risk mitigation, as we see the bright lights on the hill there of those cars really showing through. So it is raining just that back section.
That's the Knighton car off. That's the Knighton car off. So first victim of the rain, and Knighton's off. Hands the lead back to Steve Brooks in the Audi R8. So first indication of how wet it might be out the back of that racetrack. Huge moment. And Brooks will take the lead with Andrew Waite. Now, questions will start to be asked. How bad is it? And what do we do tyre-wise?
No way you go into a wet tyre at this stage, Stephen. You need the whole track. The tyres, they will hold their warmth for a couple of laps once it starts raining even. So it's about once that tyre starts cooling down and takes it off, that's when they've got to move across. You'll see the difference about 10 seconds, but we do see someone in the background just heading into pit lane there on that shot, so I'm not sure who that was. But definitely far too early for wet tyres, and we're about 14 minutes away from the pit window. So if it rains now, do you just want to hold on for the 14 minutes to make sure you get through to that hour 10? That's the other decision the teams have to make. Can they get through without, wait on that pit stop till they get to the hour 10?
So there is your lead car.
That's the lead car. We are seeing spray coming up off. That's another thing you're looking for is spray. We're not really seeing it yet here at the start-finish line, though. It looks like it's so wet down there, and we're less... Oh, there's one off right now, and on that corner there, on that last corner, it's the McLaren GT4.
The GT4 McLaren of David Rogers and Tony Houston off.
And it's in a puddle.
It's in a puddle and right on the home straight as you come into the home straight. So they've had a spinner.
Probably a safety
And we've
car.
just seen off camera the All West Morris car come off and into the sandpit at Castrol. Came into it quick too, and they're not going to get out of there. So the wet weather, there it is right there. That's the All West Morris car, another spinner. So the weather now starting to play havoc, and the safety car is out. So the safety car has been deployed with 2 cars off because of rain falling on the park.
Now, that was the 2 GT4 leaders too. So she was about to put a lap on that other GT4 car. So it's actually going to be a battle of who gets out of the sand first. No, seriously. If one of them gets out first, they might actually get a lap back or put a lap on them as the other one's getting pulled out. So this is actually a race battle between the marshals to see who can get our two GT4 cars out back on track first.
So the car that we saw was in the pits was actually the Mark II Mustang. That is back out and racing. So the safety car has been employed just ahead of the 1 hour mark in this 3-hour race, round 2 of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series from Teretonga Park Raceway here in Invercargll. And the rain has thrown the cat amongst it. Driver changes not before 1 hour and 10 minutes, and so we'll just have to wait and see. Some cars I can spy in the pits now going in, one being the Malmazak Porsche and one being the 27 car, and it would appear from where I can see tyre changes.
Yeah, definitely a tyre change on that Porsche. We can see that for sure. But one of the things you'll struggle on here is they're going to take, when we talked about they'll have warmth in the tyre, so if it rains, this safety car takes all the warmth out of the tyre as well. So we've got a battle between the Jeep pulling out the GT4 car there.
And so the 27 car has in and out of the pits, from what we can see from our position, was a tyre change for the conditions. And the Leicester Malmazak Porsche is in there at the moment, but it appears to be in there for quite some time. So I'm not so sure what that is. We'll have to get Stiffy onto that one to find out what is going on with that Malmazak Porsche. It's back down off the jacks now, but not going anywhere quick.
As he stalled it again, he did that in the first race, and he needs to get it out right now before the safety car goes past so he doesn't lose another lap. Yes, he's got it out. In a couple of seconds, they will actually close that pit lane, so that was fine. He had a stall in the last one. That was his problem, right? That was what it looked like, another stall there. But it didn't look...
Lots of cars now rolling into the pits.
Yeah, lots of cars in the pits, and are they going to wets? I'm not too sure, but it does not look bad for the rest of the track, really. But obviously, I don't see Bree Morrison or Christina Orr. I'm not sure who's in that car, but I'm going to say I think it was Bree Morris starting. Not many mistakes definitely out of Christina Orr like that. So that was a surprise to me if it's Christina in the car. She does not make many mistakes. So obviously must have been pretty slippery for her to make an error in that car. She's a very talented driver. So as they all sort of come around and get behind the safety car, the last of them, and we're in the pits.
So, as you can see, tyre changes for the conditions. Mobil 1 petrol going in.
Allied Petroleum 24/7 they're using there. And that one, I can guarantee you that.
And there's the interesting thing, the real change in motorsport world. Rattle guns that aren't rattle guns, they're now electric rattle guns.
Yeah, it's amazing the technology and the battery power to get enough torque out of that versus an air one. But yep, the technology's got there where you don't even need an airline anymore. They've got the battery ones as well. So I know a couple of the V8 supercar teams have moved to battery.
So this is the Scott O'Donnell, Alan Dippy Porsche going out. Scott O'Donnell in the seat at the moment. And the conditions have come down. Look at this. We had 50-odd minutes of dry weather, and look how much rain has fallen on the park. So this changes the nature now of the approach of how teams now operate and manage this race.
Oh, definitely. And they've had gas stops, so some of these guys will stay longer and they won't do the exact hour 10 and stuff like that. Some of the drivers that have done a pit stop now, though, that pit stop's going to be not so much about getting over, normally fuel covers everything. But if you're going to put it at the hour 10, fuel's not going to cover everything because it's going to be a very short pit stop. So it's going to be about how quick that second driver can get in the car and out of the car will be more of the pit stop than a fuel. Because normally fuel takes about 40-odd seconds to fill it up. Driver change is about 30 seconds. This is going to be a race for who can do the fastest driver change and get them done. So if they pit bang on that 1 hour 10, because most of them have been in now, most of them have got gas, most of them have got the tyres they want to have on the car right now. As we see the Spratt car in after it's had a drive through, so it's the second time in the pit stop. It looks like a driver change as well, looking at that.
Well, if that's a driver change, it's inside the...
Yeah, but they Matt Spratt and Hugh Gardner would be quite evenly matched, so they can just make Hugh run for an hour 10 or something like that at that stage and let Matt do the longer run. Some of these drivers are quite evenly, like the Knighton car with 2 AMs, they're quite evenly matched, so they have more ability to do that.
That's, of course, right. Minimum 70 minutes.
But someone else can do longer, yep. So they could change now. The driver that gets in now can do the 70 minutes. So then at 2 hours 10, we're going to have to see...
Another driver change.
Yep. Well, they can go a little bit longer than that.
Yeah.
But this car will have to come back in for at least 8 minutes for this other driver to drive. So they've got to have it with 10 minutes to go. They've got to have had another pit stop. But some of these cars might just only, like in the Audi 6, our problem was the gas only lasts an hour and 4 minutes.
So that really stuffs up your strategy, doesn't it?
So you're like looking for a safety car to be able to go and get, that done and get out there. So yeah, it was quite a interesting strategy call of trying to figure out how you can make a fuel tank that only lasts an hour and 4 minutes, an hour and 10. It's quite a close exit there. I'm surprised that pit lane was open there for that dippy car to get out.
That was the Martin Dippy John Penny Mitre 10 car, got it just in front of the pace cars. They didn't drop a lap.
Now that McLaren there at the front of that group there, he needs to pick up his pace a bit because he's actually getting caught by the safety car and he needs to go a lot faster. What happens is they should be going about 90% of race pace until they catch the safety car, and he's going at about 30% of race pace. So there's two drivers behind him getting fairly frustrated that they're not catching up to the safety car like they should. So that 61 car needs to get a move on right now and catch up to the pack. And he's braking and slowing down more. He needs to go a lot faster. He's starting to pick it up now. Hopefully, oh no, he's braking now. That's getting dangerous in that area too. So he really needs to get moving along because the guys behind do not understand what he's doing.
No, it looked like he was trying to put heat to the tyres, slow, fast, slow, fast, slow, fast.
But he's got it, he basically should come down pit lane, let the two cars past. You cannot pass him while he stays on the track. That's the rules of the safety car. No matter if he's doing it wrong or not, you cannot pass him. As you see the John DeVeth car come out, I don't know if there was a driver change there, but Glenn Smith started it. We'll try and start picking up these lights on in cars and not. So, yeah.
Well, all the so-called first drivers, the AM drivers, are at the moment, is from what we can see from our so Sam Fillmore, Steve Brooks, Paul Pedersen, Hayden Knighton, Mana Malmazak, Glenn Smith, Scott O'Donnell, Matt Spragg, Christina Allwest, David Rogers, and Darryl Barrett are all in the car at the moment. So all the green indicator lights suggest that the AM drivers are in, shall we say. And we are green and racing with the spray, the rooster tails coming off these cars as they fly down into turn number 1. There's something wrong with that McLaren, the orange McLaren.
It's gone green, so everyone's racing, so he's just let them by to make sure that he didn't get in their way. He had been off the track, so if he'd done an orange, maybe he's still stayed on slick tyres and everyone else is on wet, so they've got huge grip and he's just trying to get through. But we see Fillmore back to the lead, it says on our timing screen, so let's wait until we see all of that come through and we pick it all up because we're got a battle pack going here, so let's try and pick it up as we see on the screen. There's the dippy car, there's the McLaren that's slowing. We're not sure what's been happening with him, but he's getting caught up very quickly by our race, the big pack.
Well, and honestly, it looks like he's just circulating.
Oh, and look, if he stayed on slick tyres, I'd be circulating in that car just trying to wait until it got to dry, to be honest with you. If you think it's going to dry out right now and you're trying to get to your hour 10, it'd be pretty hairy in that car. Especially if they put new tyres on it when they pitted, because they'll be cold and they'll get no warmth. But it's definitely wet enough for full wets right now. That whole track is wet now, and the spray that's coming off, you would be looking for a wet tyre.
So confirmation, Sam Fillmore's back in the lead, ahead of Steve Brooks and Andrew Waite, with Paul Pedersen and Anthony Pedersen making up the 3. Hayden Knighton, who was leading but went off, the first to go off when the weather came down. They were leading, sitting in P4.
Yeah, it's a good battle there, and then the Mana car has still got the lap down in that Porsche, so they need to catch back that lap. We'll try and pick that up where they are, but there's a battle there with the Wolfbrook and the Pedersen car are quite close together. We'll pick up where Fillmore is shortly too. But there's that battle on screen between 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Well, Fillmore's taken off again. Fillmore's in front of the Wolfbrook Porsche. Wolfbrook Audi, excuse me. Look at those conditions. How can you see in those conditions when you're driving into someone's rooster tail?
Now, there's that Malmazak car that wants to get its lap back. So that's desperate to get a lap back from the car in front of it. So he's going to be pushing to try and get his lap back, and Fillmore will want to keep another pro driver out of the race if he can stay off that lap. So that's a lap difference between those two cars you're seeing on screen. The Audi in front and then the Porsche GT3R right behind him, a lap down.
So 6 seconds from first to second, and Sam Fillmore has got the hammer down, as he did in the start of the race.
Yeah, but Leicester, the Porsche, I think it's Malmazek still in the car, is really sticking on him really well here, and he is working his tail off to try and get that lap back as we get a slower car there of the, is that the dippy car that was?
That's the John Penny dippy car, the 992 that finished 7th in round 1 of this Cerdex series. But boy, they are tiptoeing. Look at them tiptoeing around the track, being very careful. Malmazek trying to get a line on to try and get past Sam Fillmore and unlap himself.
Is that going to be Leicester in the car? That looks like it's Leicester driving the car. The way the action in the car, I think there's a changeover of driver there. To be totally honest with you, Stephen, the way it came out of that corner sideways and grabbed it, that's good quality driving there. So I think Leicester's actually changed into that car, and he's now got his lap back. So they've used that overlapper AM versus Pro. They put the Pro in the car to get that lap back to make sure they get a safety car or something else like that. They might bring back in and put Mana back in the car for a couple of laps or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, there's a few there but definitely that car is absolutely screaming now, and it's pulling away from Fillmore. So I've got to believe it's Leicester in the car. We'll try and I think Steph is trying to get us some information of it. So we'll give you an update when we get one, but definitely looks like Leicester in the car. The way that's handling and the way he's driving it, he is up on the wheel there. And if that's
it's a dry where the wet's not a problem.
Yeah,
driving it's dry.
If that's Mana in the car, I'm proud of him. He's developed so much and got so he has anyway. But that car's up on the wheel. Trust me, that's a nearly guarantee a pro driver in that car. But we see the two McLarens, GT4 and 3 there, the differential.
But hasn't the nature of how these cars are racing now changed dramatically? All these drivers have just started, well, they are tiptoeing. It must be really wet out the back of the track there. We can actually now see the rain sheeting across Teretonga Park Raceway.
It's just amazing seeing the rooster tails. It shows how effective the Euro is on that car, how it, you see that rooster tail, and that's effectively like airflow for the Smith Reed DeVeth car. And that just shows you what the body of these cars do, is how it spits underneath the car. They use that to create the downforce and bring the car through. So
Smith and DeVere, former national champions themselves, they were the benchmark at one stage. We're probably only going back 2 years. In fact, we are only going back 2 years. They were sort of champions in the 3R series, and but they haven't changed up the car. This car you're looking at has had plenty of updates on it, but the Audi, the R8s have come along.
Yeah, the whole level of the series went up. We had the harder racing guys came, so the Smiths,
Aston Martin,
yeah. Then we brought them in, and then we got more of the GT3 cars have come in, and the newer ones have come through. And these guys have kept their car the same and stayed with an AM lineup as well. So they've got a great attitude with it all and enjoying it.
It is hard to believe it was 3 years since Darren Kelly and Alex Ribeiro were racing at Aston Martin around this track and putting a race record on.
Yeah, no, and
3 years.
It's amazing that the time that flies in New Zealand motorsport, isn't it?
That was a heck of a good time too, because the heart of racing gave a lot and put a lot into motorsport in this country, particularly with their support of Starship Hospital, which is one of the sort of MOs of the heart of racing, because they look after the Children's Hospital in San Diego as well. But I see Alex Ribero's finally got a win in the IMSA series this year. He'd be happy because it's been a bit of a rough ride for him and his heart of racing team.
Yeah, the heart of racing, they run a couple of cars, and they've also got young Kiwi girl up there right now running in the GT4, and I've forgotten her name, and I raced against her, and she's a lovely girl too, so I feel very silly with that. Rihanna. Yeah, she's actually even done some driver training with me. She's actually a very good driver.
Running a GT4 Aston Martin.
Yeah.
The Vantage, I think.
Yes, and with some success with with an American girl, and they've actually had some podiums and stuff like that. They've been driving well. The racing up there seems to be very, very brutal, though, because I think she's been taken out about 3 different races I've watched that she's been, her teammates been taken out on the first or second lap. So very brutal class of GT4 racing up there. Definitely no holds barred. We down here are a little bit kinder, it seems, and a bit more sensible with our racing, and we're wanting to spend on crash damage.
So we're into the second hour of our 3-hour race in round 2 of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series, and somewhat of a return to normal, you might say, with the rain falling and tyre changes coming around, and how the pit stops have worked out. Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid are back in the lead of this race with a 7.6 second lead over Steve Brooks and Andrew Waite, with Paul and Anthony Pedersen rounding out that podium. Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson, who were leading just as the rain came down. We saw Knighton put it off the track as you come into the main straight turn, and that slipped them down into P4, but he still has logged the fastest race of the race so far.
It's full wet as well. We've just had word that the track was declared wet, and so they all need to turn on their rain lights, and they all need to be running wet tyres at this stage. So everyone should be out there on wets right now. We just see the board up on the high-vis board on the start line saying rain lights, just reminding all the drivers they need to turn on their rain lights.
And so we've got a position change as well. The Knighton car has passed the Pedersen car, so it's a Mercedes AMG change.
Yeah, great battle there for them, but our leader's just made his way past the GT4 McLaren as they keep on battling.
The change being that the Pedersen car is in the pits.
So they've done the hour 10, bang on, they've changed over, Ant's going to be getting in the car, and it's going to be, let's go boys.
Yeah, but they'll have to be careful not to get a lap down as well, because these cars are flying around the track despite it being wet, and that makes it even harder.
Well, they will lose a lap in the pit stop, but then these other guys have to do a pit stop as well. So it's going to balance out as such, but yeah. Is that the leader just into the pit lane there? Is that what we're seeing? Leader into the pit lane right now. It looks like the Fillmore car right into the pit lane there. You saw he pulled off and into the pit lane. So that's the leader in the pit lane. Pedersen comes out. So would have lost a lap to most of the field, or would have lost a lap to the leader, but he came into the pits too. He's seen the hour 10 mark and pitted. So let's see, it should be a driver change if we can see into the pit lane. Yep, the driver's doors are open, and there's a changeover happening there with the drivers. So out comes, but Brooks is back into the lead now. Knighton in second as they make the change there in the pit lane. And it's going to be about speed of driver change because they weren't in that long ago, so they won't need much gas.
It's off its jacks, we can see from our position.
So that means they're just waiting on the driver normally. So that means all the fuel's done, the tyres are done, they're just waiting on driver. And that's what we said, it's going to be a race of the driver change here, which is normally covered by fuel. So if you've an international and you practice these things a lot, this is where these advantages come from.
So we've still got to see the Brooks car come in and affect its driver change.
Knighton's got in front of the Brooks car, and here comes the Brooks car into the pit lane as out comes the, again, one goes in, one comes out, one goes in, one comes out as the Wolfbrook car's now in the pits. And we're going to see young Mr. Andrew Waite getting in that car.
So the 888 Audi R8 GT3 will be coming into the pits for that driver change, and Steve Brooks, who's done a solid job in his stint, will jump out, and Andrew Waite will jump in.
Yeah, it looks... Definitely think that the lead car, I definitely think that Leicester car.
Car in the kitty litter. Car, that's a dippy car.
Oh, Knighton's going to be happy because he might get a lap up on the field here if he stays out.
That's the Scott O'Donnell dippy car. That's the 912 Porsche.
We think Scott was in that car and had stayed at the pit stop. Is that right? We thought that. We thought he was in there. As we see the driver change happening here.
It's Andrew Waite jumping into the seat of the 888 car, and he will be going now. This will be fun.
Well, hopefully not, because it's a safety car, so hopefully he doesn't go too hard. But yes, he is in the car right now. But this is the advantage Knighton wants to do. He wants to hold this field out there. He wants to create that he's got a lap lead on a lot of these cars. He can ice a few of these cars out of here. It'll be very interesting. But has he dived into the pits as well? We're seeing definitely the Mana cars in the pits right now.
Knighton car has gone past turn one, which is where the dippy O'Donnell car is beached in the sand. So all sorts happening. Driver change here now. This is John O'Lester jumping. So so John O'Lester is jumping in now. So it was Melmazak that was. So
well done.
So golf clap for Mana Melziak.
No, you're the man.
John O'Lester now into the car.
He was 1.5 seconds faster than the other AMs. I had to give it to John O. I'm sorry, but he was driving it so well. It was impressive. So if that's what these guys have done, and well done if that was him in the car, well done. It did look like a driver change we saw, wasn't it? So I'm giving him some total credit to Mana. He's a good bloke too, so I really like him, and to see his development over the last few years of endurance racing is impressive, and he's another one that's been in that Somerset series. and really
they were strong. They were very, very strong, and they were a very tight trio watching them race. And I think having John Lester in there and giving them huge coaching, you could see the improvement from round one to the end of the championship, and that's all as a coach would want to see, because they were stoked and they were really, really enjoying their racing. So, and you're seeing the fruits of it even here. So
yeah, he's just come back. I just was talking to him. He said, I'd seen you at the Singapore Grand Prix. I was there too. So he's come out of the heat. He's finding the cold a big difference, to be honest with you, as well. We were both rugged up in our jackets in the pit lane. Other people look like they're in short sleeve shirts and they're...
What, you were rugged up in Singapore?
No, here.
Oh, here. Gosh, I'm about to say.
The two of us are in our jackets as people walk by in their short sleeve shirts going, it's a lovely Southland day. So,
well, when I looked at coming down here, I was sitting in Auckland going, oh, yeah, 15, 16 degrees here. And then I looked at the forecast. Great, 10 degrees. Looking forward to that one. It's certainly not 10 degrees, but it's a heck of a lot colder here in Southland at the moment. And the weather, which has been bedeviling this region for the last 72 hours, has returned. But you can sense clearing skies. So we may see this track dry up because of the darkness of the cloud cover has gone away and it's starting to lift. But it has certainly changed the nature of this race. It's put it on its head.
Right, and then the next decision comes. When do you come off the wet tyres and onto the slick tyres? And when do you do that? And what speed? And can you use that to use up your pit stop if they do need to do a driver change? So that's probably one of the toughest calls in motorsport, when to come off wets and when to get off wets, because danger, if you do it a lap too early, you can be in the wall because you've done it too fast. And then there's the opposite side of it. If you wait too long, there's seconds a lap that you're going to be throwing away to your competition. So everyone will be looking up and down pit lane because it looks like this rain stopped. When do you come off? Whoever's the first one, they'll watch their lap times and then they'll just be bang, get in the pits.
And this is what I love, the strategy of endurance racing. When things are thrown at you, how you calculate, how you manage the race as a team manager to see, as you have said, tyres, petrol, driver changes, all that stuff. And it really is a game of chess.
Yeah, it's a team game, and the team makes these decisions and makes all of these calls. As we'll get an update as they come across the line. Yeah, so you've still got in front Hayden Knight, back further. At the back of the pack is our second place runner and Sam Fillmore. Johnny Reed's in the car now. Then Andrew Waite is right behind him. Then you've got the Pedersen car, which is on the same lap. I believe it should be on the same lap as them, so we'll wait for that to come around and clear up. But it's showing there 1 lap down Pedersen, and also that Leicester car is also a lap down. So they'll be not too happy if that's the case and they've been caught down a lap at this situation. So we're just getting an update now. Looks like the Knighton car is going to stay out probably closer to the 2 hour mark. Like, they've got to make their pit stop to make the driver change still. So they're probably going to about the hour 50 mark.
Yeah.
So we'll be hoping for it to dry out between now and the hour 50 mark and be able to make it with one stop and just put it back onto slicks and go from there. And that'll be a big advantage for them.
Lights are out in the pace car. We're getting ready to restart the third race of the day, the 3-hour race in the South Island Endurance Series, where rain has fallen and changed the narrative of this race. But we're ready to go green. Safety car in. Knight and Lawson, Pedersen and Pedersen. And we are green and racing again as the Rooster Tails fly high between the twin AMG Mercedes. And Knighton taking them down to turn number 1.
Yeah, Pedersen right behind him. So that is that lap difference. So he wants to get past him right now. Ant Pedersen in the car. So he's going to want to make a move, that pro driver.
Johnny Reed flew by Andrew Waite, and now this is a race you want to keep an eye on. The 2 Audi GT3s with Reed and Waite behind the wheels. Reed in the 27 and Andrew Waite in the 888 Audi GT3.
And we've got Mercedes GTRs there at the front, the AMGs both there. And Ant Pedersen is working hard to get his lap back. He needs to get this back. So if there's another safety car, and in the wet, there's the most chances of safety cars. So he's going to get to work right now to get past this leader and get back onto the same lap. And it's going to be quickly up to this corner here. It looks like he's going to dive him down into the last corner.
Pedersen going around the outside, is he? Yes, he does. Can he make it stick? No, he can't.
Lawton's better just not to fight and let her go, basically, because he's got an 11-second lead back to the next pack, and he's got to just not waste time now. Every second he loses now is a second that those guys are catching him.
So I'm trying to get that lap back as Ann Pedersen in the Bezos Margarita AMG GTR ahead of the Knight and Lawson car. And it's all on. The pressure to unlap yourself, the pressure to get on that lead lap, to pull yourself back into contention.
Yeah, that just means if they have a safety car now, he rolls back around onto that field and he gets a free lap back. So, and in these wet conditions, the chances of a safety car are extremely high.
And so are you saying strategically, in this situation, better to be on a wet lap, to be wet racing?
Right now, if I'm in that situation and I'm in that price car, I want it dry because I'm worried about hitting wall, but a lot of these drivers don't worry about that. That's usually what means you're old, when you actually think what the cost of it is. So yeah, most pro drivers and stuff like that, like Ant and stuff like that, he won't be worried about that. He'll be enjoying it, sideways action, enjoying it, and that you will see more of a difference between a pro driver and an AM right now, as Jono Lester is about to do the same thing and try and come and unlap himself. So those two there got caught with the pit stops. Knighton stayed out, so they lost their lap from the pit stop. Now Lester's in the car and chasing down to try and get his lap back as well, and also run after the Pedersen car for 4th overall.
So as it stands, we have Hayden Knighton in P1, followed by Sam Fillmore, Johnny Reid, Stu Brooks, and Andrew Waite behind the wheel now, with Pearl Pedersen and Anthony Pedersen in that P4 position, but still a lap down. Johnny Lester in the 908, the number 908 Porsche, trying to get that lap back as well. And then Glenn Smith and John DeVere 2 laps down. So we really are looking at the top 3 cars in the 4th, trying to get that lap back, which is this car in front of us, to get that battle going towards the end of the 3-hour mark.
Yeah, Leicester's all over the back of Knighton there in the background there as they come through the last corner. Pedersen's definitely got a lead out there as we go back to the Minder 10 car, Dippy, who's in a battle with Gardner and Spratt car there as well, and then the Christina Orr West car behind them. Yeah, it's a good battle here as he dives up the inside there. I'm going to say that Spratt looks like it's in the car, looking at the co-driver lights as we go. Right behind there, the GT4 of Orr in the car, it looks like as well. So some really good battles going on as they go across the line throughout the field. But Lester is just made his way past, and he's got his lap back as well now. So both of those pros have got back onto the same lead lap. But I'll tell you who's coming if we can get back to that lead group, because Johnny Reid and Andrew Waite are coming for our leader, Hayden White and Knighton, as they come. They have pulled in about 5 seconds over this, so we should see them in the background coming through very shortly, right in behind the lead car of Knighton. They've been picking them up over the last few laps.
So the Morris Orr West car just running along quite nicely. They were leading their class as we went to before. And we'll just double check that they still continue to lead that Class 3. Class 2 being led by Martin Dippy and John Penny. And at the moment it's Hayden Knighton ahead of the Fillmore car. And Andrew Waite in that 888 Audi R8 GT3.
Yeah, it's going to be a close battle there. That lead group now, if we get one more safety car, we're going to have 5 cars on the lead lap all together. If we can get one more safety car, as they've all put themselves back onto the same lap after an hour and a half, basically, of racing.
So we've had driver changes, and so in the top 4 cars, the drivers, or the top 5 cars, the pro drivers are in. One, of course, being an AM, that's the Knight and Lawson combination. But we've got your pro drivers in, and that's where you'll see a real change in just the way the cars are being driven.
They'll be up on the edge there. That All West car is doing well in the wet. But there's a move for the lead there. That is the battle for the lead right in front of you as they get out of that corner. And here comes...
Great exit by Johnny Reid. Looked a bit dodgy, tried to go out the outside and has just put the pedal down and blown by Hayden Knighton or Kane Lawson, whoever's in the car. We're saying Knighton's still in the car, aren't we? They haven't done their driver change yet. That's right, when everybody else went in. So Johnny Reid has just gone boom and into the lead of this race. They are the defending South Island champions, won the last round in Christchurch. And you can sort of understand why when you see a move like that at pace. So the question is, how far back is Andrew Waite in the Wolfsbrook Audi? There he is, just you can see. He'll come into view in just a moment, and he'll be hunting down the Mag and Turbo Warehouse AMG.
Now, how's that for Wadey? First time in the car at the track. He didn't do any of the racing, the qualifying and stuff like that. It was quite a late drop into the car, and it's wet. Wouldn't that be nice first laps? It's a bit like Lawson at the first Grand Prix.
Zandvoort.
Yeah, here's the car. Yep, have a good go. It's a really nice. It's fast. Oh, and it's wet. Enjoy that. Have fun. Because I know he has done some laps in the dry in the car, but I don't know how many wet laps he would have done.
I think the most impressive thing, I think it was an FP1 when he went out for the first time, or FP2, and he spun it, but just kept it off the
wall.
The wall. It was a really nice little move, and I thought, yeah, okay, that he's got his head in the game.
Yeah, no, he's definitely, there's another level where I'd be in the wall hard. But we're seeing it also, here he comes. The leader is doing really well. There's good battles there with also the Leicester car as well as very close to the Pedersen car there for fourth place up in front of these guys. And what Johnny Reid will be doing is he'll be looking up in front of him and going, can I get these guys back a lap down? That's what he's going to be aiming to do, is catch those two cars you just saw go through the screen and put them that lap back down.
So Johnny Reid in the seat of the 27 Audi, run by International Motorsport, the defending South Island champions, and he is just again doing what Johnny does, drive fast.
So you see that battle right there in the front of the screen was the Pedersen one.
But right behind them, having just crossed start finish, is that car there, the 27 car of Johnny Reid. And they'll be thinking about that. They will not want to see the 27 car in their rear vision mirror.
No, definitely not, because Reid is very good in these wet conditions. Shout out to all our international viewers. I've had a couple of messages from people who are overseas in different places around the world watching us in China and other places. So good to see all those people out there watching it. And it does look very wet on the screens, but we do think it's going to dry up. I mean, I've got a feeling of a drying track in about 20 minutes is my guess. So
is this your amateur meteorology coming into play?
Well, I'm just watching that puddle and it's not really, spitting into it like it was before. So very amateur weather forecast here. As sideways goes Pedersen through that last corner as he tries to get on the gas. Both those drivers are trying to get away from that Fillmore and Reid car as they come down the front straight. They're very close together.
But look who's behind them.
That's right. He's chasing. He's trying to get that lap back the other way. As we've hit a high of 9 here today, so that is lovely weather.
Yeah, humidity, I wouldn't have believed it was 87% humidity, because that would mean we'd be feeling like we're in Singapore, but it's not.
Well, when it's 9 degrees and humid, it's not really that. You put it at 30 degrees and have that humidity, you'll very much struggle.
Yeah, that's why you're the smart one. You're the older one here, okay?
So we'll get back to the racing and off my forecasting. So the Wolfbrook car there of Andrew Waite is catching up nicely there. He's in second place now. He's only 2.7 seconds. Oh, he just squeezes up on the inside that back marker, and he's trying to chase down that leader. It was over 3 seconds before, so he has caught up a bit. But this can elasticize with back markers in the wrong spot, can change the lap by a second and a half very easily in these cars.
You saw him just coming into the front straight, so he is starting to pick up some pace on Johnny Reid. And Johnny Reid, of course, will have to think about getting past John Lester, who will not make anything like that easy. And this will play into the hands of the Wolfbrook Audi, being piloted by Andrew Waite. They're heading around turn 1 now, and just ahead of the 27 car is the Pedersen car and the Porsche of John Lester. So interesting moments here, particularly when it comes to strategy. Those two cars, the Pedersen car and the Lester car, will not want to go another lap down.
No, they won't want to go a lap down at all. And really, Waite versus Reid, something's been happening since the 90s at the Mount Wellington kart track. It was them, those two. Mitch Evans was in there, Simon Evans was there, Van Gisbergen was there. They had 5 of them, and that's why they're so sharp, because they ran against each other and all trying to beat each other. So a very sharp group of kids that came out of the Mount Wellington Kart Club at one stage.
Such a shame to see that Mount Wellington car track now container depot. It's
not even being used. It's just terrible. It's just an absolute waste. And when you see the quality of driver that they've pulled out of there, so many New Zealand champions and stuff like that, be great to see. Apparently they're trying to build something out at the airport. There's an airport facility that they're trying to put together. I saw some plans for it, so that will be great to have a second kart track in Auckland again, out by the airport there. So But Mount Wellington Kart Club definitely had a plethora of international stars come through there. Dixon was another one.
So there's the Wolfbrook Audi, piloted by Andrew Waite, trying to chase down the other Audi R8 of Johnny Reid, which is the current leader. So that's 1 versus 2 as it stands at the moment. And Johnny Reid is trying to get past Jono Lester and Ant Pedersen because he wants to put them down another lap. And that would really be a killer. Rain appears to be clearing. We're sitting looking at the front straight, and the rain that was sheeting, and only sheeting, not hard, but sheeting, has sort of softened up. Wipers are still on. Mind you, that's only because they've got rooster tails following cars in front of them.
You can see right now in that same picture, you got 3rd, 4th and 1st all in that same picture, just a little bit further up, but just before we had all 4. There he is, right in the background there. And you're seeing 2nd there as well. How Mr. Waite just sort of sitting in the background there, a couple of seconds back off the leader as they work their way through these back markers. Waite's caught up a lot there on Reid. Reid's been caught up behind the GT4 car, and Waite has brought down that gap. It was 2.1 at the start of the lap. I'm thinking that's going to be a second and a half or so or less, as long as he doesn't get caught up in these last couple of corners. But he is right behind now. That gap is well below 2 seconds now. As he comes to the last corner, he's just going to have to get past this GT4 thing, Mercedes-Benz thing. Oh, and he spun.
Oh, we spoke too soon.
Andrew Waite
into the dirt.
He was chasing down the leader.
And those things are so low.
I'm thinking it's going to be a safety car.
It's a potential safety car. Look at that.
So
it's where Knighton went off when he was leading the race. Andrew Waite sitting in the P2 position and has beached it.
So you know who's buying him a beer this week? Pedersen and and the Leicester car now get that full lap back. They were just about to get lapped. Now if this becomes a safety car, they're going to get to come all the way round.
Safety car is out. Safety car lights are on, and it's us. Another safety for this 3-hour endurance race. The Wolfbrook Porsche into the sand. Andrew Waite will be filthy.
We saw that in the background of the picture, so we should get a replay of that because that was unfortunate, and that's been the wettest part of the track. So it's a tough corner.
So he's the car about to pass the Morris War West car. Watch here. Oh, the tail. He lost the rear.
So I think he's just slightly off the line when he's gone past that Mercedes-Benz, and as he's tried to get back onto it, he's not quite there, hit his normal braking marker, and it's slightly wetter. Then as soon as he's gone for turn, and it looks like he's still had some brake on the pedal, and that's what it is, the 992 in.
So this is the Dippy Penny Porsche, so that means that John Penny will now be jumping in, if I'm correct. Yeah, so Martin Dippy would have been the...
If that man, yeah, that's Penny. That's John. JP there, he's a great racer. He races the 86 Championship. He's helped out a lot of young drivers. He's done a lot of supporting of other drivers in it and just loves to get in the car.
He was the 86 Masters champion in the last season.
He was for...
Watch again. There you see the Wolfbrook Porsche. What happens here?
Touch. Oh, is that a touch of the grass?
Oh,
I think he's just come back across and maybe just barely touched the grass, or it's still on the brake as he's tried to turn it, and it just said, hey, no, not giving you that much grip. He was working so hard because that was the leader right in front of him. He was chasing down his mate, Johnny Reid.
So I don't see any grass there, mate. Oh, he's just lost the rear.
Just too much. He's tried to make the car do too much in that situation. And he's waiting for it to get pulled out because he's...
Well, it'd be a little filthy. It's taken a while for the rescue crews to get there. I'd want them there pretty quickly to get my car out.
Now, that was Martin Dippy into the car. Sorry, JP was in earlier, and now it is Martin Dippy in the car. I've just had official word from Nathan Pilcher from Porsche Motorsport, who's keeping an eye on the pits for us and giving us some of these Porsche guys what's happening. So, yeah, Porsche Motorsport actually has a dedicated person that helps them out with parts and things like that. Nathan's been around the scene for a long time. His dad used to race down here as well, was in the Duros last year. And no, he's a great race guy, but that's the dedication Porsche New Zealand do put into the Porsche racing, as they have a dedicated motorsport division that comes out and helps out and makes sure that the guys have got all the parts and stuff they need. So great from Porsche New Zealand there with the support, and thanks for giving us commentators a little bit of an update.
Well, this is going to be a killer for this team, complete and utter killer for this team. This is the 912, the Scott O'Donnell Alan Dippy car. That looks like Alan Dippy
That's
going
definitely
into
not
it.
Scott. I can promise you that's not Scott. I know he wears an open face because he's like me, he can't see out with the goggles. We need glasses, some of us people, and yeah.
So Alan Dippy into the car and Martin Dippy. So the two Dippy boys are in the 912 and the 992 numbered cars and ready to go. We are under safety after the 888 Audi R8 GT3 of Andrew Waite and Steve Brooks is still beached. And you can see that's the only problem with these cars. They're so low, and as soon as that thing gets in, you've dug yourself a nice little sandpit.
You certainly have. And you say he's a patient man, but I can guarantee you that the levels are at about 52 right now.
That would be fair.
There's no pacing, I can promise you, because he's belted in, and he's probably very glad that there are belts that are tight around him right now, because that poor steering wheel's probably had a couple of hits if I was in that car.
I would just like to suggest that the air conditioning is on very cold to cool him down.
He's on, I'd be on fridge mode right now because, I'd be blowing a gasket at myself, but that's all right. It's probably why I'm sitting up in the commentary booth, is the fire of me is too much.
Well, there's an indication that DP's dug the car and they have to bring the old tractor out to drag him out.
If the tractor doesn't get him out, he's going to be there for a while.
Well, it's going to hurt the race, though. So, you have to suggest that despite what's going on, he's losing laps all the time.
Well, it's interesting, though. I thought the Knighton car might do a pit stop around about now and just change over that driver and get rid of that driver requirements as well. So we're seeing a few in the pits right now.
Let's head down to the pits. Stevie, what's going on?
Yeah, look, we're here with the 912 car, the Porsche team, and a lot of issues going on down here with these guys. They weren't going to put rear tyres on, then they were going to put rear tyres on. They weren't pressured, and it's held them up in the pit a whole heap. It's pretty action-packed down here with the rain the way that it is. Everyone doing driver changes and fuels and top-ups. I tell you what, boys, it's all go. Along with the rain, it's interesting.
A lot of steam coming off the front there as it's, been in there for a little while there while they're getting repressuring those tyres.
That steam's not off one of the Dippy boys coming out of the helmet saying, why haven't we sorted this out? What's going on?
Well, that was one that was in the, I think he's a couple of laps down, isn't he? Because he was one of our cars that caused the earlier safety car off there, so it shouldn't be too much of a worry as we see the tractor's moved away. Hasn't moved, he hasn't pulled him onto the, it could still be beached from there. As the steam comes off the front of that car, they want to get some airflow into there. They'll get a blower or something getting into the front to get the air going shortly, as they're doing the last of the bleed downs. I'll tell you what, it's one thing. You can't believe how long it takes to take 5 or 6 pounds of pressure out. I've always wanted to get a quick bleed or something like that, because like in the 86s, in the wet we run our pressures. We run the same tyres, but we won't run quite a high pressure in comparison to when it's dry. And then you've got to take it off as we get the cars coming across the line right now to complete another lap. We'll give you an update on the standings, as it looks like they must have had to stop the Lawton. That Knighton car has had a stop, so it's now a lap down right behind the lead car. So it's done its pit stop. So it's cleared of all of its pit stops, I believe, now to get to the end. And we're not sure if there's going to be one more stop for that Fillmore red car.
We just see Andrew Waite get that 888 Wolfbrook Audi back out, but that has been brutal. They are now, I think, 5 laps down or thereabouts. And that is so hard, because they were running in second position behind Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore. Moments in time. And so are we going to get this the number 912 Porsche out? Finally goes. That's Alan Dippy behind the wheel. Still under yellow. The Dippy Porsche comes out. And then the DeVeth Smith McLaren is coming out of the pit lane as well.
So a lot of these guys, we had some people who didn't pit and pitted. Right now is the time to get, if you haven't done your driver change, you can do your driver change now and get to the end. We believe most of the drivers have done their driver stint now, and we've got the drivers that are going to be going to the end as the safety car comes in.
So safety car in the 27 Audi with Johnny Reid behind the wheel, and Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson will be in that seat. About to cross, and we are green and racing again in a 3-hour race here in round 2 of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series.
Battle down into one there. The battle between Pedersen and Reid is going to be on. Those guys previously, just before the safety car, they were battling to stay up the lap, but now they're very close there. As that Knighton car is a lap down, he's taken his pit stop though, so he's cleared all of his pit stop, and it's a bit over a lap for a pit stop here. So if the other ones have to pit, he's in a really good spot. As here comes Lester right onto the back of him right now to catch up and start to try and put some pressure onto the leader.
So we have Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid. Johnny Reid behind the wheel of the 27 Audi, leading from Anton Paul Pedersen. That's the McLaren, the DeVeth Smith McLaren. It looks like that has problems in the background. We'll keep an eye on that one. And Johnny Lester and Mana Melmazak in P3. Knighton lap down, Spratt 4 laps down, Brooks and Waite 4 laps down. That's going to hurt. That is going to hurt like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, from a chance to win to no chance now, sorry, you will not catch back 4 laps on this quality of field. So he's just got to go and circulate and make sure he makes no more mistakes and try and probably get it up to 5th will be his goal.
Yeah, the danger will be angry driving. You don't want to be angry driving in these conditions.
Oh, when you made a mistake and he's still going around the Smith car, so I'm not sure what's happening there because he is very slow. I thought he would have pitted for sure because we saw him so slow, and then he's going slow there. But out the front, Ant Pedersen, has he just got past Lester? We missed that while we were looking at that car going slowly down the front straight, but Pedersen's now in front of the Malmazak car, so that battle's going to rage now with Lester in the car versus Ant Pedersen. So V8 supercar driver versus, well, Lester's won a few things in Europe and Asia, so very good pro driver there.
Well, a good battle of 2 different styles of endurance car as well, the GT3, the GT AMG against the Porsche.
Yeah, the latest spec versus pretty recent spec as well. So both those cars, very top end of the market, and probably both are running, as far as I'm concerned, quite close to balanced performance. So it should be quite a close battle between the actual cars. They're both, I believe, running quite their restrictors and everything else to be in full BOP. As I say, the Porsche behind for Prime Motorsport is working hard to get ready for Bathurst 12-hour. So they're running it as exact spec they will in the 12-hour.
So conditions starting to lighten here at Teretonga Park Raceway, definitely lightening up. So the question now will be, how long will it take for the track to dry out and for teams to make a decision on when they come off the wets, as it was deemed a wet weather race pretty soon after the rain started falling. So that'll be another part of how this race plays out.
Yeah, we've got a penalty for car 96 and car 115. There's 2 penalties there I can see on the board. 96 and 115 getting a penalty. So 96 is our leader, Pedersen. We'll get an update on what that is, but we can see a black and white flag on the overboard. So we're not too sure what's happening there, but we'll go and get a race update on what's happening with the black and white flag.
So there's the Knighton car, big moment there for the Pedersen car, the 96 car, penalty on that, along with the 115 car, which is Matt Spratt and Hugh Gardner, and their 991 GT3 Cup car, which is a Class 2 car. As you see, the Knighton car being overhauled by Andrew Waite, who will be angry driving at the moment, but also very clean as well, because he put that car that was sitting in P2 into the dirt on the turn coming into the main straight, which was the second car to do that. The car he just passed did that as well, which brought out the first safety car in this race. Well, actually, it was the second safety car, considering we had no turn 1 incident again 3 races in a row here in this endurance series, round number 2 for the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series. But it's going to be very, very hard, almost not impossible for the 888 car to get back into podium contention. They'll do what they can, but it's going to be a long haul as we get close to the 2-hour mark. 1:47:15 and counting of races. We almost clock up 100 laps in the race. But the Sam Fillmore, Johnny Reid car with Johnny Reid behind the wheel at the moment, doing the job. Having themselves had to suffer a penalty for pit crew infringement, but they've brushed that one away and are flying. This is the Mark II Mustang of Graham Rhodes and Paul Rickaby. They had their own issues as well. Linkage problems in the rear, got it fixed, got back out. And have pulled themselves well. They're still sitting in the back of the field. Wow, 30 laps down. Yeah, that's a bit. And in front of them, so being pushed along by David Rogers and Tony Houston, that McLaren 570S, which is a Class 3 car. So pushing that big Mustang around the track. And just look at those lap times of Johnny Reid. How about that? Just over a minute flat. Margins over a minute flat around the track. So they've cracked the 100 laps as we head towards the 1 hour 49 in this 3-hour race. And it's still Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore with a 6.216 second lead over Paul Pedersen and Pedersen, but they've picked up a black and white flag, so we'll see what that penalty is and if it's a penalty that's really going to hurt them.
So it just come from upstairs, a 10-second penalty for 3 different cars, all past the safety car without being let past. So they came down the front straight and passed the safety car when the safety car has to give you a light to go by. So if you remember V8 Supercars a few years ago, Jamie Whincup did the same thing at Pukekohe, and remember the wine that the stewards was supposedly having after he was unhappy with the decision? Well, that's what's happened here tonight, is 3 cars past the safety car. One of them is that Paul Pedersen car, 96, 908, and one other 116, I think it was.
115,
sorry.
What was the third car?
The Pedersen car.
Yes.
908 was the other one.
Well, which was the John O'Lester Malmazak car.
Oh, was it? Oh,
that's
okay.
the 908 car. So the second and third position have got 10-second time penalties.
So add 10 seconds onto that 6.7 seconds, so he's 16 seconds back and 18 seconds back.
And now that could play into the hands of Knighton if they are able to unlap themselves. That's a ray of sunshine potentially.
Potentially, but those two are pros. He's going for his AM for the Michelin Cup there, the Michelin Cup for AM drivers. So he's currently leading that, and he's got a good lead on the next car on that. I think he's got about a 3-lap lead on that. So that'll be their focus. They won't be too focused on these pro drivers. They understand that. But Johnny Reid, he's probably got a radio message saying, hey, look, we got a penalty earlier, but now these guys have got one too.
There'll be a wry smile on his face, one would suggest, with Johnny Reid in the car.
Wry, yes, very much so. With Johnny, he would be very grinning the thing, knowing a 10-second.
All right, let's go to the pits because I want to know what Sam Fillmore's thinking about his drive, his first stint with Stiffy.
So here we go. The lead pack has been absolutely flying. That Reid Fillmore car in the lead has been absolutely on it. And Fillmore had a great stint with that little problem at the start. It'd be interesting to hear if Stefan Kahn asked what he thought about that drive-through penalty that the team got. So it will be interesting to hear from Stefan.
All right, let's go to the pits, see what Sam Fillmore's thinking.
So we're here with the driver of the 27 car, Sam Fillmore, mate. It's been all over the show for you guys today, haven't you? You're leading, then weren't leading, and again are.
Well, it was a bit of a soap opera. We got a real good start. Got about four and a half seconds up the road, and then I looked up and I saw car 27 black flag. I didn't believe it was me, but yeah, the boys had a little incident in the pits at lunchtime or something. I don't know what it was, so had to do a drive-through in the pits and then fight my way back. So I fought my way back through the field, and then it started to rain.
So apologies there for just a slight technical there, talking to Sam Fillmore, but he does wear his heart on his sleeve, does Sam, our Sam, and you can see when he's breathing heavily, he knows it's the fact that they're back in the lead is a huge bonus.
Yeah, and he took it well for the team. Like, there was no blame there or anything. He just wore it as part of the team. That we made a mistake, we've made it up. That's the attitude to have. He didn't get down on his guys. He knows they're going to save their butt sometime with a quick pit stop or something to bring them back. And that's how this team game works. People think it's just motorsport as a driver in a car. No, it's a whole team atmosphere. And good on Sam for not, trying to bag his team or anything. He really wore it well. As the battle rages on out there, we pick back up with the GT4 McLaren there. He's with the Rickaby car that's had some problems, and then we're seeing that very quick weight car who's trying to recover from the earlier issue.
Well, still 5 laps down according to the timekeeper, but it should actually be 4 laps. It's just gone past. It is 4 laps, and Andrew Wade doing his best to try and unlap themselves, but you'd have to literally have a rocket booster on your back to try and unlap those 4 on the conditions that we have today, which are lightening up. So we are seeing better conditions. Lights still are on. The only thing you won't get here to get the track dry is heat.
No, there's definitely no heat in the track to warm it up. After walking out into the outside of where we are, there's definitely a heater somewhere in this building, I'll tell you that much.
So with the temperature around 10 degrees and humidity 84, which means nothing with 10-degree heat, the track's going to take a while. But I suppose when it dries up, you are still constantly pushing water off the track.
Oh, there's heat in the tyres. I mean, those tyres will, they'll be hot to the touch, if you know what I mean. And with the grooves on the Michelin wet, they just disperse the water. So if it stops raining for a consistent time, even at 10 degrees, it will take a while, but it's going to dry out. And who's going to be in the position to make the changeover, and how are they going to do? As we see some the great battle here between that Mount car and then the GT4. It's amazing the similarities in performance between those two cars.
Yeah, well, that's the Rogers Houston Rickaby Roads battle. Here is the Knighton Lawson car, which is still sitting in P2, but is still carrying a 10-second penalty. Interestingly enough, the Malmazac Leicester Porsche can't catch it. Now, what a thought with Johnny Lester behind the wheel. They might have been...
No, he's in 4th place. It's the 2nd place is the Pedersen car. So that Lawton, that Magan Turbo car, currently 4th, leading the Am. That's where we got confused there, leading the Michelin Cup Am. But we'll see once he picks his way past this Falcon. Here he looks to the inside, gets him.
So they're sitting 2 laps down, the Knight and Lawson combination, and the Magan Turbo Warehouse AMG GT3 at one stage were leading until they went off at the entrance to the front straight. Interesting enough, just in front of us, Andrew Waite is flying down the front straight and looking to try and overhaul Malmazac and also the Pedersen AMG to try and unlap himself, but he'd have to do that 3 or 4 more times.
Yeah, but he is catching them. You can see him in the background. There's our leader there, and then it was those you were seeing 2nd and 3rd there on the screen. But our leader there, he's pulled a bit of a gap here. He's got it out to 11, 12 seconds. As I said, Leicester is now sitting right onto the tail of Pedersen though behind. These lap traffic is getting in the way and causing differences here as Reid just sizes his way through the Porsche field there as he works his way onto the front straight.
The other thing we should be discussing too is the return of V8 Supercars to New Zealand next year, 19th of April. I think it's close to Anzac weekend. So let's go to the pits and let's hear what Mana Malmazac has to say about how they're going at the moment.
I can understand you. Okay, we're here with Mana Malmazac. Mate, you've had the best of both worlds today. Dry, wet, enjoying it?
Yeah, I actually prefer when it's wet.
Oh dear, what is that? Where you come from a bit wet or?
No, well, I usually get a good feeling on the wet, and I know most of the other drivers, they just lose confidence.
Yeah.
I don't, and I know that I can actually build up a gap. So, and that was good because I lost confidence after the spin on the corner 1 on dry, and my time went from 56 to 57. It took me a while to come back, but as soon as it started raining, I was full on. So I love this. Just the brake on the last corner is a hard one, and how do you get used to the right speed on the first corner is a sketchy one. But once you pass those two, the rest is just easy. Early shift gears, gentle. Yeah, the thing is you don't actually have to go really fast when it's wet. Well, when it's dry, it's always really on the edge. So I prefer wet, really.
So you feel like you're more on the edge in the dry than you are on the wet. You're a lot more confident in that car. Is it confidence in yourself or is it confidence in the car in the wet?
I think it's more confidence in myself than the car. I mean, you can see how Jono is driving the same car, and he kills it. And but I'm on the learning curve, and I know this is my strength to actually drive on the wets. I need to build up more strength now on the dry. For me, it goes the other way around.
You still done not too bad because I interviewed you earlier on in the day while it was dry. So mate, we wish you and Jono the best of luck for the rest of the day, and hopefully we get to talk to you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
The battle there for third place that Mana's made it part of. It was and we were surprised. We thought it was Lester in the car, and he did definitely show that. He definitely was up on that wheel. We said that. You know, I thought it was
we were
Jono.
giving him the golf clap.
Yeah.
In the end, when we discovered it was Mana Malismak, they're doing through some very tidy passing in the wet. Is it weird for a driver to love racing in the wet for the dry? Because, I mean, incredibly humble individual, Mana Malismak, saying he's still got to learn, but he looked confident in the dry.
Yeah, but it's the edge of the car, right? Like, it's pushing it all the way as far as you can on the car. In the wet, you get to that limit a lot earlier because of the loss of traction and other things like that. So in the dry, you actually have to push that bit harder, and you've got to drive 100%. Whereas in the wet, if you drive at 100%, you might have a weight moment or something like that. So you can drive at that 97%, and be fast because a lot of other people are down at the 90s and stuff like that. So myself, I actually prefer the wet for excitement. But I will say that there's nothing like getting a perfect lap in the dry for me because you know you've given it everything. In the wet, you sort of know and you've survived through the good lap. But there's a good battle pack here brewing with Lester, and Wait has caught them.
Coming down the front straight, we'll see how quick this Audi R8 GT3 in the hands of Andrew Wade is. He's closing in on Jono Lester, heading towards turn one. He's now going to get him. Will he be brave enough to get him on the inside? No, Jono Lester, arms out, elbows out, doesn't let him get past. Remember, of course, that Wade in the 888 car is four laps down.
So, yeah, Wade is driving well, but Wade's a smart driver. He's not going to throw it up the inside and cause any problems for Jono Lester. He knows he's a few laps down, so he did have probably a potential there to do it, but just because he is that lap traffic, he's not going to be a silly guy. But we just crack over to 1 hour to go now, so 2 hours in, and it's still a race between these front three cars. But remember, the second two have 10-second penalties hanging over their heads.
And they've almost got identical differences back to each other. So it's Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid leading. Paul Pedersen and Anthony Pedersen and Mana Melmazak and Jono Lester, those last two, as Mark quite rightly said, have 10-second penalties. And the biggest problem we've got here is that the P4, which is Hayden Knight and Kane Lawson, are 2 laps down, and the Brooks Wait car is 4 laps down. So essentially, unless these two cars that are 2 laps and 4 laps down can unlap themselves, it's not going to make any difference, those 10-second time penalties, at all.
No, not at all. It's going to be a good battle between the two of them. So, it's a good little battle here between Wade. Wade is just sitting there patiently. He's going to wait for a really good opportunity to pass because, as I say, he's a lapped car, so he's got to be very respectful of these leaders because there's nothing worse than a lapped car taking out a leader, I can promise you that.
No, Andrew's the respectful sort of guy. He's a nice guy.
Oh, he's a pro. Yeah. So that's the old... So, yeah, there's a good battle here going as Wade looks to the inside, down the front straight, and he's going to try and make the move into one, and he's got that stick. He's got well enough overlap. Lester's just let it happen, which is nice, but he's been patient enough to wait that couple of laps that he's looked at it twice, finally got there, done it. Now he's going to move up now on the Pedersen car. Now what Jono Lester's going to be thinking is, can I move with him and then get the move on Pedersen when he makes the move on Pedersen? So he's going to sort of maybe just sort of sit behind him, stay close enough to hopefully surprise Pedersen when they get there and one makes two.
Got to have the pace though, and those Audis are flying.
But they come through here and away they go.
So now it's Andrew Wade looking to get past Ant Pedersen in the Bezos Margarita AMG.
with the Wolfbrook car right behind him as they come down the straight. Waits. So they make the move, looks to make the move into one, but he holds another lap. Oh, and they got caught behind the Moore car. The Altezza there is, he's right there and caused some slowdown. As we've got a safety car, has happened right this very second. Safety car has come out. I can't see why, but there is a safety car on the track. We can see it down of turn one with the Dippy car.
That's the Martin Dippy John Penny,
and
992.
Dippy was in the car.
And Martin Dippy was in the car, so another safety car. How does this change things now? All right, let's go to the pits. Stevie?
Yes, Stephen, we're here with Steve Brooks, mate. It's been a pretty good outing for you and the Wolfbrook boys today, eh?
Yeah, no, it's been really good fun. First started off in the 1 hour race and then now in the 3 hour and was leading for quite some time. It was good fun.
So you fellas have done your driver change and you're good to go to the rest of the way?
Yeah, that's right. We've put Andrew Wade in, my other co-driver, my original co-driver, Bill Riding. He's come down sick, so we had to put Andrew Wade in the car, and unfortunately he pushed the car a bit hard and went off at turn 7 after a few laps, so that's put us down a few places, but I'm sure, look, he's going to go through and work his way back up and hopefully get me back on the podium.
Have you got a good game plan? I mean, I think it's going to come pretty dry shortly. You got a plan to get those dries back on and away you go?
Yeah, we've got the dries in the oven, so the minute we get a chance, we'll chuck those back on and start working our way back through the field.
Well, fellas, best of luck for you to use for the rest of the day and enjoy.
Lovely, thanks so much. Cheers.
We'll carry on over with Hayden. Hayden, mate, Kane in the car now, the AMG gun, all right?
Yeah, no, it's going good, mate. We're having a good run, so yeah, Kane's just out there now, just trying to hold it all together and just finish the race, really. He's going to stay in it right till the end.
Yeah, you failed to mention that you had a bit of a spin. Doing the washing machine.
I wouldn't call it a spin. I just come off the track. but yeah, no, it was really sloppy. It was dry everywhere around the track, and then we come down to the hairpin, and it was just the tarmac was really dark, and I just overcooked it, and unfortunately that's what happened. Yeah.
But it's all good, and you're going to carry on. Kane's got the goods to go the rest of the distance, eh?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, we'll just see what he can do, but I'm sure he'll be fine.
Well, fellas, best of luck, and we hope to catch up with you at the end of the day.
Cool, thank you. Cheers.
So that was Hayden Knighton. He was leading. That was the reference that Steffi was making, that he had gone off because he was leading and went off on the turn onto the front straight. As we see Martin Dippy get the 992 Porsche out, the Mega Mitre 10 one out of there, and we're still under safety car. So that'll go clear in the not too distant future as we see the 27 car, which is, of course, Johnny Reid in control of this race. Yep, they've under control of this race, and this is the last hour now of the 3 hour race. The Wolfbrook Porsche has come into the pits, and that's Andrew Waite. The 171 car has also gone through. That is the Matt Moore and Grant Moore car, and the Pedersen cars come in and out of the pits as well. So now they will just see how it cycles through in terms of track position. But the one thing that probably won't become a concern now for a lot of these teams, particularly the top 4 teams, will be needing to top up, because safety car plays into your hands and plays into your economy too. Johnny Lester in that beautiful Porsche with Mana Malmazak, but they've got a 10-second penalty hanging over their head for passing the safety car without permission, as does also the Pedersen car. So the 10 seconds is really not going to affect them too much, because the Knight and Lawson car is still a lap down. And we are back and green racing. And as you can see, all the hot cars, all the Class 1 cars flying past the rest of the field.
We're going to update there, but they did have that pit stop, so that's why that Leicester car's got to the lead. So that 10-second penalty still holds over their heads.
So
Lawton, I think, letting a couple of these quick pro cars by. He knows that's not his battle to go for those guys. So it looks like he's just let them by because went slow for a second. I thought he'd broken, but he has definitely picked back up his pace to the same pace as those front cars.
So
as they fly.
Kane Lawson in that car, Hayden Knighting copping it for putting it off the road when they were leading. I tell you what, Stiffy doesn't mind just going for the jugular, does he? Just gets in and says, "So you put yourself, oh, well, I didn't spin, I just went off, you know. Didn't spin it, just went off."
Well, but these 10-second penalties will affect them because the car in the front, the Leicester car, actually did a splash and dash about that 1 hour and a half safety car. So they definitely could have got to the end from there. So that 10-second penalty hanging over them is the difference in this race right now because there's less than a second between the two leaders. And then you've got Paul Peterson coming across the line now, coming across the line now.
So we've got the Malmazak Porsche with Johnny Lester behind the wheel. He's got the 27 Audi of Johnny Reid behind him as well. And then there's the Andrew Waite 888 Wolfbrook Porsche, which needs to unlap itself. Multiple times. Still 4 laps down. As much as they are trying, they cannot probably get those laps back. It would be an act of God if they got those 4 laps back.
Well, it's a battle pack here of 4 cars here with the Porsche of Dippy in the front.
So you've got Alan Dippy in that Porsche, then you've got the Mark II Mustang, then you've got the Houston Rogers car, and then you've got the Bree Morris Christina All West GT4 Mercedes. So all vying for position.
It's a great battle there with All West leading her class, but that's her other class battle there, and right in front of her is that McLaren that she's trying to put another lap on as they come around. But it's a good little battle pack here with the Porsche in the front, sort of seeming to slow them up at a couple of the corners, and they all sort of get band together, and then they hit the straight and the Porsche pulls away a bit more, and the Mark V8's definitely got some good power as well.
So according to what we see, the Christina All West car with Bree Morris still leads the Class 3 ahead of the Rogers Houston McLaren, despite them being behind it. So we'll just make
Well, that's him lapping him. That's them coming back in. Yeah, that McLaren, remember, both of them went off on the same time when the rain started. And, one got out a bit quicker than the other. So I think there was only a 1 lap gap difference at that stage, and it pulled out to 3 with the Ford winning the battle versus the Jeep that was trying to pull out the McLaren. And there's a car, Rickaby, that had the problem on the first lap. As there's some great battles going on in this whole pack here. As we fight, as they battle for that GT4 one spreads out a little bit. Let's see if we can pull back a little bit to the lead battle, because right now John O'Lester and the Wolfbrook car and the Reid car are all together on the track there. The 3 cars there are together as they pass and go up into turn 5.
So right now your leader is the Mana Melmazak John O'Lester car. It's,
0.00
4 hundredths.
4 hundredths of a second between the two of them.
Between the two of them, and then the Pedersen car is about...
Well, it's half a lap behind. He got caught up under that safety car behind some slower cars that didn't catch up to the field as well as he'd like. So he's a long way back.
And we see the 888 Audi in that battle pack as well, but they are trying to unlap themselves. So they're just... Andrew Waite is potentially just circulating to try and get some laps back, but the way the front 2 are racing, they are flying. This is the Pedersen car.
Yeah, so the battle at the front is really happening as this Pedersen car tries to catch up to him. He's got his work to do now. Ant Pedersen in that car. He's got clear lap ahead, and he's one of the quickest cars on the track right now, but he's got all the work to do to get there. He's doing a 1 minute 0.4, so that is the fastest car on the track we are watching right now. But that battle for the lead is building as it happens. But he is catching these guys slowly but surely. But there's really a battle pack coming through that he's got to get to. They're slowing each other up. As here we see that lead pack right now. There's Lester, Waite and Reid all together. Sorry, Reid in second, Waite in third as they go through past the Dippy Porsche and work through the last corner. Look how close it is.
Slowing right down with the conditions into that turn 8 onto turn 7 onto the front straight. And then you'll see the 27 Audi just put the foot down, and beautiful move by Johnny Reid. Very sweet. Millimetres in the pass, and gets back into the lead ahead of John O'Lester. Behind them, Andrew Waite, but immaterial of the position there because there are so many laps down.
Your Waite's just sitting there politely doing what his job is, but he has got good pace actually right now. That car is quick in the wet, and he's been one of the fastest cars in the wet the whole way through until he made that little error that cost him those 4 laps.
It wasn't a little error, it was a big error. 4 laps. You can't call 4 laps a little error.
Race drivers defend race drivers, all right?
All right, let's go down into the pits, and Grant Moore waiting, the 171, the little Altezza that has connections to Pits TV.
All right, we're here with Grant Moore, mate. The only home-built car out on the track at the moment. 23 races, you've never put wets on, and you've been doing this for 7 years, and you debuted at Teretonga.
That's dead right. It was, and yeah, no, I've had a pretty lucky run without having to put a set of wet tyres on a car, and it's been really good. I must admit I didn't feel that comfortable when it did start to rain. We were going all right. We're only car in our class, so we don't have to race against any of these other guys. We just keep out of their road. But it's been an interesting day, put it that way. I think Matt's enjoying himself out there at the moment. The wet tyres that we're running seem to be doing the job. They are a set of AR1s, and we're having a reasonable day, put it that way.
So do the tyres on your car still do the same thing that they do on these factory cars, shoot the water off the side to make a better grip on the wet track?
Yes, they do. Probably not quite as active as the Mercedes and the Porsches are doing. They are firing a fair bit of water out, and we're catching a bit of it. But no, look, we're more than happy with what's happening with our tyres today, and the car's going faultlessly. Our pit crew, who look after our car, do an absolutely wonderful job of keeping it on the road, and the motor, which is also is as old as the car, has done a superb job for us for the last 6 or 7 years, and we're more than happy. But there's a fair bit of work goes in the background with our pit crew, and I can't thank them enough for all of the work that they do to keep our car on the road.
Yeah, I tell you what, you're keeping me topped up too. I was over there enjoying your lollies before. Matt doesn't need them though. I reckon if he laid off them, the car'd go a bit better. He's one of our camera people, and I reckon his dad's a better driver than he is, and he's probably 4 times the age.
At the moment, I've got the fastest lap in the family today, so I'm quite happy. Wasn't quite the same yesterday, and it won't be next week either. But we're a very small family-based team. Three generations. Matt's son, my grandson, is also an integral part of our pit crew and has been for a very long time. And the other 6 guys or 5 guys that we've got working for us, they're absolutely wonderful. And they, as I said, they keep our car on the road. We can't do anything without them. And look, the organisers of the event, Sidek, run an exceptionally good series. The racing is always very good. The other drivers, I think they treat us as a mobile chicane, and we give them a bit of passing practice. Every 4 or 5 laps they can go past us, and they're all very, very good. They know that they're racing against a car that's quite a bit slower than the rest of them, but they also give us plenty of room, and we can't fault any of them at the present time. So that's been a mark of all of these guys here, that they still actually race with us, not against us, but they race with us because it's a class-based series that we're running in, and we run in Class 4, and we just need a few more cars that are running in Class 4 and 5.
Hopefully this might be a bit more of an incentive, but Grant, we're not going to let you hold the commentators up for the next hour and a half, so thanks very much for the yarn, mate, and enjoy it out there, and just go and have some fun.
We will. Thanks very much. Bye.
Gotta love it. Gotta love the passion.
Well,
family based, everybody involved, grandson as well, and doing the job, sitting there.
3rd generation racers they're talking about. Yeah. Jono Lester's a 3rd generation racer on your screen there with a battle with Andrew Waite, who's grandfather was Colin Wade, who was a racer as well. So 2 third-generation racers out there right now. Wade trying to unlap himself from Leicester, and it's an absolute battle royal between these two. While we're listening to Grant Moore, obviously, and great to see the Altezza out there, but we have seen them in that second screen. We've got the split screen going for you, and it's been intense between these two, even though they're lapped down. Leicester is defending him hard.
Well, that's just what you do, right? I mean, he probably realises that Andrew, or you'd like to think he realises Andrew's 4 laps down, but what is also allowing for Johnny Reid just to park off. He's 2.2 seconds ahead, because there are a couple of moments there where Jono has been all over the back of Johnny Reid, but having to contend. You'd almost suggest let Andrew go and you race Johnny for that win.
Well, as I said before, you'd let him sneak up behind and try and see if he will put a hole there for you or something, because I think Wade in this sort of damp wet is probably one of the quickest drivers on the track. They've got the setup right for it. Maybe they've thought it was going to be wet during the day. Not many people probably thought that, and maybe they've got a setup that's worked for them.
So we've got a question from our Facebook page suggesting wipers are on, but there's no rain. Well, one would suggest that's because just the rooster spray, right, if you're getting behind.
Spray. I've tried to figure out where on a GT4 car where the actual wiper thing is also another thing you sometimes have struggles with, and you're so concentrating on the road as the Glenn Smith car goes wide there. But no, that's usually it is the spray, and sometimes it is a hard couple of buttons to push, so you'll just leave it on for as long as possible. But yeah, that's probably why they are, is the spray. You can see these Michelin tyres are still throwing up the water. This moment you sort of start seeing the spray decrease, which we are, that's when the crossover to dries, because I can start seeing a dry line coming here. So I think we might have another pit stop on us here. I don't think this is the end of the race. I don't think this is the race to the end at this stage.
Well, the real race, regardless of not having too much meaning, as Andrew Wade goes round the outside at pace in through turn 1, is that this is a race that it doesn't affect the result, but it's cracking racing between Jono Lester and Andrew Wade.
No, it is. It's fantastic, and we moved to the Rickaby car, it looks like, there on the front straight with the All West car behind them. Yeah, that's as they come across. The cars that had the problem, both of them have had safety car incidents for us. One on the first lap, and then the All West car going off there at right when it started. So it's been a good battle for them. We've been seeing a lot of really good racing out there. So that's your leader of the other class there. So it is class racing. The more guys, as I said, they're in class 4. Thomas last time was running in class 5 against those guys. It was actually quite a close race. So they really enjoyed the more guys and the family connection.
Just a little update in the class 2. It's Matt Sprague and Hugh Gardner in their GT3 Cup car ahead of Martin Dippy and John Penny and Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy. So that's the top 3 in class 2 at the moment.
So that Sprague car's the one that had the incident on the first lap and then got a drive-through. So yeah, he's been fighting back from that. We also saw them have some issues around the pit stop as well. So it's been a really good fight back from them to be leading class 2. Great effort from 2 guys.
Well, you have to think about the fact that Malmazak Leicester car, they had the spin, they dropped back, and then they've come back and they're carrying that 10-second penalty, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference considering the other car which has the penalty, which is the Pedersen Bezos car, is 21 seconds behind them. So even with a 10-second penalty, it's not going to affect the Leicester car.
Pedersen's got a 10-second penalty as
That's
well.
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's
so
what I'm
both
saying,
of them have that 10-second penalty. So it's going to be whoever finishes in front on the track between those two, unless something else happens. But I see a drying track, and I see another little twist of the tail coming here very shortly, because those rooster tails are getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Okay, here's a quick question for you. Okay, suggesting that you're going to get a drying track. If you're Andrew Wade, do you risk it and try and get back a couple of laps while everybody else pits? That too dangerous?
If I was him, I'd probably stay out when everyone else pits and hope for it to rain and they've got to pit again, because you're going to catch up 2 laps. That's probably the only way he catches up, is if he if everyone goes to slicks and then it rains again and he can stay out on the wets, that would be his opportunity. He'd probably be either one of the first of the first in or one of the last of the last in. And I'd probably, if I was him, choose last of the last.
And one would suggest we're grasping at straws in that one anyway, considering what the weather is doing.
We'd want a fifth car in this race because right now we've got the Knighton Am car. They're currently in fourth place overall with the fastest lap of the race, actually, which is a surprise for the Am. But these pros haven't had a dry lap. So that's where Grant Moore was saying about Matt not having a faster lap.
So, interesting thing to know. We're 2 hours and 22 minutes and counting through this 3-hour race, round 2 of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series, and no more spray, noticeable rooster tails coming off the track. So, there appears to be the start of a dry line. You can see it from where we are. Well, even just looking here with Johnny Reid.
We're seeing more movement of the car, so it's starting to wear out that tyre. Definitely we're getting a dry line here because you're seeing the movement on the wheel, and that means those wet tyres are starting to say, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot.
I don't like it, get me off, take me off, take me off.
And then there's a driver in the car going, I don't want to go to the slicks yet, I don't want to go to the slicks yet, I don't want to go to the slicks.
Oh, I think in this conditions, I think Johnny Reid would be okay because easy for us to say, standing up here, we're not driving in the car, but it's starting to look more manageable.
If I'm Johnny Reid, I wait until the guys behind me pit. I've got a 10-second advantage with this penalty they've got. Let's let them do it first. Let's see they come out and they go around the track and have no problems because you never know. Like it's like a puddle at 5 that's still there. That's a real problem if you're on slicks or something like that. So you'll see someone like a GT4 car come in and change over to the things. Everyone will be watching their lap times like a hawk, and then boom, it'll be in as soon as these teams make their decision.
There's the Christina Orr West Bree Morris ITM AMG GT4. Pretty little car, those AMGs, aren't they? They're a really good-looking car.
Yeah, they are. Dale ITM, who sponsors the girls, do a fantastic job.
And a lot of people.
Oh, no, that's what I was about to say. We had Saxton Sheehan in the car just before with Dale ITM, Jordan Wallace. We've got Brendan Leach over in Europe, that is. The Dale ITM team actually got an award from Motorsport New Zealand this year at the awards ceremony for what they put back into the sport because they just have done so much over the last few years for so many young drivers. Ryan Wood's another one of their supported drivers, and Ronan Murphy as well as a supported driver. So they've been through a lot of drivers that they support that have made those steps.
And they don't look for attention. That's the wonderful thing about the Dale ITM crew. They don't look for attention. They just give back because they know what legacy means. They know what it means to just give that little bit to make someone's journey on their motorsport career that much easier.
Yeah, well, Deb Days comes from a family like me of officials, and so her parents were officials, and I got to know her as a kid at the racetrack. Both of us hung out at a racetrack pretty sadly. So, I've known Deb and the team for my entire career, basically, at motor racing, and she's but always willing to give back to the sport because it's given a lot to her. And her and her husband Martin, who run Dale ITM, it's a family-run business with their kids in it and stuff like that. But they put so much into the sport, and they were lucky enough to get the award at the awards night for the contribution from that company. So Motorsport New Zealand made them a member, which is fantastic for that effort that they've done. And Deb had spent a lot of time on the board as well recently, so she's just finished up her time there.
Yeah, good people. That's what you need in Motorsport New Zealand. Again, a reminder that today is Volunteers Weekend or Volunteers
FIA Volunteers Weekend. So all the F1 and doing stuff, and I don't know, are they going to put bees around turn 1? Because that was one of the things you saw at Sebastian Vettel's built a bee area at the turn 1 and 2 at Suzuka to create a green zone because it's a dangerous place where no people can ever stand. So they've put these bee houses in there. Beehives, sorry. Well, no, they look like houses. They made these little, they call them bee houses. I've never heard of a bee house before, but yeah. And so it's create a green environment around turn 1 and 2 at Suzuka where they can't put people because it's so dangerous because they're going so fast, so they've put things for the bees to come back and live. But Seb's one of those. Seb's one. Wait till you see them. They're like looks like little birdhouse things. But yeah, no, Seb's doing his thing for the environment, and good on him.
So International Motorsport in the 27 Audi of Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore still in control. 2.5 seconds ahead of John Lester and Mana Malmazak, and that Porsche followed by the Pedersen. AMG, but those the second and third cars have 10-second penalties hanging over their head, but that's not going to make too much of a difference as we roll on through. Well, actually, look at that. We're still seeing slight rooster tail, so it's not drying as quickly as we thought it might here at Teretonga Park Raceway, but it's pretty much been a 90-minute of wet racing. Dan Gaunt popping into commentary now here just for a little bit. Because Dan Gaunt, of course, runs the Tony Quinn Foundation Academy. Hello, mate.
G'day.
Welcome to...
I've just arrived, so don't ask for any
No,
any input.
But it's always just nice. We've been talking a lot today about young drivers. Would you like to update us on what happened with the shootout, the 86 shootout we had the other day at Hampton Downs?
Yeah, so we ran a shootout, with 4 drivers, and we had Jackson Rooney walk away with the prize to take into the Toyota 86 the championship. So it's an initiative that the Tony Quinn Foundation has started a few years ago now, and it's all about trying to support New Zealand drivers and get them some funding to do some car racing here in New Zealand, and then if they prove their worth, then they get maybe a little bit more funding to go overseas.
Interesting young character, Jackson Rooney, a real learner, but he's a fast learner and quick.
Yeah. So he was, he's obviously very fresh to car racing, and he was a standout on the day, and I think he's going to be quite quick in the championship, even though he is a rookie. It's hard jumping into the 86 championship, and the criteria for the Tony Quinn Foundation funding is that they are a rookie. So you're jumping into the Lions Den in that championship, and I think just quietly confident that he's going to be a contender for some race wins, and excited to follow his journey.
Just briefly, new dad. Congratulations.
Me, yeah.
How's it going?
A few sleepless nights. She's 7 weeks now, and and I'm enjoying it. I guess it's it's good fun.
The last time we were here, you were rocking and rolling in a McLaren. Is that right, around here?
Yeah.
And you were on fire. You were the chaser again, weren't you?
I was hunted, and then I was the hunted, and then I was hunted, and then hunting, and then ran out of fuel and drove over the line with the starter motor. Yep.
That's right. That's right. But that was a very warm, hot day. I know you've just turned up, but did you get a little itchy? I mean, I have to ask the question. You're not in the car. What's going on? Are you becoming more responsible now?
No. I mean, it's. I drove here last year with Andrew Fawcett and drove with him in the beginning of the year with the IMS and at the Bathurst 12 hour, and now being here, itchy feet looking at these guys having fun out there, and
well, I see
Sammy and Johnny doing a good job by the looks.
Well, it took them. They got an early drive-through penalty because the crew weren't dressed properly at the start of the race. They got a drive-through.
That would have been Nick Williamson. I bet.
No, we were suggesting Nick Williamson would be bright red and pretty angry if that had unfolded, but it hasn't.
He had jandals on, did he?
I don't. I have no. Oh, you think it might have been Nick with jandals?
Yeah, Nick with jandals. No.
Tell me, you've got your Motorsport New Zealand jacket on. What's the responsibility here? Can I ask? I didn't even know that, or was that just? Are you just cold?
Yeah, I just borrowed it. No, they're selling them downstairs. So, no, look, I'm in town. We dovetail the board meetings into the race meeting here this weekend. So we've got a Motorsport New Zealand board meeting tomorrow. Obviously my compatriots are here, and some of them are out there, and some of them are in here, and we're all having a discussion tomorrow about how to fix. Well, not fix, but come up with some new cool things for Motorsport New Zealand. Yeah,
you get the feeling things are, for the last year or so, been on the way forward, and the trajectory's in the right way. And why shouldn't it be with so much talent? We have to maximise the amount of talent we have in this country.
Yeah, it's great. The drivers overseas obviously flying the flag for us, and then here the grassroots all the way through to this GT stuff that we're seeing, and the Summer Series and the South Island and North Island series. It's it's a thriving sport here, and we just got to make sure that it continues to grow.
Before I let you out of the pain of talking to me, what was your reaction to Liam Lawson missing out on the seat at AlphaTauri next year?
It's hard, right? There's a lot of politics involved, and I see what they're trying to do. Ricciardo's a big name, and they need someone to, at the moment Perez is doing enough in Red Bull to win them the Constructors' Championship. They've got a driver that wins the Drivers' Championship, and if the other teams get closer, is Perez that man? I don't think so, and I think that they think that Ricciardo is. I don't think that would have been right and is right if Lawson goes straight into the big team, at Red Bull. I think that would be career suicide going up against Max. I think he would hold his own, given a little bit of experience. If he could get next year under his belt, and I think that probably will be the case. We can talk out of school here, and I don't know firsthand, but I would say the pressure's going to come on Perez hard and fast early next year.
So it could be a De Vries situation that happened this year. If you don't perform after, let's say 8 races, you're gone.
You're gone by the summer break. If you had a season like you did this year, which unless the car is head and shoulders above the second best car, it takes the pressure off. But I think that the other teams are getting close and they're doing everything they can to tighten it right up, and I think the pressure will go on them. And I don't think he will perform, and I think that's when Ricciardo will go up and Lawson will be back in. But I mean, it's a great problem for them to have: 5 drivers, 4 seats, and I would think at some point, if it's not next year, it'll be definitely the following year. He's in a good spot.
It's been easy to get carried away with it, though, hasn't it?
It is.
Considering how he's taken the opportunity, grasped it with both hands, and performed. And if he has a good Suzuka run, you never know, right?
You never know, and he's just got to do the best he can with the opportunity he's getting, and he's doing that. And this might be the last. The Qatar might be the last, and he just doesn't know, and we don't know. But at what he's doing now is enough. And he's young. He's 21. We're impatient. I'm impatient.
Yeah.
I want to see a Kiwi in there full time, and I think it will happen. It's just I think there's a few things that obviously needs to play out, and there's more than more than just speed.
It's more than his ability, right?
It's more than there's more, right? Like the Mexican Grand Prix is very important to Formula One as well, and Red Bull, the market. Daniel Ricciardo is very important to
the American market.
The American market in Formula One. He lives in Los Angeles, and Formula One. Netflix made him a superstar, and he's almost as big as a sport, even though the results don't show. And then Yuki Tsunoda with the Honda money.
Not as much we hear that has been before, but
yeah, it's still very, very
still
much
makes a difference, right?
Yeah. I know, although it's Red Bull doing it themselves. If you can see me doing the speech marks there, it's Honda. It's very much Honda, and that's why they can kind of and he's doing a good job. To be fair, he's had a bad run the last couple of races, but he's been quicker than every other teammate. He was quicker than Ricciardo when Ricciardo came in. He made a meal out of De Vries. That's why he's not there. He's going to be hard this weekend for Liam, and and especially if he has a faultless weekend. It's going to. Liam doesn't need to beat him right now. He's
just needs to be Liam.
He just needs to be Liam
and show improvement. Correct.
If he can be toe to toe with Yuki, they know Yuki's good, and over a one lap dash, he's especially here at Suzuka, he's going to be quite hard to beat.
And I
think Liam is cool here, the way he is. I think he's got his measure in the race this weekend. Yeah.
He just has to be patient, and this was the first time in the last month that we've seen Liam, who's normally quite a quiet chap, actually spark up and say, I want a seat. I spoke to him about that 3 weeks ago.
Right?
Yeah, but, the forces work against him. The crazy thing, Yuki Tsunoda was out here, in the Formula Regional a few years back, and nicest guy running around. And so the pathway that regional series now opens up for not just drivers in New Zealand, but international drivers is enormous. Anyway, I'm going to let you out of the pain of talking to me, Dan. Good to see you, man.
Thanks for throwing me in the deep end, boys.
Too easy.
See you later.
Dan Gaunt, who runs the Tony Quinn Drivers Academy in Hampton Downs, and also a member of the... I didn't realise he was on the Motorsport News. Is he on the board?
Yes, he's on the board with us.
Wow, really?
Yeah, no,
you look quite young to be on the board.
Yeah, we've gone a bit younger, actually. I think I was a young one, and then Dan's come on. He's a couple of years younger than me, so we've really brought it down. I think the average age before it was about 65, so we've really brought it down a little bit. I say that for the old Scott O'Donnells of this world who are part of it as well, but he's been splashing in the water.
Let's get back to racing now, but it is good to just get different opinions of what is going on in the racing world here in New Zealand and how young drivers here can come down in the summer and end up in Formula One and beyond. And, the history and the heritage that New Zealand and New Zealand racetracks has, every time you get a different story, you just suddenly realise the enormity and the influence and the legacy that this country has in global motorsport. It really is special, and people need to start realising that a bit more. We're in lap 146, 2:37 in a 3-hour race, and it's still Johnny Reid out in front, but the
lap times are sitting at about a minute right now. The lap times are sitting at a minute, and that's going to be close to the crossover mark for these guys. But there's so little time left with only 23 minutes. They'll probably try and just stay to the end and just absolutely destroy these wet tyres. And Johnny Reid's a smart enough driver to know he's 0.7 difference there, but he's got 10 seconds.
But Jono Lester is right on his tailpipe. Look,
and Waite's still sitting there just hunting around behind. Now, just to give you a quick update from the Daybreaker Rally, Hayden Paddon leading with SVG in second and Rihanna Horan in third. So we saw his son running earlier in the 1 hour, and now he's third in the Daybreaker. So Rihanna isn't actually here watching. We thought he might be, but he's running in the Daybreaker in third with SVG in second and Hayden Paddon leading. So fantastic effort from Paddon.
And that's good to have that Daybreaker Rally back, considering we lost 2 rallies, the Coromandel rallies, if I'm correct, because of the...
We lost Northland and Coromandel because there was that weather event that sort of killed some roads around the place, and so unfortunately, but the Manawatu Car Club and that area came together. It looks like we've also got a Southland round for the next year in the championship as well, so that's going to balance up the championship nicely, and it's a really exciting to see that rally results. But we're down to just over 20 minutes to go here.
Round 2 of the Carter's Tyres Service South Island Endurance Series, and it's the defending champions Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid, who could potentially wrap up the National Series with a win here today. Said potentially.
100% they can.
100% they can.
First or second, and they wrap it up. So,
and it doesn't look too bad that they will wrap this up. And I see that those conditions, it's suddenly gone dark again. And I'm just wondering whether we're in for more rain here at Teretonga Park, because the Rooster Tail's heading towards...
Definitely raining into one.
Okay,
definitely seeing that Rooster Tail on one. You picked that 100%, Stephen. Great pick up there, because right in front of us, not raining right now, but down on one. The lovely localised rain when you come out of a dry situation and go into one of the fastest corners in New Zealand motorsport and it's wet. That's probably a butt clencher for the first time you come and find that out.
So we're just looking at some of the GT4s and also the DeVeth Smith car, which is sitting in P7, but they're 11 laps down on the rest of the field.
Well, you talk about names of brands and stuff of Kiwi history. McLaren there is just sort of iconic and going all right now, second and third in FP3, I believe. So doing quite well. I think Lawson was only a 10th off Sonoda in that session. So the FP3's gone, and the next one is about 6 o'clock for qualifying. So a bit of excitement happening today. So a lot of motor racing on around the place in New Zealand and internationally. So great to see.
You know, I just love the fact that we've got a young man in Formula One that is, it just raises people's eyebrows, and it becomes I mean, everybody at the moment is going up the wires. Okay, they're all talking about the Warriors who play the Broncos tonight at 10 o'clock. Live and from sold-out Suncorp Stadium to find out who will face Penrith in the NRL Grand Final. But, you know, so many times in this country, motorsport is undersold, and people sort of just, it's just motorsport. But you got a young rock star like Liam out there, and the kids out here doing the thing here, and it just raised the profile across the board.
We've had pretty much a 1 news or 3 news story every night recently about Liam and what's happening with the team. I'm getting questions from my mother-in-law about motorsport. I don't think she's ever asked me a question about motorsport. But they're talking about it, and it's he looks like a bit of a Ken as well, so that helps as well.
Now, where did that come from? Because I know AlphaTauri sort of referring to him as a Ken doll, but you know what I'm saying, with the Barbie movie. Is that what it comes from?
Yeah, from the Barbie movie, and he's just another Ken, and it's his girlfriend giving him grief reef is where it started, and the team picked it up from there, right? Like it was just a bit of fun that was happening between a couple. And
do you think that's maybe every time I see him, he pushes his hands through his hair? He's got this thing on him. Every time I see him, he's
done it for a long time. He loves his hair, right? Like he's been through a few hairstyles, that boy, and I definitely think Moose is a product that gets to go into the travel bag. Let's just say that. He doesn't mind some hair gel, but it is definitely wet all around the track right now.
It is starting to dump down, because I'll tell you how bad it is. We're now seeing rain on the commentary position here in the tower at Teretonga Park Raceway. We didn't see that in the first rain, so it is really starting to drop here. So things will now be a little tentative in the final minutes of this race.
Yeah, so the tyres have also been killed. So we've had that dry running and they've killed the tyres. So you're going to see not a good wet tyre on these guys anymore, because they did so much of that dry running when we thought, hey, look, you got to switch over, but not enough time. So they would have been killing the block pattern at that stage. Now they're out there, they're looking for all the block pattern that they can get, and it's been destroyed by that dry running we had earlier. So these tyres will not be as good as they were early.
Will you run them for the final, say, 15, 16 minutes still?
If you're in the front couple, there's no way you're pitting. You're a pro driver. You will get yourself through it. There's a good chance of a safety car, though, for some of these other drivers, because, it will be affecting them. And, you might see one of the back Porsche guys with an AM in it, or two AMs, I'm guessing, would be the ones that have the problems.
So the margin between second place, Johnny Lester and Johnny Reid, has crept out. It's about a 1.1 second margin. It was down to about 7/10, but now it's gone a little over 1.1 seconds. So Johnny Reid managing that 27 Audi beautifully, but you can see as they're going through the S's at the moment. Not that we're looking at that. And I've got to say, this drive by John Lester is a good one, as we see the Pedersen AMG coming up inside one of the Dippy cars. That's the Alan Dippy Porsche as they head onto the front straight. But the Pedersen car is a good lap down now, so they are not struggling, but it's just a matter of pace.
Yeah, I think they're, a bit of confidence as well in the wet weather and stuff like that. And you saw how the Leicester car actually turned on. Mana did that drive in the wet. Like, they were a lap down, and he actually came back, put a gap on, got that lap back, and that was probably the drive to put for them in second place. Otherwise, I think the Pedersen car would be well in front of them. So that was the little drive of the race from Mana there, to manage, when it got wet, to be the fastest by over a second of the track and get back his lap after the early mistake at 1, which he was kicking himself about, where he had a spin and lost his confidence.
So there's the Pedersen AMG passing the Moore Altezza, the family, we'll call it the family car, the family Altezza. Pack it out of the garage, let's go racing.
Well, it's four. I can't. Well, how many of these cars are 4 doors? I do know it's got a manual gearbox, so I think it's the only stick shift in the actual field is that Altezza at this round. So we were that way with them last time, but they claimed they had 4 doors and we had 2, so we were more of a race car apparently. But yeah.
Just a little over 15 minutes to run in
safety
the
car.
3 hours, and we have a safety car out, and it's the Martin Dippy Porsche for the second time into the sand.
I said it'd been an AM Porsche driver struggling on wets that had been used, and it's an AM Porsche driver struggling on wets.
And he has dug that Porsche right. Look at that right side. That's a good dig-in. That's going to.
That's 6-7 minutes before we get back racing, which means what, a 10-minute shootout? Is that the third time we've had a 10-minute shootout in 3 races?
Well, this is the interesting. It's going to be a 2-car shootout. We know that, right? It's going to be Johnny Lester against Johnny Reid, and Johnny Lester he'll be itching for this because he's been close. That Audi though is uber quick.
Well, the question is, do you get some really good wets on it? What do you do, right? Like, there could be a strategy call here still to come. Like, do you go on to a really good set of wets but have to pass a few cars? What's the choice you make?
Well, what do you say? What would you do? You be a team manager right now. What would you do if you were those front 2 cars and you were vying for P1?
I'm talking to Johnny Reid. I'm saying you got a 10-second advantage, and I'd probably just keep him out there, to be honest with you. If I'm Leicester, I'm definitely pitting. I'm taking every advantage. I've got to get by this guy and put some gap on him. So I'm going to need something that lets me get by. The other one that's now in the race, because they've come back from that, they weren't full lap down, Pedersen's going to come back into this race now too. So we've gone from a 2-car race back to a 3-car race, because I think he's got his lap back now. Yeah, he's a minute 10 down, so he's on less than a lap. So once he catches up to that field, he's going to be on the same lap. So we're on 3 years. Here we go on the replayers. Out wide he got and just sort of spun there. So it looked like he was just wide on entry and, yeah, lost the back end of it as they pulled that out nice and quick there with the Wasteco ute there that they borrowed for the weekend. It's a nice wild track.
So the Dippy Porsche back out of the sand for the second time in this 3-hour race, and they haven't mucked around and got it out there and going.
These cars are still trying to catch up to the safety car. That's why you see them under a bit of speed here, the All West and the Rickaby Super Tourer as the leading car. Where is the safety car?
Well, the safety car is about to come in. Look at that for a nice little spin coming through Castrol. That's how it happened.
Where's the safety car there?
The safety car now crossing start-finish.
So we're waiting for the leaders to catch back up to the field, but the safety car will let all these guys go until it gets the leader behind him. So all these cars get to go. Now that's the lap back for Pedersen.
So they will need to be honking because the lead cars are now coming onto the front straight. Problem is you can't pass those slower GT4 cars and you've still got a long way to go.
Well, they're going to be going, and then, the leader's going to be going at about 80k an hour, and they'll be doing 120, 140. That Rickaby car's really got to get moving. But I'm not sure why these guys are going so slow to catch the safety car. You'd think they'd be going a bit faster. Could be a massive fuel save. Maybe that they're close on gas, so you'll be running around in 6th gear right now, just absolutely using no gas if you're close on gas and then you're worried. But yeah, we're 2 minutes away from that 10-minute shootout, Stephen. I called it again. It's going to be about the 10-minute shootout again for the 3rd time today.
You just patting yourself on the back, huh?
No, I'm not really patting myself on the back. I'm saying racing drivers go a bit mental with 15 minutes to go, aren't I?
Yeah. Do you feel like you're in the cockpit right now?
I'm not getting to drive so much. I got to do this. You know, what do they say? Drivers who can't drive get in the commentary booth or something?
Wow. Heaven help us. So these are the cars that are trying to catch up to the safety car. It's a full half lap, though, and they are finally up to speed. And the one car that wants to be a lot closer is that Pedersen car. They've got their lap back. That's the critical moment. But can they get closer?
The safety cars, can we see if the safety car lights are on? I can't see if the safety car lights are still on. Trying to see that as these guys try and catch up. We'd just like to see the front of the race and see if we can see the safety car if the lights are off as they come down. Still on another lap. So they're going to get quite close. So Pedersen should probably get on the back if there's one more lap like this. You'll probably see, one more full lap means that the Pedersen car will catch them.
The issue, though, will be have traffic to get past.
What is there, 6 cars in between? We'll count the cars for you so we know the exact number of cars.
There's 5 cars from Jono Lester back and add another. Make it 7. Let's make it 7 cars.
And I'd say 3 of those will get passed by the first corner type thing. The GT4 cars and stuff, they'll be able to roll those up pretty quick.
Make that 8 as the 171 Hotels gets in the way.
Go the more motorsport car.
So here they've caught up. They've done a good job. So
good. The Rickaby car's done exactly what you meant to do under safety car. So he's led that pack there. So that's a great job by Rickaby to bring that whole pack up there nicely with a good safe pace. So we're going to have a good start to this race with all the cars there. I can't see any reason why we would not get the safety car lights off this time as we come around. They'll wait until sort of the second to last corner and then take them off. And then it's under control of Johnny Reid.
So for folks that don't understand how you've got to keep the park, is the safety car being talked to by control upstairs saying, right, we're good to go, everything's back in line, you can now make the decision to lose your lights and go?
They will tell them when to turn it off. It's all decided actually upstairs. They tell them to turn the light off. And they'll also say, hey, look, we've got a big gap to a group behind. Let's slow it down a little bit more than normal. You've got the field behind you. We can bring up the pace a little bit.
Lights are off on the safety car, so we go racing here with just under 10 minutes to go in the 3-hour race here, round 2 of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. There are your 1 and 2 cars. P2, though, has a 10-second time penalty, as does the third car, which is the Pedersen Bezos Margarita AMG. And this will be interesting. But they're sitting 21 seconds behind. And we are green and racing. So now we've got what Mark would like is that shootout. We've got Andrew Waite sitting in the third position, but he's well down, 4 laps down. And already Pedersen's passing cars, hunting down Jono Lester. And that rain has come back with a vengeance here at Teretonga Park Raceway. But straight away, Johnny Reid pedal down and opens up a gap.
Yeah, he's a quality peddler that will use every advantage he's got, and he'll be throwing some spray into the front of that Leicester car, so it's not good view for him. So he's going to sit out the front. He knows he's got a 10-second advantage here. The one to watch is Pedersen coming through that pack behind them as those lead 3 cars all got good pace. Then you can see the gap back to that next group.
So there is Johnny Reid. And in the background, you'll see it'll be Ant Pedersen just weaving his way through the field to potentially push Leicester for that P2 position as they come onto the front straight as the clock ticks towards the 3-hour mark.
7 laps to go basically at this stage, because it's sort of just over a minute a lap, so it's going to be about 6-7 laps they're going to get in here to the end of the race as across the line from there. So it's basically to turn 1 back to turn 3, from turn 1 to the start line for first through third.
And Ant Pedersen has made up ground in lightning fashion. And so the challenge is on.
The only car between him and Leicester is Waite, and that's a very lapped car. And I know Andrew Waite, if he sees the Pedersen car does catch him, he will let him by pretty easily. So if he can get there.
4 strong pro drivers out there at the moment. Third place, sadly, is not going to be third place as you see it on track. Third place is hunting now, and that's Ant Pedersen in the Mercedes. And Jono Lester doing as much as he can to try and haul in Johnny Reid, but Johnny Reid's got that Audi on a dime and has had for a number of years. It's almost a part of his body.
Johnny's a quality driver, and he's was with Neil Foster before that, and now working with Sam, and improved both drivers as well as his own driving being impressive.
So he's about 6 seconds back from Jono Lester is Anthony Pedersen. So he's got some work to do as the clock keeps ticking towards the 3-hour mark. 160 laps done here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Started dry, but you'd have to suggest 60 to 70% of the race has been a wet run race.
Yeah, it was about the hour mark. It was right before that first pit stop when it sort of rained, didn't it? And so it's been wet. They've been on wet tyres basically ever since then. So they've had 2 hours in the wet and 1 hour in the dryers. That More Motorsport car's already getting lapped. What is that? 3 laps into the stint. But he is running AR1s, they said, for the wet, and that's actually a semi-slick dry tyre for most people, so that will be hard work for him.
Must be really wet down coming into that turn 8, coming into the front straight, because they were really tiptoeing into that corner, and that has caused a lot of problem, that one corner.
Yeah, I think that's where Mana said he had the biggest problems, was there and into the first corner with the 2-1s. Judging the speed through 1, but the braking zone into there was very tricky, and we've seen a number of cars off there as the Reid cars just looks like he's on rails, basically. Just kept it very, very smooth, not really trying too hard with the gap behind him. He's managing it perfectly. But that Pedersen car, he's slowly pulling it in. He is slowly pulling it in with the fastest lap. 0.4 he picked up on that last lap on the Leicester car in front of him.
So it's just worth noting whoever finishes P2 has a 10-second penalty, which is the Johnny Lester car. But if a Pedersen get in front of him, that's the bonus. And regardless of the 10-second penalty, he'll finish P2. So you'd almost negate the 10-second penalty at this stage.
It does.
Just
as long as they don't get to the lead, and I don't think Johnny Reid's going to allow that to happen. And Reid's doing everything he can to wrap up that national championship as well, and also grab great points for the second round of the South Island Endurance Series, because we've got one more round, remember, to go at levels coming up. So if you've enjoyed this action, we get to go do it all again, Stephen.
Yes, we did. I think Election Day.
Was it?
October 14th, I believe, is round 3, and that's so you'll have to vote before you go to Timaru. Just a little note there, pal.
I'm sure I will be voting in these elections, I can promise you that. I don't think I've ever missed one, actually, to be honest with you.
Fair to say I'll be doing the same thing, and we'll just see what happens. And I'd rather be watching racing than talking about elections, to be fair. Johnny Reid in the 27 Audi.
Oh, the only thing I'll say about politicians is David Longy at least drove a race car. I liked him. The rest of them I don't know about so much.
Did he really?
You know, he was racing as a Prime Minister. He used to come to the track in a TX3 and race, and he actually once ditched his protection squad, and they found him at a racetrack doing some testing because he didn't want anyone. He wasn't meant to test during the year, so he dropped his protection squad, went and picked up a key from Eric, and went and did some testing. And then there was this mad phone calls of the protection squad trying to find where David Longy was.
Actually, I have one experience, and in fact, having the opportunity in my career to interview the late David Longy, and the most impressive orator I have ever come across. An incredibly well-read man, and just a good bloke. And I'd forgot about this. TX3, the 4 TX3.
Yeah, 4 TX3s. We used to have, like the 86 series, it used to be the TX3 series.
Right.
So, yeah. So we've had one make racing. So he used to run it, well, pretty much at the back of it, but loved it. Every minute of it, loved it. It was his time away from work, like a lot of us have. So there's a lot of AM drivers out there getting their time away from work, and he did it for sure. So there's my politician talk. The most best politician I ever saw was one that raced.
Well done. All right, you are watching the second round of the Carter's Tyres service. South Island Endurance Series, a 3-hour race almost done, under 2.5 minutes to play, brought to you by Allied 24/7 Fuel, Mobil 1 and Michelin Motorsport. And it looks at this particular point that Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid will take out the win and also the National Championship. And they will have done it in style too, considering, just think about this, they got a drive-through penalty in the first 15 minutes. Dan Gorn suggested it could be a Jandal issue. We might have to check that out with Nick Williamson, but...
We're blaming Nick Williamson, basically. He's throwing the dagger straight at Nick, and we're going to run with it too, because we know Nick and he takes it well, so he's either bright red or it's him, so yeah.
Nick Williamson running, of course, International Motorsport with his dad, Lyle, who has got more trophies than you can shake a stick at. One of the most, if not the most, professional team, and that's not throwing any shade onto any other the teams that have now come into place in this endurance series, but they know what motor racing is all about, and they love motor racing. That's the most important thing. Knighton picking up a fast lap, but they're 2 down. Ooh, slow there by the Rhodes Porsches. The Bree Morris GT4 gets through.
That looks like Christina in the car, I think. I'm not sure with the lights. It's hard to see these lights in the spray, but I think that might be Christina back in the car. But there's a problem definitely with that McLaren. It definitely doesn't have the straight line pace. As we go back to Martin Dippy there, he's had an adventurous race there, hasn't he? With
two times in the sandpit. Twice in the sandpit.
If it was JP, I'd actually go and buy him a bucket. That's how good mates we are. I'd buy him a bucket of Spain. But yeah, we clock off a minute to go, and we're going to be getting the last lap board probably next time through. So we're on 2 laps to go here as we pick up our leader.
Johnny Reid, Sam Fillmore. Sam Fillmore knew he had work to do after he had no idea what the penalty was about when he was talking to our pit reporter, but the smile was back on his face as soon as they got back into the lead. And the majority of this stint has been by this gentleman, one of the classiest and coolest drivers running around, Johnny Reid. Many years of experience, but he can pilot this 27 Audi like you wouldn't believe. We should see the last lap board come out in the not too distant future, which is probably seconds away as it comes into turn 8 and heads onto the front straight. The
last lap board's out. They're about to come out. They're swinging it out. They've got a little paddle board thing here that they use for it. So, yeah.
So the last lap board coming out now. So 1 lap to go of Teretonga in this 3-hour race. And looks like it's locked and loaded. You are watching the national champion go around to secure that championship for 2023. Johnny Reid, Sam Fillmore on the Alliance 27 Audi R8 GT3. Despite what's been going on, they have just done the job, and that's what they do. They just get down and do the job.
Yeah, they definitely do, as he clears a couple of back markers, but the International Motorsport team really well prepared. Great car that they've run here today, and they've just, after that early era, they've done a fantastic job from pole. Definitely haven't led throughout the whole race. There's been a couple of different lead changes, but just been clinical since they've got to the front.
Coming towards the last turn on the track here at Teretonga in challenging conditions. Johnny Reid behind the wheel of the 27 Audi. Here they come, down the front straight for the last time. It will be Fillmore and Reid that wins the 3-hour. Checkered flag is out, and they do the job for International Motorsport. Behind them, John Lester with Malmazak, and then it's the Pedersen AMG that picks up third place. Wow! That 3 hours has flown by. Rain, people flying off, penalties. What a race.
What a race. And just shows the professionalism of the different teams, with 3 different teams, with International Motorsport, Prime Motorsport, and then Mach 1 Engineering. All 3 of them putting teams and cars out the front of the field. It's fantastic. In the past, we sort of saw International dominate it, but we've got multiple cars and teams, and that shows the professionalism in our whole sport.
And I think, too, it's the increased popularity of endurance racing and guys and gals wanting to get out there and race cool cars. And let's be blunt, they are cool cars.
Oh, 1,000%. I'd love to be in any of them. If any team owners are looking for a driver, I know that you've got Gaunt up here in Mallard that would jump in a car in about half a second. I probably will go on a slower one. He'd like a GT3. I'm probably too scared for that, especially if it rains. We got one pulled off right at the end there. He's just made it across the line. The Rickaby car, who's had problems since the first lap, and he's managed to just make it and then pull off there. Maybe out of gas or something.
So Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid go 2 from 2 in the South Island Endurance Series. They won in Ruapuna and Christchurch. Euromark Park, and they do it here at Teretonga and get maximum points and confirm themselves as national endurance champions as well. They do it ahead of Mana Malmazak and John Lester and Paul Pedersen and Ant Pedersen, the father and son combination. They podium again for the second time. At P3 this time, it was P2 in Christchurch, followed by Knighton and Lawson. Brooks and Waite, what could have been. That's all we'll say about that. Spratt and Gardner, Smith and DeVeth. All Western Bree Morris will take out Class 3. Dippy and Penny and Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy round out the top 10, followed by Rogers and Houston, Barrett and Frew, Rhodes and Rickaby, and the classic little Altals, the 171 of the Moore family, finish it up. And there is your podium in the middle. Johnny Reid.
See, everyone who started finished. Everyone who started finished. That's 3 hours. They've all got through. That's an incredible that every car finished that race. That's amazing that 14 cars finished, because the Moore car was last 48 laps down on their leaders. Shows you how much time they spent in the mirrors. But every car finished the race. Whether they had problems during it, the teams got behind, fixed it, got the cars back out there, and all 14 cars line up there on the grid. And isn't that a great sight? And it's always one of the best things when you're having that after-match little talk like there and having a discussion about how it went and what you had and stuff like that.
So on the right, you've got Hedemana Malmazak, and in the helmet, you've got John Lester, who did the majority of the last stint. And considering how their day unfolded to finish P2, and they were on the hammer. In the end, they were on the hammer, but just could not drag in that Audi of Johnny Reid.
I see Wayne there, the Am Cup. We better remember that. With the Knightons have actually won that Am Cup as well for this round. So that's another podium thing that's done on this for this series is an Am one, and they've done a fantastic job there for that. They won it at the first round and backed up again here.
Am, of course, being amateur. The people will probably be wondering what's Am, right?
Yeah,
AM radio band? No, not FM AM, no.
Amateur, sorry. The Michelin Amateur Cup is the official title that I should say.
Great idea too, of course. Michelin's Motorsport, of course, part of the major sponsors here for our South Island Endurance Series, along with Mobil One and Allied 24/7, of course, our naming rights sponsor, Carter's Tyres Service for the South Island Endurance Series, which, of course, this is round number 2, the final round coming in mid-October at Levels in Timaru. So we're just waiting for Steffi to get down there and talk to our winners. We shouldn't be too far away from hearing from Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore, because it'll be interesting to know what if Johnny felt any pressure. Because, you know, there was certain pressure in those latter stages with the John Lester Porsche.
Oh, there was a lot of pressure throughout the whole race. I mean, the catch back up and all the efforts that they went through from the start of the race with the problems. What a race we've had. This back-to-back, Steve. Last year we were here, sitting here. It was a lot hotter last year, I'll say that.
It was very warm last year.
Yeah, same time of the year, and it's a totally different race. This one's been rain, it's been cold, and all the cars are finished. It's just been fantastic.
Yes, confirming it is October 14, round 3, just for those of you, excuse me. that want to get going. So I think we might be ready to go down and hear from. I can just see Siffy there. He's going to just talk to our. I can see him.
They've just shot away, so we might go over to second place, Jono Lester and Mana Malmazak. Mate, you're in a lot better mood this time around than the last time I seen you.
Yeah, man, I love my job. This is so much fun. I didn't want to come in. Everyone knows that I like the wet, and we've been coming to this championship, well, since COVID, really, in terms of myself coming back from overseas. And we've always been in like a Class 2 car or Class 3 and watching these boys in these beautiful GT3 cars and wishing we were among them, So now we're able to do that. We know a Porsche is good in the wet, and, Johnny's obviously a world-class driver. And, this is just the start for us, but this was a great start. I'm so happy. Let's just keep building. Awesome.
I agree, and I've interviewed this guy a couple of times today. Mana, you've got to be happy, mate. You were saying you weren't too confident in the wet, but between the two of you've got it up on the podium. You've got to be happy in yourself.
Of course I'm happy. It's a great day. I love the wet. And we've gone so far now, and there's a long journey for us that is waiting, so yeah.
Well, I completely understood your English, so I would say that's fine. And go and enjoy that podium, boys. You definitely deserve it. Okay, we'll head over to first, provisionally, the National Endurance Champions, Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore. You got to be getting sick of my face too, mate. I'll tell you, I've interviewed you a few times too. You two together are just an absolute team to be reckoned with. How are you feeling after that and provisionally taking the National Endurance Series?
Oh, mate, we couldn't be happier, but it's certainly not just Johnny and I. It's Nick and the whole IMS team and Aaron Harris and his engineering. It's a real team effort. So we're just stoked for the team, and it's been a dream run. Couldn't be happier.
Johnny, yourself?
Oh, same. Just repeating Sam's words. It's absolutely a team effort. Endurance racing and all racing really is. It's you've got to have a good car, a well-prepared car. You've got to work hard at all aspects of your driving and your pit stops and driver changes and everything. So, as I say, today we were clinical. We didn't really have too many mistakes. There was a little setback at the start of the race, but we can look beyond it now that we're on number one.
Do you think that the rain had anything to do with that, the safety cars, or like the package is just so good that you guys have got, the team behind you is so good that it just kind of fell into your hands, didn't it, and really worked in your favour for the rest of the day?
Yeah, look, we were fortunate with safety cars, there's no doubt about it. But, it can fall one way the next week for others. So that's just racing, and, it's great to race against all these fine cars and great drivers. So we're very pleased to come out on top.
Sam, you'll be celebrating tonight.
There'll be a few sherbets tonight, but we'd just like to say thank you to all the volunteers here today, because without those guys, and especially standing out there in the rain in pretty harsh conditions, without them, we wouldn't be out here racing. So a massive thank you to them.
Well, congratulations on provisionally winning the National Endurance Championships and first place here at round 2 of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Series. Fellas, yous are on it again. Go and enjoy. And Paul and Ant Pedersen, this is third spot. Boys, I won't confuse you this time. Okay, third spot. You're definitely doing the business. 2 weekends in a row at the Carter's South Island Endurance Series on the podium.
Yep. Good effort from the team. Car was good. The old man did a great job. Yeah, we'll just got to come back and try harder.
Try harder. Third place. You got to be happy though, eh?
Yeah, and absolutely happy for the team, Mac 1 Engineering, and congratulations to Sam and Johnny. Class effort.
Well, fellas, men of many words, these two. You can tell. Go and enjoy it. Enjoy your podium, ladies and gentlemen. That is your podium for the 3-hour South Island Carter's Tyres Endurance Series here from Teretonga Park in Invercargll. Go and enjoy it. These fellas are, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. And it certainly produced some fine racing. Just a reminder of what happened today in all three classes in the 1 hour rescored was a lights to flag finish in classes 4 and 5. Jordan Mickles in class 2 and 3 also a lights to flag. And in the end, it wasn't lights to flag, but they were on pole, Johnny Reid and Sam Fillmore. But despite an early penalty, they came back. And Mark Mallard, your final thoughts on this one, because the 3 hour had everything.
Well, first of all, what great racing and what a day put on by the Southland Car Club. Thank you so much. And being FIA volunteers, I'd like to thank you, Sam Fillmore, for reminding that the volunteers made this all happen. So we really appreciate those volunteers, and the hospitality from the Southland Car Club. Sports Car Club has been fantastic. But the race overall, there was drama, there was cars off, we had spins on first laps in the first 2 races, and then we had a spin in this one as well. We just had action the whole way through. And I've been on here, I think, since 9 o'clock, what is it, like 7 hours? I didn't even realise it'd been that long. I sort of thought we were halfway through the 3 hour there. So time absolutely flew, and it was just great racing here down in the South Island. This track breeds it, and it was definitely there, and it's got me excited for levels, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's wraps it up here from Teretonga Park Raceway for round 2 of the Carter's Tyre Service South Island Endurance Series. The next time we will meet you and greet you and bring you live motor racing will be October 14 from Levels Raceway in Timaru for the 3rd round of the series. Remember, the Japanese Grand Prix featuring Liam Lawson qualifying at 6 p.m. tonight, and of course,
up the wires.
Up the wires. We shall see you next time. Be safe, be good, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. On behalf of all the team at Pits TV, on behalf of Mark Mallard, I'm Stephen McIver. See you next time round.